Welcome back to the channel and welcome to this live stream where we are testing out the latest update to Microsoft Flight Sim. It's had its first update, 24 Flight Sim. That's what we're on, not Flight Sim 95. We're going to see if this update fixes everything. I'm out of focus though, but if you like out of focus bold men, subscribe, like and all that lark. It's going to be a pretty arduous live stream probably. We've got a force feedback joystick, so that's the main thing, and we've got the game update, and we'll see what's changed, we'll see what's better, we'll see what's new. We'll see what's happening. We'll see what's happening in the land of Flight Sim. I think I might make myself in focus here. Let's do that. There we go. I'm in focus now. Oh man, we need to do a Hoover stream. It's such a mess down here. Boxes everywhere. Absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. Ah, there we go. Woo. Hello, Jesus. How you doing, man? Right, let's load the game. I haven't played Flight Sim for a while. We've been on woo! Been on everything really. Did I get the to get the what? Did I get the Yeah, we're using the Moser force feedback stick, AB9. Why is Flight Sim not loading? Okay, what's happened here? Launching. Oh, running install script. Take my wallet out. There we go. They've just, Moser has an update as well, so. Probably take this wheel off. I could do with a camera just for the force feedback joystick, but. Maybe a wide shot of the ring, I don't know. I need some energy. I don't have any energy today. I'm exhausted. Oh, here we go. Sim's loading. That's nice. Look at that. Oh, I can see YouTube and Twitch chat. That's great. Welcome along, guys. What? Flight Sim's taking a long time to load. Is it giving me another 5 hours? Is that where we're at again? The glorious 5 hours. Oh, sign me in. I thought I was already signed in. I don't even know what my login details are. We are signed in. Oh, okay. Oh no. This might take a crack the code here. Oh dear. Are you joking? Who designs this software? I can't log in because it won't let me select the login window. Microsoft, you honestly. Hello, Bruno. Oh, there we go. I love this part of gaming. What is my login? I can't remember because I've never logged into this account before. Get there eventually. You just joined. It looks like I'm out. I'm always having a blast. Gone with the days where you could stick a game in a game's console. Those days are long gone. It's not even loading without me logging in. Ah, we finally got the right password. It's almost like we have like 30 different passwords for that account. Will it get... I don't know. It seems to be stuck on 0% here. Oh, no. Why? Your last session ended? What? Yeah, that's because Microsoft Flight Sim always the game crashes more than the planes. Oh, it's loading now. There we go. This feels nostalgic, yeah. This is reminiscent of the original. We're back to this screen. We're back to where it all began. Oh dear, the stutter on the loading. Microsoft. It's called Microsoft because that's what you get when you play their games. Oh, look at that! Look at that gangway. Dear. Hello, counter debate. Oh, I need some biscuits or something. Oh man, so exhausted. Some of the best remixes of modern times. Exactly. The sky's not the limit, your VRAM is. Do you think it's weird that it's like just rich people moving around the earth? That's what planes are for. They're just moving people. It's just people moving around. What's a gigantify emote? What's that? Are we going? I don't think it's weird. I think it's weird when you're sat in a plane and you're just floating. You're just floating in the air. There's like a tube with people sat floating through the air. And that's normal. People are like, oh, that's fine. Right. Ah, it's huge. It's huge. Well, what should we try out here? Should we try I just want to do a quick... I can't remember how you... Free flight. Here we go. No, flying isn't free. I don't know. I think they... I don't know. Gainesville. Let's go to UK. All these planes in the sea. I don't know where they're going. Can't get a flight to Scotland. You can get a flight to Scotland for £35. Yeah, well, how about this? It costs me, or anyone that's paying for me, it costs about £110 to fly to Dusseldorf, and you can get flights for £60. So you can fly from London to Dusseldorf. So Dusseldorf is here. Dusseldorf. Hang on, down here. Getting confused. Here we go. Dusseldorf is here. So it costs £60. But last minute, you can get a flight. You can get a return flight for £150. Last minute, like the week before, for 4 days before, £150 to fly from here to here. Now, if you want to get a train, even booked in advance to go from here to here, it's like £300. If you book it really in advance, you can get it for like 200. I think Edinburgh to London you can do for like 150, 200 maybe. But yeah, if you book in advance to go to Dusseldorf, you can get flights for £30. You're barely moving in a plane. Exactly. You're basically static, like electricity. When I came back from Cologne, it was quite cool. We flew over here. Came in from this way. It was really cool, actually. Could see everything. Yeah, look, this is the commercial flight path. It makes sense to just fly in a straight line. But it was really cool because you could see the plane flew here, and you could see the two countries, and there's loads of wind farms down here. It's not normally clear when you fly across here from Germany. It's normally cloudy. But it's really cool flying. So you can see the pier, Southend. Why is this not in the game? There should be a pier here. I thought they did have the pier. The pier's missing. Oh, where's the pier gone? Well, they've deleted it. Didn't happen. No pier. No pier for you guys. Yeah, we flew across here. Back in the past, there used to be, I think it's here. Or it might be here, I'm not sure. But there used to be like a really big Zeppelin test area and landing site. Obviously a long time ago. Just take off and wait for the Earth to rotate. That's a good plan, actually. It has disappeared. Right, that's it. That's the ban. Was that some Swedish humour? I was a child in the 1930s. Yeah, this is all like military stuff up here now. It's also floodplains and things. It's been turned into houses. There's that, yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, but it's cool to fly in across here and then see London from a distance, and then weirdly fly around here and then fly around here and then land this side. There's a racetrack and an airport here on the Croatian coast. Oh, nice. I can't type that in. I can't copy and paste from chat. There's a racetrack in central London, the famous one. What's it called? Brooklands. Isn't that down here somewhere? It's on like an industrial estate now. Somewhere in West London, I think. Don't think you can see it from the air. You prefer coming to Gatwick? Yeah, normally. So where would you fly into Gatwick? I'm trying to think. So Gatwick's like here. Hang on. Biggin Hill, that's a military airport. Where's Gatwick? Why can't I see Gatwick? Hello, Novotny. Oh, here it is, Crawley. There you go. I thought it was further north. Yeah, if you fly to Gatwick, you get to see Cliffs of Dover and stuff. But sometimes the Gatwick flight, well, I guess they're generally coming across here if you're going to Europe. Well, you can probably see, yeah, you can see these planes. These are probably all going to Gatwick. So you go over, you can see the Dungeness nuclear power plant down here. Dover's more over here though. Hello, Shill Sport. You should have come along, Random. Rad Weasel was there. I didn't know he was going. I was like, oh, hello. Oh, good. All right, let's. Oh, thank you, Random. Hello, NF. Beautiful. Let's do a little test flight from Gatwick. Not in a glider. We need to try the gliders out, actually. I don't think they've updated them. They should just take everything out of this apart from gliders. It'd be a better game. Let's fly to London City in a small-ish aircraft. Is that the Beluga? No, the Dreamlifter. Oh, yeah. It's weird. I tell you what's really weird with the sim racing shill stuff. I mean, we talk about this a fair bit. Or just shilling in YouTube. Your average person has no idea what the biases are. Your average person thinks that like a random sponsorship or paid flights or something is like the thing that people are biased over. They think that, oh, that's going to be the thing that makes someone like be totally biased to something, right? Like, okay, but not the incessant pressure of being positive, because you will not be successful on YouTube unless you're really overly positive, or the incessant pressure to not be critical, because in all of capitalism, not being critical is massively more beneficial for the individual. It's really weird. Yeah, it's so weird that where people think biases actually are and where biases really are in reality. And let's do this Beach King. Here we go. But you're rambling on again. Always rambling. Yeah. Also, what I think is weird, so there's definitely, like, there's influencers that are purely influencers. They're basically they're just direct marketing. To be fair, I think YouTube is all marketing, even if you're trying not to be, right? But so you have like the pure influencers. influencers, you know, just pure promote influencers. They're not even doing reviews. They're just influencers. I did not want to do that. I'll set that as a rival. Whoa! We got through the floor. So you got pure influencers, but then you have degrees of YouTubers that are degrees of separate. There we go. That are degrees of separate from companies, right? But then you also have the traditional games media, although it's kind of changed quite a lot over the last 10 years. But there's traditional games media, and what I find strange is that there seems to be more scrutiny on independent YouTubers than there is on traditional media, which is really weird because it's as if people are unaware that traditional media, especially in entertainment, is a promotional arm of the entertainment industry. And like, it's just obvious, isn't it, really? If you're employed by a large company as a writer, chances are you're not even going to have the freedom as a writer in many cases. Or like, the company has to have these relationships with these businesses. It's how it all works. So yeah, it's just really weird where people think biases are and where they actually tend to be, I think. We're loading here. You're only biased if you paid double. Oh, hello. Are we working here? I ain't getting any flaps. No, we're ready to fly.
Gatwick Tower GM 7 Golf Foxtrot Yankee 269 are ready at
Whoa!
08 our east departure.
That is not a good camera.
TARS system test. Okay.
What? I can't remember what my bindings are to turn these things off. No. No, that's parking brake. There it is. I haven't played for so long, I forgot. That was cool, playing talking to us. Hello. You're biased towards what pays for... Well, no, but that's on a...
TARS system test. Okay.
What's that for? Oh, parking brakes on. Okay. Let's just go. Why are we still getting an alarm? Rev's not ready. Oh. Oh, my prop angle's wrong. Whoops. Don't mind me, I know what I'm doing. I don't know what all these beeps mean. What is going on here? Oh, there we go. Hang on. Oh yeah, we took off on the right side. Yeah, they're happy beeps, I promise. This plane seems well floaty. You're totally unrelated, but Ace recently released a video on the channel. Aside from cool stuff, they seem to be gaslighting their customer into thinking there's only one proper way to brake. They've been doing this braking obsession for ages. I mean, I don't know what their video is. We could look at it and talk about it, but they seem to be obsessed with this hard brake pedal thing. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Where's my where's my driving line gone? Where's my flight path gone? Where even are we? Let's take landing gear up. Okay. We're flying towards London, that's all that matters. So even my flaps are up. Oh dear, I think the game's just crashed. No, oh no! Wrong button. Oh, I did the wrong button, guys. I did the wrong button. Thank you for subscribing. Ah, dear. I made a big mistake. That's not my flaps. That's the simulator speed. Oh dear, this is a problem. Oh no. Whoa, no. Problem. There we go. Okay. There's no notification on the screen for sim speed. I accidentally turned the sim speed up to like 500 times. we got to Scotland very quickly there. We weren't even flying to Scotland. You've seen a lot in their videos. We can't have featherweight sim racers thinking they can kick like a heavyweight. Just
Gatwick Tower GM7 Golf Foxtrot Yankee 269 are ready at runway
hello, Rise.
our east departure.
Yeah. So it's this. There's this. Yeah, it's the hard pedal obsession, and then also unsensitive pedals, and so there is there's a good argument for that. Like, obviously, if you have a brake pedal that's relatively, like, let's say it's sort of 50 kilograms between, let's say it's between 30 and 100 kilograms of pressure to actuate it, and then the load cell is set to pick up a range of, let's say, 1 kilogram to 100 kilograms. Well, sure, that's a large range of force, which in theory means you've got a wider range to be able to modulate the brake precisely. That's fine. However, the reality is you don't... Well, first of all, that's going to be quite fatiguing on your leg. And if you do sim racing, if you're using 50-60 kilogram brake pedal... people sim race for a lot longer than they typically drive real cars, so that fatigue aspect would actually become more substantial than the input thing. Also, a simulator is totally static. You do not need that degree of, like, so an advantage of a heavy pedal is an isolation from the noise and whatever is going on in the car, and it makes it easier to be precise. Don't need that. So yeah, it's just ignoring. It's another aspect. Well, the sort of hard brake pedal thing. It's another aspect of the sort of I call it the sim delusion, where people literalism, and a sort of deluded view of simulators, where they forget that what a simulator is not the real thing, even if the goal is to try and do the real thing, and so you end up with software developers, hardware manufacturers, real drivers. They'll be like, oh, this is good because it's exactly like the real thing, but then they're forgetting it's not the real thing. So it being exactly like the real thing isn't necessarily a good thing. You have to actually you actually have to break things down for the intrinsic aspects of the specific use case. That's what you have to do, and it's a sort of form of critical thinking, I think, with anything. You have to break things down to their actual component parts and be honest about the actual thing that's happening. And a lot of people really struggle with that, especially in simulation. So, also though, for marketing and business, there's a whole thing in sim racing that, it's the whole sort of realism thing, isn't it? It's a whole thing of making money, because part of why a lot of people spend money on sim equipment is the idea that it's a realistic, you're getting closer to the real thing. No, I know, Kat. I saw you random. You did a video. I didn't watch it, but I can guess what you said in it. Yeah, I've been saying this for years. It's like this obsession. It's an obsession with realism that, ironically, isn't actually realism. That's what's funny about it. It's an obsession of an idea of realism, whilst it's selective realism. Yeah, it's selective realism, basically. Okay, maybe a bit more engine power would be good. This plane flies well weird. Okay, let's not turn the sim speed up this time. Oh, I think I've got the wrong force feedback profile. That's probably why it feels a bit weird. You just bought VRS wheelbase for the second time. You bought... No, the VRS wheelbase feels nice. Like, the thing is... all you need to ask yourself is... oh, yeah, we're at Gatwick Airport. I was like, hang on, we're not at Heathrow. Yes, we're going north. Yeah, the all these DD wheels are really nice. They're good fun. Worth owning for enjoyment. It's just this weird... yeah, it's selective realism, I think, is the problem. And then, well, using that... the whole thing's a bit weird. But also, right, what is or isn't realistic in the consumer's mind is actually completely separate to what the reality of what is or isn't realistic. So, for example, most people think that, or a good proportion of people think iRacing is very, very realistic, and it is compared to a lot of things. It has aspects that are very realistic. Or if you were to ask your average person, they would think that Gran Turismo was really realistic, and in some ways it is. But then also what people frame as realistic is based off like a consensus view of what's realistic rather than the actual intrinsic components of something, which is really weird. It's just argument from authority, though. I think that's what everything devolves into, really. As soon as the more complex something is, the more people get prone to just the more the consensus view will be an argument from authority, because it's harder for an individual to be able to critically assess what something is or isn't. So that's why propaganda's so powerful. No, I know, right? Yeah, well, it's the thing, isn't it? It's like, right, AC1, its handling's fine. Richard Burns Rally, its handling is fine. Dirt Rally 1, its handling is fine. Right? Great. And those are fine. Okay. Even AMS1, the handling is fine. But what about the online gameplay? What about single player? What about actual gameplay? Actual features, well-designed single player, well-designed hot lap challenges. Actual things like actual interesting different cars. That's more important than if the tyre model in X specific situation does certain temperature behavior. Yeah, and then yeah, totally arbitrary realism. Yeah, it's arbitrary realism though as well, isn't it? Because it's like, well, okay, there's infinite complexity in a physics engine, or the potential complexity, but your average player doesn't even notice any of that complexity or understand it at all. So what is the point of a developer having XYZ supposedly very realistic thing that most people don't notice anyway, but it took up all the time of development? The only point of it is so they can put on the box, it's really realistic, but nobody knows what realistic is anyway. Yeah, but then I think what the reason it happens like that is because racing sims are a result of like super nerdy people that are interested in physics doing their physics projects, and then some people trying to turn that into a commercial product, and then they're normally small teams and it's a niche, so that's why you end up with these super arbitrary components. Then you have the aspect that you're, from a marketing perspective, the idea of is something realistic is a very easy concept for people to understand, like photorealism and stuff. And so it's an easy thing, well, in theory, it's an easy thing for someone to go, oh, that's good, they've done a good job, that'll be interesting. So the photorealism thing, even more so, is you go, well, look, this game's visually photorealistic. Oh, they've done a good job. I want to play that because I want to see the most photorealistic game. So it's very easy to market, and therefore it's easy to then sell because it's an easy concept to market. So with the racing simulator, if you can convince people it's very realistic, then you're selling a concept of, this is letting me drive. I want to drive a real race car, but I can't afford it. This game is letting me drive a real race car. There you go. And it's letting me drive it better than some other simulator. The irony being, A, they're normally not more realistic or realistic in different areas, and B, most people wouldn't actually want to drive real race cars. and C, realistic, if it was genuinely realistic, it wouldn't actually be very fun as a game in many scenarios. So it's all like, it's all based off, like, it's like a delusional lie sandwich. Yeah, well, so the reason why publishers choose graphics over gameplay is because gameplay requires you to play the game to understand it. It's too complex to put in a blurb, whereas graphics, you can show a video on YouTube or in the past a screenshot, and people would instantly look at that and they go, oh, wow, that looks good, I think I'll give that a go. So from a marketing perspective, that's the value of graphics. Andy B, I'm going nowhere near this game. I'm a mute. Oh, it's gone. Thanks, Andy B. Enjoyed your contribution. Andy, type your comment again. Can we slow the comments down, please, guys? I'm too dumb. Why's my trim not working? Type your comment again. I need to get the chat. Was that on YouTube? Let me see if this breaks the game. I'll put YouTube on my other screen. There we go. Okay, now I can see the chat for longer. I'm going nowhere near this game. I'm a music producer, except I get no music done because I spend all my time coming last in sim racing. Yeah, this is a time sink as well. There we go. Let's fly to Heathrow. I spent too much time in London these last 3 years. It's terrible. Looks nice from the air though. Oh, is that King's Cross? That's King's Cross underneath me, and London St Pancras. I know that's Euston. Euston and King's Cross. That's Euston underneath me. And then King's Cross. That's so funny that people get the tube, right? They take the tube. There's the London British Museum, I think. Yeah, the BT Tower. So many people get the tube from Euston to King's Cross. It's like, it's easier to walk. It is genuinely easier to walk because you don't have to walk down steps. It's really weird. So there's so many train stations in London because they were all private companies. And so they all just built their own train stations going into the city. So that's why there's like 15 major train stations all going in the same directions. Yeah, you see there in front of our nose, that's King's Cross. No, actually, that's London St Pancras. And then King's Cross to the right of it. And then Euston just exactly on a nose cone. Well, the worst thing with the tube is when some stops are so far, like you have to walk so far between the stations. That you might as well not. Okay, let's go to London Heathrow. This aircraft sounds like it's not going very fast. We're doing 160 airspeed. Feels like the engines aren't working. Weird, we've got the prop forwards. Oh, very strange. Well, a plane would. It depends what plane you're flying. To Charles de Gaulle. The problem is the airport thing. Waiting for 2 hours at the airport is the problem. Right, if you take, let's say, a passenger jet, it's what? So we have to wait for an hour and a half on Eurotunnel. Eurotunnel takes, I think, 2 hours to Paris, 2.5 hours. Oh, it might be like, yeah, no, like 2.5. Good, like it's probably works out about 5 hours on the Eurotunnel, and it probably works. If you were to get into the airport straight away, you could. Maybe you could beat it with the plane. The problem is Eurotunnel's depressing. That's the issue with Eurotunnel. It's just so depressing. Like, it's more depressing than airports. It shouldn't be. It should be that you turn up, they check your passport, and you're happy days. But it's terrible. They make you sit in this terrible room in London, and then yeah, it's just miserable. The train's not too bad, but it just feels super run down now. It's pretty good achievement that they've managed to make trains worse than flying, because flying's pretty bad. But you know, it's because private companies always get the best value out of things. Yeah, it's terrible in London. And the one in Brussels is awful as well. The waiting room, yeah. It should be like they should have really comfortable seats. It should be really pleasant, and they should make it part of the nice thing. They have a tiny little cafe with overpriced stuff in the corner. Yeah, it's really weird. So what they do have, they have lounge. You know, they have like business lounge in some of the. I don't know where the Euston one is, but then that's separate to the waiting room. So you'd still have to go into the crappy waiting room, even if you stayed in the train lounge. And the train lounges are like bog standard, you know, sort of like airport lounge, like a budget airport lounge. Well, we're just testing some stuff out, just a game. But this is a sim update, so we're just testing things out here, seeing what it's like, seeing if it crashes, see if I notice anything different. It's a bit of it's Heathrow Airport. You've never been on a train? I use trains loads. I'm taking the same flight path here that I took on the when I came back from Cologne. This is the landing path we took. Well, we were a little bit further to the north, but yeah, hopefully it's mostly just. Hopefully it's more stable. I'm only getting 22 FPS here. I might need to turn the graphics down a bit. Ah. You can go to the toilet, but you'll have to clean it up afterwards. Which airport? Which runway should we land on? Let's land on the left-hand side. Why not? This plane sounds pathetic. Maybe the rotors are rotating very quickly. Well, Just a Gamer, fortunately Nvidia have released a really affordable graphics card called a 5090, and they've got lots of stock of them, and they're so affordable that everyone can buy them, and everyone can now play games on high settings. It's just like the 90s when the Voodoo 2 came out. So it's really good times to be a gamer. I'm on a 3080. I mean, I guess the new AMD graphics card's pretty good performance to price. Oh dear. It didn't like that much flap. Oh look, we can see a plane coming into land there. It's every 2 minutes there's a plane going into Heathrow, so we'll slot in behind this guy, probably in front of another guy. He's disappeared. Oh, there he is. That's pretty cool. We're like really high up. Oh well. Oh, there's another one. Look. Let's see if we got prop wash here. We're within 2 miles of this aircraft, so that's it. We should be getting fined. It's crazy how they line them up for Heathrow. We should get run over by another passenger jet, to be honest. Because we haven't talked to air traffic control at all. We should literally be about to collide with a plane. Let's see if we do. Imagine just coming, just sticking your aircraft into the world's busiest. Oh man. Oh. Ah, yeah, Sim's really stable. That worked well. Yeah, so they fixed the stability of the simulator. So that's good. It was too much. Maybe another plane flew into us and they've simulated dying in the sim. That was great. Oh no, where's my profiles gone? My presets. It's only an early access. I don't know how you actually load a preset. It's got like auto preset matching. Unload preset, but I want to load a preset. Hang on, what's this? That's new settings. Oh, what is going on here? Yeah, but now this doesn't have my presets. They've all gone. Oh, import preset. Okay. Great UI. Oh, here we go. Oh, no. Where did I save them to? I can't even remember. Can't even remember where I saved my presets to. 'Cause it's... Oh well, we can always make a new one. Seems to have the my bindings are working, so oh, okay, so we have to make new. Fair enough. But at least my hardware collective is working. That's the main thing. Oh, I had some nice presets. Oh well. Fortunately, I wasted so much of my life messing around with this. We'll be able to quickly tweak new ones. I don't know what this MCLS model. I like it when people use abbreviations. Without even explaining what it is. Maybe like multi something. Just power. Okay. Roll. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Oh no, hang on. Something's appeared there. But not that. That appears. Okay. What? Elevator transmission coefficient. Oh, it's just like forces applied through whatever's going on with physics. Okay. Fair enough. Happy weekend. Nvidia is an AI company. Yeah. Well, they're a silicon company, aren't they? They'll do whatever sells the most. Silicone. The main thing with force feedback joysticks is this airspeed, setting the because everything scales within this. I think with driving simulator, so there's definitely at the moment with racing simulators, there's a problem in that you have the force feedback actually needs to be scaled on speed to some extent, in the sense that the range in a race car is really high. So if let's say you got downforce, if you're going really fast, that's a lot of pressure on a tire, and that's a lot of like range of like the tire loading and unloading. But if you were to try to scale that within 15 Newton meters, it means that you're only really getting the range of forces are only really happening between when you're at high speed and then the tyre loses grip at high speed. So, whereas what you really need are the details in force feedback to be there when you're at low speed and there's not so much load on the tyre, and to really expand the information coming out to the force feedback wheel at those lower speeds. Like you need higher resolution and more dynamic force feedback at lower speed than you do high speed. I'm not quite sure how you approach that as a developer. But it's weird that SimStar, flight sim stuff. Yeah, just reverse the code. Also, you can only, at the moment, with most sims, the dynamic range only appears more when you've turned the force feedback up really high, but you end up with this huge like chunk of force like that you're pushing against. There's a huge like 8 Newton meters, 9 Newton meters of force that's not doing anything, but it's then making the actual dynamic part really murky. So you have to crank up like your force feedback to then be able to get the dynamic range out of the bit of the force feedback that has the dynamic range in it. It's really messed up. But yeah, flight sim stuff gives you the option to change strength and things based off speed and other factors. I'm thinking maybe driving sims, if they allowed you to do that, might help. But yeah, the difficulty is like, well, how do you transition it from low speed to high speed in a way that's seamless? Oh yeah, maybe it is the steering rack thing. Like maybe there is a way of generating the force feedback directly from the contact patch, and maybe there's a way that you analyze the transient effects rather than approaching it in a literal, oh well, this is 0 to 100. Software analyzes the where the transience is occurring and then somehow conveys that transience to the player more directly, or amplifies where the transience is. There'll be an analog of this with synthesizers where you select, or you can automate selecting specific frequencies. In fact, that is actually how a dynamic EQ works on a synthesizer. Is it also how compressors operate? So yeah, this can 100% be done because you can do it with music. So what you need is a sim racing equivalent of either a compressor or a some form of dynamics. I'm sure it can be done. If you can do it with music, and force feedback is it's just a signal. But I don't think developers have any time for this. It's far too abstract. Yeah, when you see the deer, you know what's going on. Well, my game seemed to be running slower here, so let's see what graphics we can do. Hang on. What's happened to my what's it called? The frame thing we had installed. I go away from this game for like 2 months or like a month, and I can't. I can't remember anything. Shouldn't this be on the? What was it? What was the thing called? The frame generation we were using. It's got rid of it with the update. Oh no. Yeah, we turned hags off. Got depressed with Rensport. I think Rensport's all right. I just think it lacks a hook. What you need hags on for it to work. Why do you need what does hag stand for? Hardware accelerated. Why does hags need to be on for this? Okay, let's turn it back on. Why does it need to be on? Is it hook GPU scheduling? Why did we turn it off? What were we doing? Well, okay, we'll turn it back on. We turned it off for something else. No, I don't want to set to default. No, I thought I said cancel. I'll just reset it all to default. It doesn't matter. Jesus Christ. I meant to. The user interface design on these is so bad. I meant to click. I meant to click on the menu, ignore, but it only had reset to default. Why would that be the thing? Who would want? Why would you put reset to default next to the back option? Like, you would put that somewhere. The people that design this stuff should be executed. It's so bad. It's honestly so dumb. Let's get hags on here. Why is hags in Windows a separate? Who the fuck is designing this shit? Fuck me, honestly, guys. Right, it's so shit. It like why Windows? Oh, so you got to go to this other Windows setting that's not in the other graphic settings to turn something on that's also not good for something else. But then you can't just turn it on in the game. The game that's developed by the people that make the operating system. Are they actually completely effing stupid? I mean, they're not. They just don't talk with each other and it's big business. And yet we have all these debates all the time about how good business is for practicality and optimization. God. Jesus Christ. They're mental. Right, where's hags? I can't remember where it is. It's in like advanced display setting, advanced display settings. No, where is it in Windows? I can't remember. Well, neither the private or public sector are necessarily efficient. It's a case by case basis. You can't assume that just because something's private. You can't just assume just because something's private that it'll be better, and you can't assume just because something's publicly owned it'll be better. That's the point. The mistake is assuming one is better than the other by default. Oh, I've got to restart my PC. Okay, fine. We'll do that. Right, now we know why we had hags turned on. Last time we were doing something else and we turned it off. Let's restart. I'm going to make a cup of tea. I just... It's so dumb, guys. Games should be made by the government. Well, they actually, if the government actually has good tax incentives, then technically the government is making games or making games possible. Unfortunately, in the UK, theatre industry gets some tax stuff, film industry does, but the games industry was completely ignored. So the UK was in a leading position with video games, which are, you know, not known for making lots of money, of course. And then the British government basically totally neglected it. And a lot of the industry moved over to America. So... right, yeah, exactly. Well, that's the point. The only point is that both public or private can be done terribly. So a private company, if there's competition, that's normally what causes efficiency, having competition. And that's why most private companies move away to monopolies or try and move out of competitive environments, because it's more profitable for them to not be in competition. So that's exactly why private companies monopolize. And when there's competition, private companies generally do operate better. The more competition, the more efficient they will generally be. With public companies, it depends on like the democratic institutions of a given country and how well the democracy is run. So generally speaking, though, the point is, if something's owned, it might be inefficient, but if it's owned by the people, let's log in here. If it's owned by the people, then it's owned by the people. So even if it's inefficient, at least the people own it, not some like minority, like a small group of people. But yeah, you do need like actual. I mean, if you had any publicly owned business should face competition as well from internal departments or private departments, you know. But yeah, both can be terrible. That's the key thing. I don't know. Well, I know why it's happened. They obviously, private companies are motivated to market the idea that private's inherently better than public. I wonder why. I've not paid my gaming license. I often struggle with that. Right, let's try this again. Get some music on here. I need a cup of tea. Nice. You can totally understand why people just play iRacing or just play one simulator. Because if you go away from a sim for a few months, it's like when you're using a sim, you forget all the BS that you did to get it to work. And because it's all you're used to, once you put the BS in, it's a small amount to update things and deal with the BS in the future. But if you then use multiple sims or you go away from it, you then have to go through a sort of process of BS again. Yeah, the term efficiency. Yeah, well that, yeah. Yeah, the idea. Well, the word efficiency is entirely dependent on the context in which it's applied to, and a what's it called? Like, what's it called where you put something in front of a word for it to make sense? So like, you can't just use the word. It's like saying good or bad, efficient or inefficient. You can't say them on their own. You'd have to say in what. You'd have to give it a context. So yeah, you could say, well, the education department and education in the UK is really inefficient, right? There's a lot of wastefulness. It could be more efficient. It's like, well, in what ways? You'd have to say how, why. But even if something is inefficient in a generalized sense, you'd have to be like, well, is an alternative more efficient, and does just efficiency automatically make things better? Like, some things are inefficient but are actually quite good whilst being inefficient. Like playing a driving simulator is not an efficient use of your time. Yeah, I think flight sims are more about setting up, aren't they? That's what flight sim is like. It's like a real flight though. You have to spend more time on the ground planning. So really, they've nailed it. Oh no, someone's made an inefficient choice. Thanks, Boomap. Appreciate the sub. 37 months of inefficiency. What a disaster. What a loser. They really nailed the feeling of filing your flight plan. That feeling of anticipation. Oh, the deer's coming, don't worry. Right, just this load bar and this right now, I think is offensive. Like, wasn't it better with Microsoft Flight Simulator that you load up the game and it's in Windows, and then you just select what you want in Windows, and then you go and load to the flight? Like, this whole loading process and what's going on now is purely because of games consoles, and because you need everything to be in a single sort of graphic instance. Well, it's kind of preload because the menu is the game as much as the actual in-game is, if that makes sense. So there was this sort of philosophy of game design that half-assed happened, where the idea is that the menu, like as soon as you're in the menu, you're in the game, and so that whole thing of like 3D menus and backgrounds and game assets in menus. Whereas in the past, it would be segmented up more. You'd be like, right, the menu is the menu, and the game is the game, and we're gonna load the specific relevant chunk of the game that is relevant. In fairness, with a flight sim, why has it just got quick to desktop and no options on the screen? In fairness, with a flight sim, you know, you got a whole globe there. There's all the people flying around and things, and they'll try and do like a sort of simulated Earth. So, kind of makes sense with flight sim. Why am I stuck on this with just this quick to desktop? Like what? No, I don't want to leave flight sim, but I'd like to play it. Who? Microsoft. What is this? This is ridiculous. This is after this is an update to the simulator, after your completely atrocious launch of the game, and I'm able to load the game in a way where I can't see anything on the screen. Are you actually mental? How is this acceptable? This is supposed to be like a casual game for idiots as well. Okay, let's try loading it again. This game is a fucking joke. Like Flight Sim 2020, right, was not this bad, and this is supposed to be a sequel. How have they fucked it so bad? It's unbelievable, guys. Actually unbelievable. The reason they've done this is for games console, I think, is that they needed a way. So they obviously realised games consoles have a limited amount of space. They want to do a lot of data streaming, and they want to be able to monetize the marketplace indefinitely. And they also want to be able to monetize it on different platforms. They want to be platform agnostic, because potentially they could bring this out on the PlayStation as well. So Microsoft is seeing themselves as trying to build platform agnostic software. Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 was not platform agnostic. Like, it required a large amount of hard drive space. It didn't particularly do a lot of streaming. So it would limit the platforms it could be on, and you wouldn't be able to have a large amount of data that could work seamlessly on the games consoles. So in order to be able to support dog shit gaming platforms for a simulator that isn't really suited to those dog shit platforms, they then ruined the entire game to package it for the dog shit platform. I mean, if they could pull it off, it would be really impressive. They're not idiots. I know the people working on this. They're working really hard. It's just it's overall design choices and and choices promoted through monetization. Because fundamentally, it's just capitalism. It's just business. Hello, John Hartley Sim. Welcome to Gamer Muscle is grumpy about Flight Sim. We're back to loading screens. It's the fun part of this. Oh, we got a menu this time. That's good. Appreciate that, Microsoft. I like me. Oh dear. Looping video in the background isn't annoying, right? Can we please just devote some time to get a PC version with different UI at least? No. Why would they do that? They need everything to be unified across everything. I mean, it does make sense in that there's more people with games consoles than there are with PCs, so you should really design your software for what you're selling it for. But I don't think the problem is PCs are the better platform for simulators, specifically due to the custom hardware support, the fact that you can spend a lot of money to buy really fast computer components for the needs of a simulator, right? So the consumer of a PC or a simulator is willing to spend more money for a very specific niche thing, right? That's why simulators are typically on PC and not on consoles. The thing is, if you're going to make a flight sim for console, you should design the whole game for console. This is always the problem with software development and games development. You have to design for the platform that you want it to be used on. This applies to everything. It's like if you're making a game, like a golf game, and you're going to use a ball mouse, like a trackball, you can build a really good game around that trackball, but you then design the game to work with that trackball. If you're designing a game for a mobile phone with its touchscreen and how that works and how you tend to use a phone, well, you design it vertically and you'd be like, okay, well, we make sure the game mechanics don't require dexterity and it's maybe less buttons and there's less options on the screen. But you could design a really good game for that thing. It's like, that's what you have to do, and that's what happens. Like, you can't magically design something that works for everything. There's a fundamentally different platform when it comes to interactive experiences. you can't just magically make everything work on every platform with, it's all you end up creating is something that's crap on every single platform. It's like you can't build a race car that's also a good road car. Like, it just physically cannot be done. So you have to compromise too much of the race ar to make it into a good road car, and you have to compromise too much of the road car to make it into a good race car. A road car, you want to be good at low speeds, good in traffic, good visibility, comfortable, warm, not prone to condensation stuff, good acoustics, quiet, smooth driving, or like fuel efficient, or all these things. In a race car, you want it to be as light as possible, as maneuverable as possible. That's it, really. Like, as maneuverable and light as possible. All things that are completely, as fast as possible. All things that are not relevant to a road car that's going to be driven in traffic at 70 miles an hour at the most of the time. The race car doesn't even need to be reliable, really. I mean, it does, but not to the same. It needs to be reliable within the context of racing, not leaving a car in a garage and leaving it and not doing anything with it. So, yeah. Anyway. But the new Descenders game's really nice. The Descenders Next is really good. There's a demo. Download that, guys. It's really good fun. Really nicely designed game as well. There are good games being made. What was I going to do? The career mode was totally broken. I was just doing some free flights whilst we try and work stuff out here. We've already had the game crash once, so the stability doesn't seem to be fixed. Oh yeah, we're going to do the graphic stuff. Yeah, Command and Conquer stuff's good. The old stuff, yeah, it's good. Right. I might need to fake the time of day. What? Like, what is this? Everything's so clunky in this. $50.90 brings us. Yeah, $50.90 costs like £3,000 though. This game, look, it runs reasonably well on relative to the equipment used with it. Yeah, Descenders Next really good. I was playing it on the Steam Deck. It's really fun. It's not quite as like focused and snappy as some of the older snowboarding games, but it's fun in and of itself. I've only played the demo though. Yeah, let's see if Frame Gem's back. Where was the frame gen set? Oh, here we go. Thanks, Geoda. I'm sorry if I'm a bit grumpy, guys. I'm just tired.
DD girl.
DD girl. I'm just exhausted for some reason. I wanted a nice flight. I probably just need to eat something. I've only had a bowl of cereal today. Let's fly to Cologne. Seemed bubbly. Yeah, I just wanted it to work, you know. That's the problem. That's a philosophical lesson. Wants only bring disappointment. So you should never want for anything. You should just accept how things are. But then if you never wanted anything, would you take the action to go for something that you might want? So you can want stuff. Yeah, you can want stuff or you can aim for something that you think you want, but you should be and you can use that as a guide, but you should never have the expectation that you're going to get what you want, and you should accept the thing that's happening whilst trying to achieve what you want. There you go, a bit of stoicism. Fuck that, I say. No, but you know, sometimes you just want to sit down and play a bloody video game whilst talking bollocks to your viewers. That's loser talk. No, I'm just hungry, that's all. I want never gets. Well, it does if you're a billionaire and you buy a government. Doesn't get you a personality though, does it? Oh shit, I needed a better aeroplane. I don't like this aeroplane. Mostly because of how it sounds. There's a plane parked in a shed there. Oh dear, that's not how you land. Oh yeah, so I went to the British Museum the other day because I was in London on my way. Thanks for subscribing. I was in London on my way back from Cologne. So I went in the British Museum because I wanted to look at the Rosetta Stone because I couldn't. I'd seen it when I was a kid, but I couldn't remember, and I wanted to look at it up close. Because pictures, actually, there are some interesting points about it if you're into that kind of thing. But the funny thing is, there's a crowd of people around the Rosetta Stone, right? And I'm changing aircraft here, and it's really weird because actually the Rosetta Stone is culturally, what is going on? Culturally, it's interesting, but from a sort of sense of wonder of ancient objects and things, I think it's not as exciting as like some of the objects that are like next to it that are 3,000 years old that aren't behind perspex and you could touch if you wanted to. You're not meant to, but you could. Like the Rosetta Stone is relevant because it was the first way that we managed to translate hieroglyphs, right? So it's interesting. It's got an interesting story and narrative behind it, but the object itself isn't actually any more interesting and is definitely less interesting than objects that are around. Objectively speaking, there's older objects and there's objects with much more interesting hieroglyphs and stuff. So it's just really weird that there's like this. It's behind perspex and there's a big crowd of people around it, and then also it turns out there's like 6 other Rosetta Stones in a sense. Obviously, the Rosetta Stone in the British Museum is specific to when we recently, well, in the last sort of 200 years ago, worked out hieroglyphs. But there's other artifacts that have been used to translate things in a similarly significant way. So yeah, so the interesting thing with the Rosetta Stone is though that the hieroglyphs on the top of it are like really flat, and I think it's because maybe because they were using it in a fortification after it, after it was taken from the original use, it was just used as a building block. Maybe like the water had like run down it or something. But it's interesting that the hieroglyphs are really like washed out or more washed out, very flat hieroglyphs. And then as you go down the Rosetta Stone, stuff's more like defined. But I wonder if that's because the hieroglyphs were like etched onto it in as quick a way as possible, or if that's because it's been eroded away, which is just interesting because you can't see that in pictures, that aspect of it. But also interesting, if you look at a lot of hieroglyphs on a lot of Egyptian stuff, they're quite deep. Like they're quite pronounced. Like how deep do you need to dig into stone to like have a hieroglyph? Like, do you know what I mean? It's like it's quite committed, the hieroglyph text, whereas other text isn't necessarily like that. So the depth of hieroglyphs, I think, is quite interesting. Something I hadn't thought about. There you go. I'm sure you guys love that information. A museum simulator. Well, there's a museum sort of sim museum game that's just coming out actually. I want a turboprop that's quick. War Museum's great. Yeah, but a bit. Once you've done a war museum, they're a bit boring, I think. There's not much reason to go back to them. It depends on the war museum, to be honest. Well, that was when the Rosetta Stone was first carved, right? But not when they found, like, they only found it in like the 1800s. What occurred to me as well is that hieroglyphs, right? They don't contain that much information, but they're written really big. So it's like a really bad font. Like 5 hieroglyphs is like a word, right? And that takes up, like, even if you do hieroglyphs really small, if you want to do a sentence, you're gonna need to write like 4 meters of hieroglyphs, even if they're like under a centimeter. It's really an awful font. And it hadn't occurred to me, because I thought that hieroglyphs were, each one was like a word, but actually they're not. They're like sounds, and then the end one can apply a word, and there's different ways in how it goes together. But it's like a whole picture can literally just be a equivalent of a vowel. But yeah, there you go, fascinating. Also, I didn't know about the royal box for hieroglyphs. Like, at some point, like 1,500 years into the Egyptian period, someone was like, I am royalty, and therefore I demand my stamp and name be placed within a royal box, and forever royalty will be put within a box. And so so then for thousands of years, all royals had like a box over the name. It's so stupid. Because one guy was like, I want a box. That was Pharaoh IKEA. He liked his boxes. Right, let's go to let's fly to Cologne. Yeah, I want to learn more about it. A really inefficient font made by the Egyptian government. Just think, if the Egyptians didn't spend all their time writing these hieroglyphs, just think what they could have done. They could have got so much more writing done. They were just there busy writing everything. It took them ages. Mind you, they didn't seem to be in a rush, because it didn't take like hundreds of years to build the pyramids. Also, another thing that is weird with the museum and mummies in a museum is that, like, somebody died in like 3,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, and then they were mummified, and their family and stuff were like, oh no, our 17-year-old daughter's dead. She was beautiful. Let's mummify her so we can offset our sadness of our child's death. And then, because mummifying makes everything better, doesn't matter what it is, mummify it, it's a good time. So this like girl is mummified, and they're like, oh wow, she'll live eternally, she'll go to heaven or whatever, you know, God will bless her. And then 3,500 years, well, 4,000 years later, no, she's not. She's in a little glass, she's in a perspex cabinet with thousands of tourists looking at her corpse. That's not the burial that they had in mind. Imagine if you were to go back to them and you go, right, you're burying your daughter, just to let you know, she's going to be in a glass cabinet as a thing for tourists to gawk at in a few thousand years' time. Just so you know, if you do this now, she's going to be in a glass cabinet. I know you're sad. I know you're mummifying her and you want her to go to heaven, but she's going to be in a glass cabinet. Do you still want to mummify her? Maybe that would be honourable for them, though. You know. It is just a bit weird how things end up compared to what people probably intended. Let's go. It seems to be a plane on the runway. Don't let that. Oh, my frame rate's terrible. Bloody hell. It's 18 FPS. What's going on? Landing gear up. Yeah, that's not a bad takeoff considering it was at like 5 FPS. Flaps up. Bloody hell, we had the flaps on the wrong setting and everything. Yeah, the force feedback tends to break down when you get below 30 FPS for some reason. Oh, this plane had insane lift. Like, they have so much power, these... I mean, this is just a little private jet. Oh. Oh, please don't kill me. Yeah, well, yeah, they'd probably be like, hang on, what's glass? A what cabinet? What? A what? A what? A what? Oh, of course, they wouldn't even say that. They'd say, that was ancient Egyptian. They'd have actually said, go on, Cree, Chauvin, cabinet, Chauvin. In this game I haven't in real life. I'd like to see the pyramids in real life, but I don't really feel like going to Egypt. To be honest. I'd like to go up the Nile like a crocodile. But just the noise and the heat and stuff is not appealing to me. I think they've changed the volume level in this. I don't know. Here we go, beautiful. What's going on with my... Why is my my hardware collective doesn't seem to be working too well? Okay. Well. Frame generation is so good for flight sims in 2D. It's really, really good. So there's the thing with frame gen is that you need, it's not good for latency. It introduces latency and it won't make something smooth that isn't smooth. Where it is good though is if you're playing like something where you're not moving a mouse quickly, like a flight sim. If you can get like 45 FPS consistently. Because the image is mostly, you know, you're not doing stunt flying. If you're flying passenger jets, it's a very consistent image. So this is the kind of situation that is absolutely the best thing that you could ever do with frame gen. It's the one situation where frame gen is actually good even with lower performance. Whereas most games, if you have a low frame rate, frame gen just introduces more latency and worse performance. Matty, you respect ancient Egyptians because they really liked cats. Until you start using head tracking. Well, yeah, but it depends on the head tracking you're using, doesn't it? I don't know. Should be alright with track IR because that's only 60 Hz and then you're not moving your head around quickly, or I don't know, I've not tried it. Why is it not good with head tracking? Problem I have, personally, I can't really use head tracking because it triggers my motion sickness, like, unless it's VR. It's the River Thames there, we'll just... Don't get me started on Graham Hancock. Yeah, I don't know. I think for me, I think the issue is because I have like an issue with my inner ear for like sickness and balancing and stuff. I've learned to like keep my head still and move my eyes more. And then when I have to use track IR, I have to move my head more, and then the image doesn't match up on purpose. This is how it works, and it's not good. No, we don't need the Graham Hancock lecture again. I can't be bothered. The thing is, the realization that I think people need to have is that you'll have like terrible things happening, or like a lack of skepticism. Is that ice or crack? Hang on. Oh no, it's part of the engine, the front nose cowl. The problem with like when you have people not being critical and really dumb stuff happening, and people voting for really dumb things, or people just falling for total BS, it's not something that can be fixed by explaining to someone why it's BS. You can't, in the moment, you can't say to them, this is why. Like, you can't go, this evidence, this just, you know, someone can't process that. It doesn't, the brain doesn't understand it. What you need is like 10 years, 5 to 10 years of critical thinking training, and then someone will automatically identify what's BS. So it's like with religious, like someone that's super religious, or believes in like crystals, or, you know, all those things. You could tell, so you could go, oh, that magnetic wristband, do you know that's bollocks? Because, well, and you can explain the blood's not ferromagnetic, there's no evidence to support it, there's been double-blind trials. The problem is the person that believes in it won't process that factual information. They won't get it. It's pointless. So what you have to start with, if you see someone like promoting bollocks, non-critical thinking stuff, you have, instead of addressing the specific thing, you have to suggest, oh, have you checked out this skeptical thing? Something completely unrelated that's not dismissing what they currently believe in. You can't fix these things immediately. It's like if you're, it's actually really analogous to like driver coaches in real cars, where someone's learning to drive and the driver coach is going, oh, brake now, brake. Oh, third gear left. You need to hit the apex. It's like, that is completely effing useless. It's actually stupid. You need to look at telemetry and explain telemetry and explain what's good apexing, or show the process over a longer period of time. You can't just magically teach someone in a corner where they should be apexing. They don't have the framework. I don't know what an apex is. I've not seen one. Yeah, you have to build things up from a much earlier position, and the annoying thing with that from a teaching perspective is it's very tedious and it's not rewarding. So yeah, so and also it just means we're screwed, because when you get really bad politics and stuff, it takes 15, it would take 10 to 15 years for things to improve. Also, the opposite's true as well. Now in the UK, we're seeing the damage of 15 years of conservatism and 40 years of neoliberalism, conservatism, Reaganomics. So it takes as much time, if not more, to repair the damage that's done by that. It's not going to get fixed in like 5 years or 10 years. So, so, yeah. Well, Labour did do some stuff that was bad. Yeah, I don't like Labour, so don't get me wrong. But yeah, neoliberalism is Labour and Conservative. Conservatives are worse, but yeah, it's a shame that things just take a long time to fix. You can break stuff quickly, though. Look at this. The channel crossing on the right there. This looks exactly how it looks like in real life, which is pretty impressive. No, I know Carlton Banks. The problem is it's too complicated to explain to someone why that's the case. And they would have had to have spent probably at least 1 or 2 years reading a bit of like political history, economics, to understand what causes what, you know. So you can't just say to someone, oh, that's what's happened. They wouldn't get it. Like it's all with all information. A lot of information and communication is dependent on sort of pre-existing context. Otherwise, the words are just words. They don't mean anything. It's a bit bright, this sim. We could do with... I don't know if we can turn the brightness down. Hello. I like that she's not wearing makeup. I'd like... Maybe she is. I think makeup should be illegal. That's my controversial view. I think people generally look better without makeup. That's why I don't wear makeup. I mean, there's a balance, isn't there? Like, you could... I think... There's a balance. And then you'll get people going, well, people should do what they want to do. And it's like, yeah, but do people actually make decisions based off what they actually want to do? Look at this, flying up. So we just clip Holland. Well, it's the same with guys and men and women. The thing is, though, you can use makeup to hide your ugliness, can't you? Oh, I'm overspeeding again. Always doing this. So I don't know how much, though. Like there's a crossover point where you could be. So if you use a lot of makeup, this is men and women. If you have a lot of makeup, you can end up looking worse than you'd look like with no makeup. But some people would generally, you know, they would look better with makeup. So there'll be a sweet spot for each person. Yeah, but what's natural? That's the difficulty, isn't it? That's like for me, my natural look is no hair. So, yeah, what is... I mean, I like... yeah, like shaved head on a woman, perfect. you know the hair's not going to block up the shower, and that is the most important thing. To be honest, I think it's hard to hide your face shape. If you shave your head, people are going to be able to know if you've got a good shaped head. Like hair, you can hide your head quite effectively with hair. So it really is a bit of a scam. It's a bit of a trick. So I think it should be legal, a legal requirement that everybody has a shaved head. Yeah, it just saves time. Well, it doesn't. You have to shave your head every like 4 days. Shade it. Well, some people might say it allows a person to play the character that they want to play rather than be an alter ego, and then you can get into this sort of territory of what is the what is a real person, which part of them's real. Like, is it the part that was preordained, or is it the one that they've chosen more, which is an actual expression of self? And then you could probably say, well, does it matter? Does it matter? It'd be quite funny if we paused the simulation here and just kept this view and just kept talking. Don't think people would notice. Oh, we've got some what's it called? What's the conspiracy with the water behind the plane? Chemtrails, that's it. I'm deploying my chemtrail. Chemtrail conspiracy. Everyone, I like it. You know the world's like messed up when everybody instantly knows the stupid conspiracies. You can't escape it. See, when I was flying over this in real life, I was trying to see if I could see Zandvoort, but I'm not sure where it is relative to the... I think it's quite far north up the Dutch coast. Well, the thing with the chemtrail conspiracy that's weird is that you don't really need the conspiracy. You could be like, hang on, yeah, there's spraying chemicals out of a plane, but it's like, no, that's how a plane works. Like a plane engine is taking fuel, burning it and ejecting it, and sometimes they have to emergency land and they just dump the fuel without burning it. So yeah, there are and then the water vapor is blocking the sunlight and affecting the climate in various ways, probably not positively. So like, what's weird, it's almost convenient that you'd be like, hang on a minute, we're part of a fuel oil industry. How do we get people not to talk about the pollution that planes do or mitigate it? Let's magnify stupid conspiracies so that whenever someone has a legitimate point to make, it'll get associated with the idiot conspiracy. So you just create more noise, so there's less signal to noise ratio, which is a really common method of propaganda, and you see it a lot. Yeah, I don't, Dina, I don't think the silver iodine, I think it's actually, there's a, so the idea of cloud seeding, using silver iodide, is, actually there's a lot of skepticism around that, and as to how legitimate that is. So apparently the Saudi, apparently, I've not looked into it enough, other than that there's a lot of motivated people to suggest that it is possible and that it does have a big effect, but in reality it might not actually have as causal effect as what is promoted. I need to look into it more, but it's interesting either way. No, I won't even watch that stuff. It's just rubbish. It's just a waste of time. Look at this. Oh, we've got 36% fuel. We're going to Cologne. Taking a lot longer to fly across the channel. Is that Amsterdam? No. Some port. Some Dutch port. I don't know which one it is. You have these crazy long canals that go really far into Europe. I don't know what to eat. This plane's not that fast when you're doing 260. Yeah, it's running all right now. We had some problems. Why are you regretting it? Burger and chips is well good. I haven't got any chips. I do have... I can make a little cheese fajita wrap. Cheese and... spinach. That could be alright. This is very ASMR. We'll do this flight and then we'll do some glider flying. No battle. No battle. I did. Part of me was tempted to do some iRacing at some point, some ranking. I think we might do some ranking with Le Mans Ultimate. It's like a ranking challenge or something. It's very difficult to collect enough data to generate a baseline on cloud seeding. One of the difficulties is to determine the volume of rain a cloud would have produced without any intervention. Right? Yeah. Well, so that's the thing, isn't it? It's like there still needs to be the moisture in the atmosphere for the cloud seeding to then. I will do, George. Use weather presets. Nice. Is there some to download? We'll have a look for them. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to prove because there'll be a certain amount of moisture in the air, but you can't. They can't control that. And supposedly the silver iodide is just something for the water to attach to, for it to then actually form up and then fall. I guess the argument would be it's more to get the moisture that's in the air to drop in a specific location. I would say, why build a city in a bloody desert? Seems, rather than doing all this like air conditioning, cloud seeding and all this other stuff, surely it's easier to just not build a... Surely it would be better to not build the city in the desert, you know? Don't call me stupid, but it's like this whole terraform Mars thing. It's like, hang on, yeah, we could do that, and we could destroy the planet and do all this stuff to get people on Mars, or we could make Earth better for everyone. Is this not like is this too obvious? But Mars, it's another planet. Yeah, that's precisely why we probably shouldn't, not now. I'll be dead by then, I don't care. dry air is no good for life, plants and breathing. It causes my head to dry out as well. Do they sell a lot of skin cream in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai? And imagine you dry out, but then maybe the sun, and maybe you get good vitamin D from the sun. So the problem I have is in the UK, it's when you've got the central heating on. That's the problem. I tend to do better in drier myself. Why does it feel like we're flying really slowly? Have I got the sim speed still set wrong? How do you know what the sim speed is? We're doing 268 knots. How long have we been flying for? Not too long, I guess. It shouldn't be too bad. It's an hour and 10-minute flight, I think, normally. We do have the wind in our I don't know if it's using the same weather settings, but nice. Have to get that. Look at you, Jorg, playing the flight sims. I've not been doing flight sims enough. I do the driving sims, and then that's, I don't know. Spend so much time doing videos and stuff. I've been playing a lot of Counter-Strike recently. Well, what's right? Here's a weird one, right? You have all this stuff about let's explore Mars, let's do all this stuff, right? And I actually quite like even pointless space travel and stuff. Great, fantastic. Like, I find it entertaining, so fine. But the whole way it's sold on, like, oh, it will make life better, it'll be better. It's like, hang on, we're living in a time period where there's stupendous amounts of wealth and technology, right? We can have solar panels and nuclear power that can basically make electricity, very cheap, in the sense that a huge number of people don't need to spend a lot of time to be able to generate a lot of power. So in terms of real economic cost, and the real cost is labour, like people spending time doing something they don't want to be doing. That's real cost. Nuclear power and solar panel and these things, because there's lots of people that also want to actually work in those industries. They want to actually do that, right? So anyway, we live in a time where we have mental materials. We can build really nice houses. We can have really pleasant quality of life, all this stuff. The issue is simply that there's like 100 people with all the wealth and all the resources, and then commanding how those resources are divided. That's the issue. We don't need to go to Mars. We don't need all this stuff. We have a lot of wealth. It's just not, the average person does not see that wealth. That's the issue. And like, when people, right, we had in the UK, and we've got a lot of European viewers, we have in the UK all this old deficit myth, like completely made up. Oh, deficit's a problem. It's not, but like, even so, even if you're going to go, well, expenditures, governments need to be careful. How is it then, if governments need to be so careful, how is it that the EU can just magically go, right, we're going to get 500 billion to build an army? Well, if you can do that, you can put 500 billion into schools. If a government can magic 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion, if they can just say, oh, we feel that our safety is under threat from another nation, and so it's going to cost 5 billion in expenditure. Everyone would go, okay, yeah, sure, because we don't want to be murdered. So can we not apply the same logic and go, we don't want to live in a shit country, so let's have transport, let's have healthcare, let's build schools. Why is it only the threat of some Russians? Why does that somehow instantly make it politically viable? But the threat of everyone being complete fucking idiots is not a threat. You look at America, the threat of people being fucking morons is a much bigger danger than Russia. Like your bombs and your army and stuff is not going to protect you from your own populace being fucking stupid. So it's actually really important to invest in education. I'm sorry. What's more likely to kill people? Nuclear bombs or fucking idiot government and fucking idiot people? I think it's fucking idiot people. And those fucking idiot people that then get to control the nuclear bombs. So, how about we put some investment into education? It's not hard. Apparently it is hard. Apparently that's far too complex for people to understand. And that's economics on the Game of Muscle YouTube channel. Oh dear. Anyway, it's all good fun. It's just so dumb. Everything's so dumb. It's fantastic. I like how you get presented this idea that modern people are not like, you know, medieval times people were so stupid throwing their witches in rivers to see if they floated. It's like, well, no, we're still actually just as stupid. Well, you know, you probably do need a European defensive force if you've got a trading bloc. You probably do need a way of defending that militarily. But that's separate to the point I was making. The point is, it's really bizarre how politicians can somehow people will accept the issuing of money for military under the threat of that, but they won't issue the money under the threat of like environmental damage or education. Well, I think politicians with military stuff, if it's fear, isn't it? A lot of these things come back down to basic human emotions. So politicians know that if people are afraid of something, normally they can garner more votes, and the most average, you know, it's going to depend what the most baseline fear is, and those fears are going to be dependent on educational levels and awareness of various things. Hello, BRT. Oh, wow. It's just weird that people don't connect the dots between if an individual government can just issue billions for military, they can obviously do the same thing for education, right? They could do the same thing for transport. I don't know why a lot of people, I think quite a high proportion of people, they will accept magic money for arbitrary things, but not other things. Like, they're not consistent. Like if you look at modern monetary theory, a lot of most people will be detractors of modern monetary theory. They'll go, "Oh, it's all made up. It's stupid. You know, deficit has to be reduced." You know, they will in one breath be like, "All right, they don't think things work like that at all," but then in another breath immediately propose policy or be in favour of policy that is basically MMT policy. But it's entirely context dependent. It's really weird. Yeah, the fishermen won the Battle of Britain. I like the narrative of World War II stuff's really funny. How that's covered, like the history of it, like how after the fact, the way a lot of British people think of like World War II is like, oh, Britain was so organised and they had so much fighting spirit and. In the Blitz, everybody worked together. It's like, do you read any history? Like, the British government were all attacking each other. Nobody had a cohesive strategy. Most people thought Churchill was a complete moron. During the Blitz, people were stealing stuff. There was mental criminality going on. There were people leaving their lights on during the Blitz because they're like, oh, well, it didn't make any difference. I don't think that they're going to see the buildings. like it's so funny how people remember like random history like so like arbitrarily favourably, like the fact that the Dunkirk thing, right? Just the fact that occurred is so insane. Like the British government effed up to such a degree that they had to go to like little fisherman people and go, yeah, guys, we kind of cocked up a little bit with our strategy. And yeah, if you could get all the fishing boats and rowing boats and kind of rescue our army from the beaches, that would be quite handy, guys. Oh yeah, that sounds like a government that's got everything planned out and I mean, the way that Dunkirk is framed and stuff is like, oh, it was great British spirit. It was like, no, it was bloody fishermen that were like, shit. Well, what else are we going to do? Oh well, look at this pit. Spiga, I read it. Yeah, that's great. Stefano would have done consultancy with Kunos anyway. They'd probably just got an official arrangement. Yeah, like people don't just like put it this way. If you've worked with someone for like 15 years and then you're working on something in the future that's directly pertinent to their knowledge base, as a friend you would consult with them, right? And then if you're consulting with them a reasonable amount, or there's a you know, you're like, oh, actually we could really do with like a regular consultancy thing, then you'd make it official. But I mean, I don't know to what degree that they're working on stuff or how much more involvement there is, but yeah. Stefano needs money. Well, it's probably so he can do another mental game. I don't know. I don't think he was expecting his boat game to be like some mega success because it was such a niche thing. Like a commercial success. But Let's nosedive towards Cologne here. We're a bit high. It's still got some weird stuff with it, but we got reasonable performance, and we're doing some nice fly. I've not tried single player stuff here. I would say with sim development and game development, I would say, whoa, bloody hell! I would say don't teleport yourself to the toilet in the back of the plane. Ultimately, all the business stuff and business wranglings and who does what and who's working for what is kind of irrelevant. All that matters is what's the current product that you can currently play. That's all that really matters. Why can't I see... so that should be Cologne on the right. Why can't I see... So that should be Cologne right below it. So they've actually put the cathedral in. But why can't I see Dusseldorf? It's not that far. That should be Dusseldorf over there. Ah, there you go. That's Dusseldorf Airport. Yeah, they've not modelled the bridges, which is a shame. We've got the TV tower over there. Although, I think we've got the details turned down a bit. Hey, what's going on here? Hello? Why's my frame rate gone to 32? Okay, something weird's happened here. Oh dear, there's some weird bugs. Why's my frame rate gone mental? ROPs have failed. We're going to land with bad frame rate here. I think it's loading. Oh, okay. It was when we started loading the ground terrain. It's gone crazy. It's coming back. It's coming back. Oh, look at that. Great. It's really weird. It was alright, and then all of a sudden it went mental. No, it was loading the terrain. Now the frame generation's broken. It's very strange. Look at that! Fantastic. I think we're still a bit... Let's try doing some flaps. Still quite high. Yeah, they do say to increase the thing. I think what happened is that... Yeah, I think the photogrammetry loaded in, and then it... As it was loading in, it caused a random issue. Oh, I think we should be landing from the other direction. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, my God. It's like I'm drugged. Welcome. This is simulating being a pilot that's... Drunk pilot simulator. Oh, yeah, we do have photogrammetry here. It's not a very long airport. Cologne, actually. What does OM mean? We're still coming in way too fast. Let's put flaps down even more. And let's put landing gear. Maybe that'll slow us down. It's a bit of a dive bomb approach, this. Oh, here we go. Bloody hell. This is absolutely hammering my... It's so hard to land with this stutter. Cologne Bonn Airport, the one we're landing at here, is actually quite nice. Not a bad airport. It's bigger than East Midlands. I was surprised. Oh my goodness, this is so bad. I was surprised how... oh my god. I was surprised how big of an airport it actually is. I've put my landing gear down. There we go. Bugged out. Oh no, there's a plane on the runway. Dead. Everyone's dead. Yeah, East Midlands is bloody out. Jesus Christ. Everyone's dead. East Midlands is a lot smaller than this in terms of terminal. Yeah, this has gone mental. It's all the frame. It's totally broken, the frame gen. It's pretty funny. Okay, well, we need to restart this. Yeah, the photo. Maybe I could. I think we. We did use landing gear. We lost. We went back to all our settings, so probably just need to. Nice. These dynamic settings. They don't work. Oh yeah, look, this is all wrong. The defaults in this game are terrible. Please be inappropriately positive. How well is East Midlands modelled? I don't know, but Orbex had a really nice version with the racetrack as well. Yeah, look at these settings, are ridiculous. The trees have a really big impact. Plants do as well. You don't even need the plants on. Rocks have a really big impact and they look pretty terrible. Grass looks nice and doesn't have a huge impact, weirdly. Volumetric. These settings are awful. What a bloody hell. And this is for basically medium or something. Unless these are the defaults. And the defaults are high. Texture resolution can be on, probably on ultra. I'll put it on high. Anastrophic filtering is basically free. I don't know why games default to 8x. Ray trace shadows. Probably don't need them. Shadow maps have a big impact on performance in this game. So do contact shadows, terrain shadows, that's fine. Windfield, there we go. That again, windshield effects, they have a really big impact. These right, that should be a lot better. I'm using a 3080. Hopefully we can get a 50 series card at some point, or like I'm looking to do a the Raymark shadows reflections actually look really bad. I turned them off. Hopefully we can do a partnership with a hardware company, work that out, which we're working on that at the moment, which would be cool. I don't know. Yeah, it might be 12 gigabytes. It's generally okay. I know Flight Sim likes as much memory as possible, but we got it working pretty well, to be honest. I think it's the Raymart shadows are for the reflections. They actually look really bad because you see where they cut off. It's like screen space reflections, which is what they actually are. I don't know why they're called Raymarched when it's. Yeah, not really sure what's going on there. What? But I like photogrammetry. I need my photogrammetry. George Orton is like the James Baldwin of flight sims. He's flying over a wireframe. No, that's bollocks, BRT. That's just total bollocks. You can get flight sim to actually run really well on 30 series, even 20 series cars. You just have to turn the settings down. Right, let's try this. The difficulty with Flight Sim, Flight Sim 24 runs better than Flight Sim 2020 in many ways, but the difficulty is there's even more range in the assets. So there's more photogrammetry details, there's more trees, grass, rocks, and like tessellation stuff, right? So there's way more ground details, which then means that you set your settings up for one place and then they're wrong for the other place, and then if you compromise it in one way it then breaks it in the other way. So there's also, I think, the like the plane models and other stuff are higher detailed. Yeah, BRT, that's not, oh jeez, that's because games will use as much RAM as they can use. You're making the same mistake that a lot of people are making with the VRAM stuff, in that. So people, like, this same thing was happening with the AC Evo. People are like, oh god, the game's using using more VRAM, or look how much VRAM it's using. Oh, this person's got a 5090 and it's using 25 gigabytes. It's like, yeah, because there might be memory leaks, there might be other problems, but games might just try and use as much as available. So it's like going, oh well, the game's using 100% GPU. It's like, okay, that's good. Yeah, faster GPU would be better, but it doesn't mean. People are getting very confused on these aspects of computer hardware and how games use the computer hardware, because there's multiple things going on. In some cases, games aren't using it appropriately. In some cases, a game categorically does need more VRAM for it to operate with certain settings. In some cases, if you could use settings that don't actually impact quality that much, and then you won't get any potential issues. There's a lot of variables. Gliding weather presets. Hang on, let me restart my sim to get these. Where's this? Is this for the whole world, or they're just right? Best look at this. Jorg's like the. Hang on. Right, hang on. Where's this? 7 different cloud coverage options. 8 variations. In order to find decent thermals, flights should be done in summer and noon hours. Oh, I see. So what's happened with this mod? So Microsoft Flight Sim doesn't really do clouds properly with thermals, and it doesn't do lift properly. So this mod has they've set the weather up to try and negate the weirdness of Microsoft Flight Sim by doing different weather settings. How do we install this? Where's the actual download link? Oh, on the right. Has Ren Sport improved a bit? Yeah, like they keep updating it. They just need players in it. It's like, given that it doesn't have AI in single player, they just need need people playing it. So it'll be interesting to see if they do when they do the console launch. I think it's I don't know what you do as a sim developer right now to how do you stand out? Like, unless you launched a game and you're like, here we go, we've got it's free to play or something, we've got huge numbers of people racing competitively, but then you're like, okay, it's GT3, well, there's loads of GT3 sims, and then you're like, well, the graphics are nice, but you need a fast computer. Okay, so I don't know, it's a weird one. It did seem to be running better. Yeah, I think they've had to optimize it to get it to work. Like, they'll constantly be optimizing, especially as their goal is to release on console and crossplay. So, right, we're downloading this. If you're on Steam, copy them to look at this. Jorg's like it's like an AI flight sim assistant. Does this get me a good cup of tea? That's the main thing. Oh yeah, I'm just installing this. Microsoft Flight Sim. Weather presets. Weather presets. Okay. Wow. The file directories. It's so dumb, isn't it? It's so dumb. I just... We are doomed. Oh, hang on. I downloaded SimRate Selector by accident. Let's download the sliding weather presets. So dumb. Start download. It's like... Oh man, there's a lot of them. So do these work in all locations? Do I just drag all these files into that folder? What's happening? We've got some weather presets for gliders to... Oh, thank you. Days of Blunder, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate that. Where's the community folder? Oh dear. Is it in the same user folder? I knew where it was when I had it installed on Windows, but no. Let's have a Google. App data, packages. Oh, is it in the Steam folder? Oh, I found it. It's in the user. It is the same Windows folder. Oh, it's so dumb. How have they managed to make... It's worse than R-Factor 1. It actually is worse. It's actually worse than R-Factor 1. It's genius. Like, you've got the Steam folder. You've got the Windows folder. Like a few days. We need to get more didgeridoo practice going for sure. Right, we've got this installed, so everything's going to be broken. Let's see. Yeah, we definitely need a... I'm going to get the didgeridoo surgically attached to my forehead. I think it'll be funny. Right, it's happening. Well, I need to eat something. I'm starving here. Oh. Yeah, a cheese roll. Cheese roll might be good. Here we are again. This is the place to be, guys. The load screen's running smooth, but why is it activating packages now? Why is this going slowly? Yeah, a roll of cheese. Cheese roll is an actual whole 1 kilogram roll of cheese. Oh, here we go. Right, gliding. Where are we gliding? So how do we pick this this weather preset? Is it in this flight conditions? Let's do some New Zealand. It's always good. New Zealand's like the glider, the home of gliding. Hang on a minute. We went past it. Here we go. There we go. How do I load a preset? Oh, preset. Ah, look at this. They're all there. What am I going for? Fly Lowy logo. SSC2. What is it? Hang on. SSC2 10 clear sky. SSC2 10 clear sky. I feel like I'm having a seizure. There we go. I've picked SS Stargate Central Command 2. Right. And we need to be summer. Oh, no, this is not the evening for where we are. Wednesday evening in Australia. They don't. Oh, there we go. It is UTC. I can't really complain. Okay. Right. Where do we glider? This is where it's at, guys. This is flight simming. Oh, do I need to get a mod glider as well? I'm going to try this one. I don't know, maybe. Which is the best glider? 120, 80, 97. Okay. This is it. Oh, I guess a lower cruise speed is better for a glider because it means that it can. Well, maybe it's not better for going a far away, but it means it can stay in the air with lower wind. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Right. There's some hills here. This will do. Oh, we can just start. Oh, we'll start. It will be towed. Alright, let's see how this goes. You don't understand gliders? Oh no! But there should be wind, right? What? Why don't I have any controls? Ah, what's going on? Is this a new glider? Honestly. I'm losing the will to live here. I even know which my joystick doesn't come up. So that's great. Can you not? Yeah, every single thing is like dumb. Like just doesn't work. We'll pick a different glider and see if the controls work with it. E-wind. Pick a preset with E-wind. What's E-wind? This is E-wind. Is that E-wind? E 15 knots. Yeah. What's E-wind? Oh, easterly. You did it. Well done. Woo! Let's see if this works with controls. Oh, this has controls, so maybe we just need to bind them. Hang on, oh no, we're good. Yeah, so our controls are on this one. We just need to bind them to the other one. I don't know how you copy and paste controls from one aircraft to another. Why is it so bright? There's no clouds. Hang on, we got trouble here. There's no clouds. Yeah, I thought there'd be some thermals. Oh, there's some hills over there. I will make it to them. Easy. We'll see. We'll test this E-wind out. Give me that E-wind. Why is there a lift here? Was that just a bug? I'm going to my hills. Oh, it's messed up, that's why. Why? You'd have thought Microsoft would be like, right, we'll do light aircraft first. We'll have one Cessna and we'll make interesting missions and training for that. Great. Now, we'll do an official glider and we'll look at locations where the most interesting glider flights are. And we will do that properly, and we'll put proper thermals in, we'll put proper weather in, we'll make sure it all works with one glider. Great. and then be like, okay, it's so hodgepodge. I don't see the perfect gliding route. We'll do it in a bit. I really just wanted to see if the controls worked, and then I saw this hill, and now I have to get to the hill. It's just become my new religion. As soon as I get in a glider, I have to fly towards hills. New Zealand farmers just do drifting in the fields. That's what these circles are about. This thing glides well good, surprisingly. It's going. Fly to the hill. We're getting there. This thing glides forever.
The pace car is out of control.
Jenny! Jenny! Hello. You could fly across the channel in a glider. You just need to... Don't know what altitude you need to be at, but... Easy. We're alright, yeah. We're testing out stuff. We're actually being tortured by Microsoft. Hang on, is that a... Yeah, you could... Yeah, if you had like floats on the wings, yeah, you could just row it the rest of the way. Well, the Dover Hot Air Balloon race was an inaugural event. So, you know. It was an experimentation. Right. Will we get a lift on these hills? I'm about to find out. Oh, look at that. Mega lift. You're stuck if you should get a 5080 or a 4090. Well, if you can get a 5080, good luck. 4090 is good, yeah, but it depends on the pricing. Basically. If you can get a 40, like, I don't think you can get 4090s easily anyway. The price of everything is massively inflated, so. If you do Sims and stuff, a 4090's better than a 5080, I think. Yeah, I wouldn't spend that amount of money on a second-hand graphics card because you probably really want the warranty on in either case. So because it's going to still cost you like £2,000. Well, you don't want to spend £2,000 on something that doesn't have a warranty. A 5090, they said 5080. 5090 is like £3,500. It's a joke. Yeah, well, that's why I say if you're doing flight sims and things, it depends on resolution as well, though. If you're gaming at 4K, then 4090 might be good. They just play exactly. It's totally pointless. To be honest, other than VR and like 4K gaming or like crazy triple screen stuff, the 3080. It's really good. Yeah, I mean, so you can't really even get hold of 5080s, so that's the thing at the moment. I saw one water-cooled 5080, but it was £2,500 or something, or like $1,900. It was something ridiculous for what it was. It was something at just absurd prices. Trade it in for a real plane. I mean, this would be good in VR. I'm half tempted to get one of the newer Pimaxes and try them out. Just for glider flying. Oh, that was the one I was looking at, Kevin, I think. That was the one that came up. Yeah. I mean, it's just... The thing is, I guess you can, to be fair, you can overclock a 5080 to get more performance out of it, but given the, you know, the ROPS issues, but then also all the overheating issues and everything else, it's just like, I just feel like the pricing of it's all just crazy. I'm on a 3080 Ti in this one. So if we're getting any lift here. Two days before. Oh yeah, I guess you could have it, and if you're happy with its performance, and then you hold on to the card, and you wait till the warranty, and then you go, oh, I just did the check, and it says that it's under, and I'm really upset. And yeah, I wonder if they would still be bound to replace it, because I guess they would. There's no lift here. I think the wind was coming from the east, but well. Okay, I'll land. Let's land in a field, and then. Might be a bit of let's land in that little island in the power lines. Let's try and land on that. That'd be fun. This has landing gear on it, but how do you put the landing gear down on this? Is it? I don't know how you do landing gear on this. Where would you put landing gear on a glider like this? Emergency landing gear? Okay. I've done the emergency one. It's now an emergency. I'm gonna land in the middle of this river. To the left of the screen. Oh. Okay. I guess they this is like lets you physically without any battery or anything. I see. It's weird that it's a toggle button. I guess it's electronic, so. All these circles on this crop. Not exactly flat this, but it'll do. Okay, it's very bumpy. Oh! Who put that hole there? Joke. Someone put a hole in the ground. Hang on. Can we land on water with this? Oh, let's land on this little hill bit here. Then we'll change settings. We'll do a nice landing. We just fiddled with them. We're just using some random graphic settings. We're just fiddling around with some stuff here since the update. See what's different. I'm complaining as well. I need a sandwich. When my blood sugar levels get low, I go to zero patience mode. But then it kind of recovers back. Oh, hang on, we're going to land on the right. Then I just start finding everything funny because I find great irony in suffering. Right, here we go. We have like a parking brake on this. I don't have... Oh, we're going to hit a tree with a wing. Oh, we're digging a hole in the ground. That's cool. Yeah, I'm using the AB9. Beautiful. This is New Zealand. Watch out for hobbits. It's one of the landing checks you have to do with your plane. You have to be like, oh no, dunk, oh, I've hit another hobbit. Damn it. Right. Where's this flight we're doing, Jorg? Jorg's got given us weather. Where we're going. Lowy to what? Low-I to EDUE. Hang on. God, he's talking in pilot. We land, right. LOWI. Why are we doing this? This isn't in New Zealand. This is in the Alps. ED to EDUE. Okay. Right, and then what we're doing? SSC2 24. Few clouds. 6k 15 knots. Okay. Order. Okay. Right, I'm going to get a cup of tea and a little sandwich because my brain is actually shutting down. So I'll be 5 minutes before we do this beautiful glider flight. So far, though, I'd say... well, we need to do more single player to really see what the differences are because it seems pretty similar to how the sim was before. They changed all the settings. That might have been my fault, though, for saving them. I did notice there's some user interface stuff seems to have changed, like some shortcuts and things. Well, it's not. I wouldn't say it's shit. It's just annoying. When you're in the air flying and you've got a thing planned, and assuming it doesn't crash, it's quite nice. But like, why have we got a plane drifting sideways on the map? Like, why isn't stuff like that? There's just so much like silliness. You know, it's not streamlined. It's a very... So I was thinking... So one of the things I was thinking about with Sims is that a simulator asks from you as a player to have faith in the developer, in the sense that it's going, we're a simulator, not a video game, and the point is that we're simulating stuff, and you know it's complicated, but we're a developer that knows what we're doing, and the complicated stuff is a result of the simulation. The difficult stuff is a result of the simulation, and the reason things are how they are is because of the simulation. Like in reality, it's like that, right? The problem is when you have a simulator that's really buggy with weird shit happening all the time, from a gameplay perspective, it's really hard to know, is something because the simulator's broken, or is it because it's like that in real life and I don't understand it yet? And so I think when the more broken weird stuff Sims have, it undermines the trust that a player has in the simulator. And that trust is important because simulators have a very steep learning curve, and it's only really the trust that the simulator is kind of right that makes you put up with the BS, if that makes sense. So like in a driving sim, assuming it's like an okay driving sim, like the fundamental physics, like a AMS1, race room, AC, whatever, live for speed, like assuming the fundamentals are there, you're like, oh, I spun the car because I'm a bad driver, not I spun the car because the simulator is doing something completely arbitrary that doesn't make any sense at all. The moment that you start playing a sim and you're like, oh, I spun because it was totally arbitrary, I think it ruins a large part of the entertainment aspect of a simulator, because then it just turns into like Goat Simulator, where effectively everything is then arbitrary, and then you're just learning a game. So then you might as well just be playing a game that's actually a better designed game as opposed to a simulator. So you know, I guess some players will just accept it and they go, well, no, they're all video games, they're all games, whatever happens is the game, and that's just what it is, so make the most of it. But then if that's fine, like I don't think that's completely invalid as a philosophical approach of how you play a simulator or how you play any game. But then if you're taking that approach, ultimately you're still left with the fact that some aspects of design are arbitrary and not enjoyable because they're not predictable in any way. And not... Yeah, so I don't think that approach really solves the issue of whether or not a game is really fun to play. It solves the issue of if you accept it or not. Thanks for subscribing, Nash. It's the philosophy of gameplay. It is really interesting, I do think, with simulators, though, how if something's marketed as a sim, players accept stuff they would never accept in a non-simulator game. Yeah, okay, so exactly, Rave Agent, exactly. Yeah, from a consumer perspective, what is the point in Flight Sim 24 compared to Flight Sim 2020? What justifies setting up the graphics again, setting up your controls again, and all this other stuff? What's the justification? And you go, well, the single player stuff has never really worked enough, and anyone that's played Flight Sim 2020 they don't care, they wouldn't care because they've already flown everything anyway. And the graphics are a little bit better at times. I think the terrain streaming stuff is a little bit better, but if you're someone that played Flight Sim 2020 a fair bit, or you're a committed flight simmer, you would have got you would be using like Orbex or mods already that would have improved the terrain. So again, you'd be like, well, why would I really care? Really? And the type of people... It's just weird with flight sim because your hardcore flight simmers do not care that much about the itty-bitty terrain details. They're like, does the airport look nice? Do the mountains look sharp and things? And does the terrain match the real terrain, generally speaking? But like, they don't really care about the really high fidelity... super high fidelity orthographic scanned photogrammetry stuff. It's like, does it line up generally in a good way with good performance? But then they more care about, do the plane systems work properly? Does the flight planning work properly? Are the other aircraft and all the actual real world sort of aspects of flying a plane and procedure? They care more about that. And then your casual player, all they would care about is, can you play a video game? Like, what's the goal? How do I complete the goal? Does it look nice? And is it generally fun to play? They're not going to care about like super duper details of things, or most of the stuff that's in Flight Sim 24. I'm not sure if they really care that much. Like, Microsoft could have released Flight Sim 2020 exactly as it was, but with a really well thought out structured single player, and I think people would have been happy with that. Oh, the physics are better. Yeah, no, that is true. Yeah, no, the physics are better. Like, they're less, they feel more dynamic for sure. Closer to X-Plane 11. So to be fair, that is quite a big thing. Yeah, just forgot about that. But then I do think the big jets and stuff do seem a bit floaty. Like they like when you put power on and they just get lift. The degree to which they get lift, just like, I know real jets do have a lot of power for lift and stuff. I don't know. There's a sort of delayed floatiness rather than a responsive floatiness. I think it's hard to like describe in words. But yeah, I'm gonna get a sandwich, guys. I'll be back in a minute for some more glider. beautiful. How's everyone doing? Ugh. I need to fiddle with the force feedback. They changed all the profiles. So I need to do new profiles. Great. Crisp sandwich. I'll put it in the air fryer. Spinach, cheese, tomato. It's missing some kebab. Air fryers are amazing. How many planes are in the air at any one point in time? Hello, Mike. Need to Google this knowledge. How many planes in the air at once? $45,000 in America. Oh no, 5,400 aircraft in America. $160,000 to 200,000 planes landing on a typical day. Quite a few. Cheers, everyone. Probably everyone CKTL. Everybody is annoyed and frustrated. Slam it out. Cheers, fajita. Loading. This is what happens when you travel to places in real life. Terrain has to load. Oh, pot noodle's terrible. Feel dirty. Ah, the sim's loaded the wrong weather. What? What's that plane doing? That's totally normal. How do I know if it's... Ah. Which one is it? Why would it not load it? Was it 24? Oh, there we go. Good job, Microsoft. A bug? A bug in Microsoft Flight Simulator? Surely not. One of the rare few instances that an issue has crept through the QA. I don't believe it. This is a Microsoft product with a bug in it, you say? I don't believe what you're typing. Surely you're exaggerating. Oh, it's a bit of cheese on my breast. More like game of muscle, more like game of cheese breast. I'll go sip my tea. Good. This is well, I'm actually having a drag race. This isn't glider flying. Glider flying is boring, so they put the tow plane off to the side. Okay. Get ready for liftoff. Oh dear. Ah, so it was fine. What's my rudder not working? Oh. Oh, it is. It's just not very effective at this speed. Hello? There we go. That was fine. Totally safe takeoff. Oh shit! It's not me taking off. It's the bloody tow plane. Why are you telling me off? Shouting at me. It's not my fault. Oh, shut up. Not cleared for takeoff, my arse. We're going to overtake the tow plane in a minute. What's he doing? Why is the tow plane just flying into this town? Is he going to turn? Everyone should have a tea. Hello? Why is he not turning? Is this surely is there not enough thermals over this town? Where's he going? Is he just going to fly to the hillside? You'd turn right, you wouldn't turn left here. Is he drunk? What? This game. Oh, does he always turn left? Oh. He's clearly not been paying attention to modern politics. Turning right's the in thing to do these days. Right. I love Trump. Good for you. Good for you. The politician or the result of eating too many tinned beans? Both have a terrible after effect. Let's go. Okay, have we got enough attitude yet? Turn around every now and then. I fly over the airport illegally. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I wonder in real life how much tension this rope has. Does the rope have a bit of spring to it? I really want another cup of tea now. I definitely needed that cheese sandwich. I get so annoyed by games when I'm hungry. Computer problems and hunger. It's my ultimate nemesis. I've been less annoyed about like dying. But give me... Oh, he's waving us off. Okay, I'm going to dingle the cable. Here we go. There you go. Beep, 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 beep. This would be a good way to win an argument. Someone starts arguing with you. You could just stop. You could play a vario to them. And they'll be like, I disagree with what you've said. It's the worst thing that anyone's ever said to me. Beep, 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 beep. Bring it to Parliament. I think we need to increase investment to this local council. Beep, 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 beep. You can't argue with it. Anytime someone says something you agree with, beep, 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 beep. So they start saying stuff you disagree with. Beep, 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 beep. Just a better way of communicating, really. Better than applause. I'm going to take one to the next theatre production I go to. Macbeth. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, I'm getting close to the mountains. Hello, big tabs. Depends how many beans you have. This will take money out of your wallet. Climate change hoax. I wasn't on Twitch for years. Oh yeah, we had a Twitch for a long time. And then oh, look at this lift. Yeah, we had Twitch for a long time and then we didn't use it because of exclusivity stuff. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Jorg's like, oh, oh. Perfect birthday card for a glider would be you open it up and it goes beep, 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 beep. Stupid. How to detect a glider pilot out in public? Just start beeping. They'll be like, oh, oh, oh. Glider pilots are simple people. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the good thing with simulators, even when they're a bit broken and a bit shitty, if you pop a VR headset on and you sort of make your own gameplay.
Cessna X-ray Golf Sierra
No! How do I shut this woman up? I don't turn my radio off. She can keep talking. I just don't need to hear her. Do I turn the radio off? Oh, I don't even know. Bloody hell, we've got mega lift here.
Cessna X-ray Golf Sierra ATC services terminated. Good day.
Yeah, thank you. Hang on, why is it winter here? Is this what it's like in real life right now? This is like insanity lift. This is too easy. Look at this. The climb. We're gonna make it through the boobs in front of us, the boob hills. I've called this. I'm renaming this Boob Mountain. Boob Mountain. Look at those. Look at those points. It's a nice pair. Let's try and make. Let's zoom forwards. Let's go through Boob Mountain. Mammary. Yeah. A nice pair of tips. We're going through the breast. Look at that. Can't see anything because it's too the brightness. The brightness is off. That's the. It's too bright. This sim. Altitude. I need to change my. Change it to golden hour or golden shower. Hang on. What's that? Oh, that's the time. What's FCR? Oh, recording. There you go. How did you fix the contrast? I moved the sun. That's how shades are for losers. Sometimes I just like to come here and turn my brain off. Well, you probably didn't have one in the first place if you came here. You can't turn off what you don't have. That's all right. We're not really using thermals. It's winter. We're at a high altitude. It's the wind. Yeah, we're using ridge lift, which is the lift from the wind blown into hill. I'd do this in real life. My only worry with gliding and flying is that it's a good way to break your back, and having almost broke my back once, I don't really want to do it again. I know what it feels like to have your spine bend the opposite direction. I really don't want to. Oh, shit it out. We're dead. Nailed it. Landing gear malfunction. Oh, landing gear's still down. What happened there? We just lost, like, control. We just lost control. I was looking at the speedometer. Oh, maybe I was looking at the wrong side of it. There we go. Yeah, but I was watching it. Oh, airspeed's 50. Whoops. Need more sound. Need to pay more attention to the gauge. Yeah, it was good. It was a good... I mean, we survived it. It was a pretty good recovery, considering we'd lost all control. Well, good. Look at the wang on that. What if you want to wash your hands though? Don't you need sink? It's just so dumb. Let that sink in. Yeah. Sink's a weird word actually for like a bowl to put to wash your hands in. Why is it called a sink? Oh, I guess the water sinks through the hole. It's interesting that planes' speedometers have this like snail-like layout. It's weird that race cars wouldn't do a similar thing, so that I guess you only need to know the RPM, but you'd have thought having a higher detail for lower speed and then still being able to know top speed. But you have to think about this, the spiral has to actually line up. Well, like the inner gauge. Although it doesn't, does it? It does, but it doesn't. You see what I'm getting at? The spiral has to make sense, even, like with the inner circle is proportional to the outer circle, even though the inner circle would be smaller. So you'd think, but you can see it's like the shape of the spiral. And also the distance. Yeah. You know what I'm getting at, guys? Like, you can't just have, like, multiple circles because it wouldn't line up. What colour's my private jet? Oh, we don't paint it. It just says fuel. Tell you what, that unpainted aircraft blue colour is really nice. Or green, it's not blue, green. If you ever look at like Boeing planes, they're like a green colour when they come out of the factory. It's a really nice colour. How's my sanity? We're doing mostly alright. I mean, yeah, I'm sort of long past the point of that everything's so stupid, but you kind of just have to go, well, it is what it is. On an individual level, what can you do? Not much. That's nice. It's a nice view. Is this some exotic over? This is actually Mark Webber Green Energy Racing Sim. Well, there's stuff you can do independently, yeah, but there's not stuff you can do globally. So there's, yeah, and yeah, that's what Noam Chomsky said, and obviously worked, didn't it? Yeah, as we can see, all that community building really paid off, and can you imagine being Noam Chomsky watching, like, he's probably, I don't know, I've not seen him talk recently, he is like 300 years old, he's probably going to die tomorrow. Can you imagine being involved in protests in the 70s and going, oh, look, it looks like things are somewhat improving. Oh, I'm being cynical. I think now's quite a good time to be cynical. Yeah, Chomsky's like, he was 93 last year, I think. He was still talking and doing stuff. But I think he was on well recently. Yeah, he's had a good run. Good innings. Yeah, no. So I think there's degrees of cynicism. So there's like, so I think the key thing is, so what doesn't help is preempting a negative act. Like when you do have something you can do, you might as well do it. And so you identifying what you can do. Yeah, that's good, right? So voting for a best option, talking about stuff, researching things, understanding things, helping other people learn about stuff, whatever, you know, that's great. That's what you should do that. But at the same time, it is healthy to be cynical or like a realist and to be like, well, no, I don't think things will work out for the better. I think things will be a bit crap and, you know, but look, you'd be like, oh, I hope things will get better, but don't expect it. So yeah, it's, the key is to not. Some people will use cynicism as a way to justify themselves doing something that's against their own interests, and that's what people have to avoid. Where's my guide gone? Where was the landing? Yeah, so there's toxic positivity, but there's also toxic cynicism. Where are we landing? Have I gone past the airport here? Oh no, it's back. We lost the. So, like with driving sims, they demonstrably are, in many ways, worse games than they were 20 years ago. Like, over 20 years, hardly anything has really practically changed. Or some things have changed. Yeah, no, I know, Jog, it disappeared, mate. Probably just zoomed in or zoomed out. So things can like not improve and stay static for years, and then they can suddenly change. But yeah, it'd be wrong to be like, oh, I expect things to change and progress and get better when they're not necessarily going to. Yeah, it's. So I think the key is to always evaluate things as they currently are, and then try and take the most pragmatic action that you can take at any point in time. And then not necessarily be overly preemptive in how you emotionally feel about that thing. Or if you are like, so if you're looking at politics now and you're like, this is depressing or this is really stupid, you'll be like, well, okay, it might be, but what can you do about it? Nothing. So what's the point of, you can choose how you feel about stuff a lot of the time. Like initially, like every time I see Trump talk, I my thing is, oh my god, like how is such a idiot? Like forget about conservative or liberal or neoliberal, whatever. He's clearly not. He's clearly dumb, right? So it's just like, oh well. So initially, you'd be like, oh that's really depressing. But then you just be like, well, actually, that's what that is at the moment. So like, it's like. It's depressing if you see a tornado, which this happens all the time in the UK. You know, it's depressing that a tornado destroys a town or something, or like I don't know, illness or something. It's depressing, but like, what are you going to do? Like, what can you do? Well, you do whatever action you can do. Okay, Jorg. Yeah. So if you've got a health problem, that's probably a good example. You have a health problem, it can be very irritating because you're like, oh, I'd quite like to do something, but you can't do that thing because you're not feeling well, right? There's no point then ruminating on that and going, oh, you know, it's really, other people can do this, I can't do that, I used to be able to do it, I can't do it anymore, you know. There's no point in ruining that. The most productive thing is to go, well, okay, this is the current situation. This is what's going on. How can I make the most out of the current situation? to get the best result out of the current situation. And then you'd be like, it doesn't really matter what you feel about it. Like, at the end, you have to come to the conclusion, you're like, well, you don't have a choice, do you? It's like if it's raining and you don't like rain. Well, you don't have a choice. So it's like, well, what do you have a choice in? Well, you can choose to the degree to which something, or, you know, there's degrees to which you can use your agency with certain things and then try and maximise that agency that you do have. I think it's mostly like philosophically. I think I agree with most of the Stoist philosophy, to be honest. But yeah, I think it's a hard balance to get between. Like, how do you balance between apathy, cynicism, and optimism? And how much of it's a choice, how much of it is through action and inaction. I think that's where the actual difficulty is. But I do, like I've said this before, like, one of the things that's relaxing about nature, or feelings, like, let's say you're swimming in the sea. So, like, as I've said before, like, I almost drowned in Cornwall, right? As you do. Not in Cornwall. Yeah, in Cornwall. And it felt relaxing because it got to a point where it was like, oh, I'm going to die and I can't do anything. And I just accepted it. I was just like, I'm going to do. I'll try and float. Try and get to the shore. Might not. But I had no choice. And so I was actually like, oh, this is actually not that bad. I mean, I was also exhausted, but still. But it's the same. Like, if you're swimming in the sea, it's like, oh, I could get eaten by something. I can't really do anything about it. If you're already in the sea, there's actually a calming thing about it, in the sense of going, you don't have control. Like, just accepting that, I think, is quite a calming thing. I think the illusion of control can actually be quite stressful. I don't think it's not mind over matter. It's just pragmatic. It's thinking about things pragmatically and not having wishful thinking that's detrimental to how you. Right, so like an extreme example of the opposite is people that are deeply religious. Let's say they're gay, homosexual, right? And they're from a religious community that says that being gay is against their society and it's a sin. Well, that's completely invented. All their anxiety surrounding them being gay is completely invented. So they'll be like, oh, I feel terrible. It's like, well, what's the need to feel terrible? It's all invented. Humans are really good. Like the other thing would be like, oh, new products come out or something, and someone would be like, I really need that new thing. I need to save up for it. I can't afford it, and now I need to. It's all this stress around an invented concept. So, like, being aware of what concepts are invented, or you can choose. There's a lot of things that are made up. And then you can choose whether or not you care about them because they are made up. But some things it's hard to tell if you're in the thick of it what's made up and what isn't. Do you agree that we should be thinking about how to oppose the rise of fascism? No, you don't resign. Fascism and like authoritarianism wins out when people resign themselves to it. So I do think well, so a positive is it does seem that a lot of Europe, especially Central Europe, even more so than the UK actually, haven't forgotten history. Obviously Trump's a complete moron and he's forgotten history. So he doesn't even understand it. So a lot of people don't understand it. A lot of people just, if you're a billionaire, none of the basic stuff affects you because you can just move anywhere. Or it doesn't affect you until it's like a full-on World War III, type situation. So they're not living in the same shared reality as the majority of people. But I think, you're in the flatter the structure of countries are, the more aware they are of the dangers of inequality. To be honest, with the current political stuff, you could actually argue that it's a net positive for Europe because a lot of Europe is fragmenting, potentially, and there's a lot of populism, largely because of bad economic management through neoliberalism. But separate to that, there's still like fragmentation in Europe, and having something like having Trump do what he does, ironically, could fashion the cohesion of Europe through the idea of there being a common enemy, which is always unites different people for some reason. Like, humans are stupid, so having this common enemy as a thing to unite Europe, I mean, come on, like talks of like Turkey being united with like Western Northern Europe, and then Western Northern Europe being like, oh yeah, come on Turkey, we love you. It's like, hang on, only 10 years ago people were like, oh, Turkey's crazy. So maybe you could, like, in terms of like actually having more democracy, rather it could potentially be that the net result is a positive, but who knows. Robert, yeah, exactly. No, but that's the whole thing. We were talking about that earlier. That's just like people don't understand modern monetary theory. It's like somehow you can magically get 500 billion for armies, but you can't get like 100 billion for education or transport or building quality houses for average people. Or to get rid of homelessness or mental health. It's like, oh yes, existential threats. Here's infinite money. Oh, these brown people, we don't like them. They're not getting any money. Oh, these poor people, don't like them. God, those mentally ill people, they're awful. They don't deserve anything. We won't share any of the resources. We can't share the resources, because it's not profitable. We can't do that. If anybody wanted a really like a strong argument for how economies actually work and a good argument for modern monetary theory, the response of governments to like financial crises, global politics, should really help paint the picture for them. What I think is really funny actually is prior to before Brexit, like say like 10 years ago, a lot of people on the left would go, we don't like EU. So sort of far left, not far left, but like a left view was like, we don't like the EU because we prefer distributed power rather than centralised power because we think that's more democratic, right? And one of the counter arguments, or one of the pros for something like Brexit, is because they would say, oh, it looks like the EU is moving towards setting up an army and becoming a federation, and that's something we're against. But that's what they'd say they're against because they believe in distributed democracy, right? And then the people on the centre left, centre and right would go, oh no, the EU, never have an army, they'll never do that. No, that's never going to happen, that's not what the EU's about. and then go, yeah, so you're stupid if you vote for Brexit because you don't want to be part of an EU army, whatever, right? Now, fast forwards now, and it's like most people in Britain and in Europe within the space of 2 years are now like, oh, we need an EU army to defend against Russia or China or America. So it's like, hang on, be consistent. Like, I'm not making an argument for or against an EU army. I can see pros and cons, and can have a discussion on it. But it's really funny how you have these narratives. You just have these like really like sort of established fact narratives that 90% of people will go along with this narrative, and then they change. But some like variables change, and the narrative is completely forgotten. And a new one is now the establishment fact narrative. It's really weird. It's weird how people just forget what they were saying 2 years ago. I'm saying, and separate to what's good or bad or pro or con, there's an interesting. You even see it in sim racing where there's like narratives that X Simulator is the most realistic, and then within a month it's like, oh no, this one's more realistic, and then in another month, another year, oh no, this is the most realistic. This one's the best. When fundamentally they haven't really changed that much. It's just that there's been a sort of cultural like argument from authority shift or popularity shift. The actual facts of how what's changed is the actual things have not changed. So I think most people form their views from an argument from authority, and so those type. If you formed your view from authority, as soon as the authority changes what the thing is, that's all that matters, because they're not actually evaluating stuff based off the actual points. That's the joy of modern life. I'm almost there. Okay. This was too easy though. We needed more like gambling. So if you use these weather presets, they don't change, do they? Like I guess if you've not got a pre-done flight path and you're not quite sure on the geography. Yeah, I think that's what you need, is some like gambling variable to this. So you're like, oh, do I try and go this way or that way? Maybe you could do it as a timed thing, I guess. And then so you have the fixed weather, and so what you could. If you have fixed weather, but is it easier to go faster? The thing with gliding is normally it's just distance based, more than speed based. Is it done by average speed? Okay. What you trying to do? Like get to one position, so you are trying to get to another place as fast as possible. Have I flown past the airport? I'm just flying along these hills because they look nice. I know, go left. These hills would be nice to walk on. Hang on, are we pointing towards Munich? München. think we need to up the texture quality. Something's looking a bit flat about the terrain. I think we fixed that with the setting before. Like the contrast or something is a bit off. I do think with Flight Sim, the one thing it does do really well is the sort of flight seeing thing. It's just like, oh, you're flying through an environment that looks nice. So as a, oh, I see it. As a justification of the game, if you enjoy just looking at terrain and locations from the air, then Flight Sim is quite good for that. But I think it's still at a point where if you're focusing on the like raw mechanics of stuff, it's a bit of a weird one. I need to invert my speed brake. I don't know if our landing gear is still going to work here. Well, it says malfunction, but it's working, so. Well, it might collapse when we land. Oh, wow. With the American stuff, I am a little bit surprised that like Americans seem to protest smaller things than the amount of corruption that's taking place in the Trump-Elon government is unprecedented. Like there's always been corruption in governments, that's pretty normal, but the degree to which it's affecting middle class people, not just really poor people. I'm just doing it. This is an interesting approach we're doing here. I think I'm just doing the worst approach ever. Oh well. So I'm surprised that there's not more protesting in America. Booth Mountain is miles away. But I wonder if the same thing happened in the UK, would people protest it that much? Like, let's say if Nigel Farage gets into government and then started doing blatantly corrupt stuff. Oh dear. Let's watch the airspeed. Okay, we'll just come down. This is a unconventional landing. This is how you land, guys. Don't question it. Bloody hell, it's reluctant to... Oh, bloody hell, it's 15. Okay. Knew where landing. It's because the wind's from the right. You'd think the hill on the right would... bloody hell, the ground effect. What on earth? Okay, that was weird. What? Oh, the front wheel collapsed. It was damaged. It was damaged. Where's the airport? Oh. Yeah, the front wheel collapsed because we broke it. It's first successful glider flight. Dead. It was doing some weird stuff at like the ground effect was like really weirdly strong. Yeah, what is going on? What? Oh, okay. There's something super messed up with the physics on that. There's something really messed up. Yeah, it must be the landing gear's broken, but also just the way that the way the ground effect's working on this. Also, why are we like we're flying into the wind here, but then there's a hill there. What? It it's messed up. No, it's not too fast. Like, it's really weird. It's like going in and out of ground effect and then doing like mental stuff from the ground effect. Like, it's not that you're like, okay, you got wind on the right and you go down and then the ground effect shouldn't be like a huge, massive, mega mushy zone that's then causing it to go like it's tight. I think it's a lot tighter in real life. It's more like because the ground effect only happens when you get to the same height as the wingspan or half the wingspan, I think. So it's that I think it gets really complicated actually how the drag and everything works, but it's not like yeah, I don't know. It just seemed really weird with this aircraft. It's hard to explain. No, I would. It'd be interesting to do the same sort of flight in Condor, or a simulator that has more legit glider physics. I think it's the wind causing the issue because there's just the. I don't remember it having been that weird with ground effect with less wind. But then if you had a hill like that next to a runway, right? If the wind's coming from here across here, well, first of all, this hill is probably gonna shield this runway from wind coming from south to north, right? But even then, let's say the wind hits here, goes up over this into the air, and then comes down here, you'd actually expect more of like not a constant. If anything, you'd expect if the wind's coming across here, you'd expect like really weird like noisy air, like turbulence and stuff. Like the wind would probably, like, depending on the shape of this hill, you'd have like loads of weird stuff going on. So yeah, I don't know how you ever simulate that on a global level though. Yeah, I think the way that Microsoft Flight Sim does it is it's like, okay, well, this is like a square. This hill generally is kind of a square, and it's generally got this height, and then the wind hits this, and then we ignore it at a certain height. Didn't they do it? They've got that for the helicopters, haven't they, already? But it's only for the helicopter blades on the body of the helicopter. And yeah, and then it would also depend on the actual complexity of that. And then ultimately, 50 kilometers around you. So I guess that's enough for gliding, isn't it? Because mean, even like just having, I don't know. I don't know how, it'd be interesting to see how complex of a system you need for it to seem convincing. Because you don't know what the actual, you don't know what the actual thing would be in reality for a given day. So as a result, you can get away with something that's a lot more simplistic, and then the player would just be like, oh, that's what it happens to be like this day. Which I think is how they get away with a lot of the stuff that's in it at the moment that's really off, because you'd be like, oh, you know, can't directly compare, so. We should do some single player, see if that's working actually. Where was this? Oh, there's Munich. What I don't get with this, right? Flying from one airport to another airport is in a glider is just quite a fun thing to do. So why would you not just have a whole load of scenarios with ways of being able to do it better or worse with the glider, and then just give people like 50 glider flights, like have a game designer that knows all the glider stuff, even work with maybe like a glider school or real glider pilot, and then have a whole thing to go through that's like does all the training the glider thing, and then has like all the like glider flights to do of different difficulties with set weather, and so it's a thing for you to tick off and then you have like a like difficulty, like they've already got challenges, but it's just I think they've just, the problem is they've got this philosophy of global simulation. The whole world is simulated. And it's kind of like the same, it's same as like the procedural. It's the same issue with like global lighting and procedural assets and things. It's like, in theory, that's great because the game does everything automatically and it works everywhere. But in reality, it's like actually designed lighting, baked in lighting, works consistently. You can design it, looks great, and you can make a really good situation. Non-procedural assets, you like, we know what you've made, we know how it's working, it's all tailored, it's fantastic. Whereas procedural assets, everything kind of just starts to look the same. Same with missions. If you just have like random procedural missions, they lose, each thing loses like depth. But I think it's part of that simulation philosophy that I think sim devs get locked into. It's like, oh, we're simulating the Earth, and then they can't deviate from that. Right, let's continue the career. Although, I mean, to be fair, aspects of the career mode were quite fun that I've done so far. Like, it's there's parts of this game where you're like, oh, that's really quite good, and then something comes from left field that's just confusing. I mean, they had thing is, you've got sims like Euro Truck Sim that give you a good template of what works really well. Like, here's your plane, here's your company, or is it your truck, and here's stuff to do, then buy a truck. But I think it has to be designed. I don't know why they decided to do this whole globe thing. I guess that argument could be, well, people want to do the single player in whichever region they're in. But I would say, no. I don't think many players do care about that. I don't care about being in the UK. You want to fly in what are the best places to fly. And ultimately, you could have tailored, you know, like Euro Truck Sim, and then they release more missions with more areas, which I think players would respond really well to. And I mean, you could even make it so that you start off in one place with small aircraft, but then jet aircraft can land anywhere. Yeah, maybe it's this kind of thing where it just takes to execute this concept requires like 2-3 years of development. And the problem now is because it's out, it's going to take like 6 years of development. And look, we could go Southampton to I'm not right. So I've just loaded into the career, having not played this for a while. And the thing is, it's not clear to me exactly what the next thing I should be doing is, because I've forgotten what I was doing. We've got reputation level. We've got some credits. But what is the next thing that I should be doing? Like, what am I actually aiming for is not really clear. The laptop glasses, Novotny. Oh, I need 15,000 credits to do this. Okay. So this is supposed to be what's telling me to motivate me to do stuff. But then you have the problem that if you can fly everything in single player, why do you then want to do the career mode? And don't you just want to do missions anyway, rather than I'm not quite. All the fun stuff requires you to grind through all this tedious stuff as well. Yeah, like the fun stuff would be like hoisting people, rescuing people, and the thing is, none of these things require more skill from a gameplay perspective than these other things. So it's all. And then you know it's all broken anyway, so you can't trust that any of it operates. Like there's certain things that if you do them, you can't maintain your plane and things. Where's the one-off missions? Challenges, activities. Look, normally if you're playing a single player game, what motivates a player to play through a single player? They'll be like story and unlocks and novel gameplay as you progress through it. Well, there's no story in this, and the novel unlocks are already in the other part of the game. I guess you could say the mechanics of running your own air company. Like your own airline. But then you'd be like, what are you earning the money for? Normally, if you've got a game like a management game, you're earning the money to like expand a team or something, or I don't know. I'm not quite sure who the career mode's for in this. Maybe I just don't get it. I like simple gameplay, but maybe I'm just a bit of a dunce. But I really like, simple challenges with a variable way of getting a score. So like Super Monkey Ball had like a thing where you had to go down a ramp and land on platforms, and it'd be really hard to land perfectly on the platform, and then you'd be trying to get a high score. I like stuff like that. So I would like more in this. It'd be fun having like crop dusting challenge, but it's really hard to get the high score, or you unlock different locations that are progressively harder to do, but it's just crop dusting, and it kind of everything is mishmashed into this one big thing that just makes everything a mess. Like it's like choice paralysis. I think it's just. I would rather have less. I'd rather it be, here's your Cessna. Okay, you've flown this XYZ, right? You're now progressing from the Cessna to this thing. Because you're a pilot, so you can only do one thing. So your Cessna. Okay, now you move to this. Now you move to this, and then you'd have the thing of going, oh, I've become a fully fledged pilot. I've completed the pilot career. Maybe that's only 50-60 hours of gameplay, and then this sort of thing would be something that you have after that. Like this sort of thing would be you've now completed the pilot career. You've mastered Cessnas, you've mastered jets, you've mastered this. You can do helicopters. Now you've unlocked the mission map where you can do missions, and then I don't know how you build a structure into that. You're having most fun doing ferry flights over mountains that are higher than planes can go. Right, we're gonna do this Reading flight. Although actually, as a game thing, I would like to be. Let's say it was just one. Like you're a cargo. All you do is cargo delivery, but you are choosing the cargo, and then you are gambling on the fact that you can get the cargo to the destination in the correct time. You're not going to damage it with your flight, and so you have game mechanics based around how well you can fly the cargo to the location, and that's evaluated. So you just have a pretty concise goal and rating system. I don't know. Is that what's that game? The one where you've got the bush plane.
Captain, thanks for being available. I'm Sarah, the maintenance manager.
Where are we going?
This freshly tuned DR-400/100 cadet needs to get to Benson AB. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, he wants it flown back. His name's Mark Dobson, and he is waiting at the destination to pick it up. Have a safe flight.
Echo Golf Kilo Charlie Traffic GM 7 Papa Mike Hotel Tree 10 is taxiing to runway 23. Echo Golf Kilo, Charlie Traffic GM7 Papa Mike Hotel Tree 10.
Tree.
Taking off runway 23 departure to the north.
I really enjoyed. I didn't really play Forza Horizon 5, but the Forza Horizon 4, I really enjoyed playing that. Like for like 35 hours or so, it was like, oh, a fun race, silly story, stupid thing, drive a car. That was it. I thought it was all right. You know, it was sort of pre-scripted stuff. A nice map to drive around. Yeah, I need to. The problem I had with 5 is I couldn't get it to work on my system. I think the next one's supposed to be coming out soon, isn't it? Will it be like Tokyo or something? If you had to take 2 games stuck on, well, the problem is the type of game you would take for being stuck on an island would be different to a type of game that you would just play for fun. You know what I mean? Like, you'd want to take a game that you could play forever. Well, at least with iRacing, right? From a gameplay perspective, with iRacing, put aside how much it costs to play. If you're just going to say, oh, there's iRating. I want to see what iRating I can get to. As a game, and it's multiplayer, obviously, so it's quite fun. The challenge against other people. That's quite good, isn't it? Like that's quite a good. I think that's quite good about iRacing. I mean, it's a shame that the mechanics aren't the best, but as a game, it's fun going, oh, look, I've got a rating. How does my rating compare to other people? It's nice and simple. I think for games that having a simple overarching base strategy or base metric is a quite an addictive thing. Well, CK, I think part of it though is to do with complexity is a big part of it. So I think what happened is that in the past, the dev teams were small and they were trying to just get the computers to do stuff that seemed good. so they were just like, oh, what is, like, this computer runs like crap and can barely do anything. So that completely limited what they could attempt to do. And as a result, the games ended up being very, very focused within the limitations of the game would force the developer to be creative to make it entertaining. Whereas now, and this is what you see with Sims, rather than going, oh, can we make a game on the thing. It's like, oh well, we want to do these tyres, we want to have this, we want to have that, but they haven't even asked themselves, are those things actually good for gameplay? Like, why? Why is that fun? Gabe Newell made a comment on this with like Half-Life 1 development and Valve development. They were like developing stuff, and they're like, oh look, we can do all these advanced AI things, and we can have all this stuff happen. We could, we could make the guns really realistic. We could do all this stuff. The recoil can be realistic. The damage can be realistic. We could do all this realistic stuff. But the point is, it's like, is that fun? Is the real question you need to be asking yourself. Doesn't matter if it's realistic. So is it fun? Or what's the point? But then again, the thing is, when it comes to marketing and getting magazines and media to be interested and to build hype, developers are really encouraged to be like, oh, we're doing this thing that you've never seen before, and that is a big way of building hype around games. So, because if your marketing pitch is, we've done the same game as you played already before, but it's got better graphics and it's it looks a bit better, it runs a bit better, we've improved the basic mechanics a bit, that's not something that's easy to market. Whereas if you go, we are making the most realistic racing simulator, it has the most advanced physics, we've got the most advanced, the graphics are most photoreal, we're doing all this XYZ, we've got all this stuff. Even if that stuff is poorly executed, it's something to talk about. So I think having to appeal to marketing is it's quite a big thing. Yeah, well, you would hope that a game would speak for itself, and in the long run I think it does, but it is difficult to get momentum. So there's a big problem in that you can build a pretty good game and it can just go under the radar. So unless you're like an indie dev with like less than 10 people or even less than 6 people, you have to generate the cash flow. You can't just keep operating under the radar and gradually build things up without running out of money. Not sure why my... So we got hardware trim. What that means is the joystick, I can lock the joystick into position. So if I push it forwards here and I push the button, it's so the green dot is where the joystick is and the red dot is the force feedback. So I can use this and that's basically locking the joystick into that position. But I could lock it here, right? So what it means is that rather than having to constantly pull on the joystick, I can just hold the joystick, push a button and it will stay in one place. But for some reason it's not fully working at the moment. Oh, but it's a bit weak. I'm not quite sure why. Might be because of the spring force. Thanks for subscribing. See, Moser has this thing. Moser does this thing, right, of a percent, right, where it's over 100%. So you might be like, well, is 100% 100%, or is this 100%, or is 250 2.5 times magnifying against force feedback? Now the problem is, different modes of devices seem to do that differently. So it's a bit weird. It's crazy how easy it is to appreciate AC. Well, this is the thing with AC1. How on earth does Kunos compete with? They've got a platform which has thousands of people around the world developing stuff for it, and it runs really well. Thanks for subscribing, Funke. It runs really well, it looks great, and the physics are better than most other sims, even with the curbing or, you know, the suspension stuff. Like, it fundamentally drives really well. So, somebody's already released an Eiffel, a track of the Eiffel, you know, Eiffel region in Germany. So, also, you have to think, is Evo, is it more value for the consumer or more value for 505? Like, if Kunos was building a simulator that was more value for the consumer, would they not just keep offering updates to AC1? If your goal, forget profit, if your goal was to just add as much value to the consumer, does Evo actually add more value to the consumer? I think it could do in some ways. Obviously, a business is not going to promote they're going to promote stuff that gives them value, not what necessarily gives consumer value. Because why would you promote something that's less value to yourself as a business? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I wouldn't even describe LMU as being in early access as it is. You know, like right now, I think it's more. It's not really early access, is it? Like, do you know what I mean? I don't know. Evo's in a weird. I think what will happen with Evo is if they can just get enough of the features. Yeah, no. If they can just get enough of the features for. Is that a cloud? Look at this weather system. What on earth? I think I need to turn my clouds up. They look terrible. Yeah, if they can get enough single player features in Evo for the console launch, I think it'll do all right. Where's clouds? Oh, here we go. Oh, that's better. Yeah, most people that want to play it ever. So already I'm seeing the narrative shift on its force feedback. Even though they've not really changed the force feedback, there's already loads of people going, "Oh, I really love how direct it feels to drive. It's really good." So people already, there's a user base. It's kind of weird because Kunos themselves have said they've not done like thermal modelling on the tyres. There's a whole bunch of stuff they've not done. It's still really heavily in development, and the content's all over the place. And Kunos have been honest about that. So it's kind of weird that they change stuff, and but people are already saying it's great because people just get used to what's there, and then that becomes the thing that they like. They all hate me. It's right. Yeah, all the fanboys always hate me because I always have a pretty critical, nuanced view on everything, even when I like it or don't like it. You can. The thing is, I don't care. I could just lie and make money out of them, but I should just be like, yeah, those amazing guys. Just don't say anything. Don't say anything critical about anything. Oh, wow, Kudos have done a really good job. I really like how it is. New update. Oh, I really like what they've done. Oh, dear. Yeah, I do think there is the advantage that weirdly, I do seem to have like weird credibility in the sim space, which is really weird because I'm not like like I have people come to me like in the business of sim racing. They're like, oh no, what do you genuinely think of this? Because there's so much bullshit. Like there needs to be bullshit filters. That's why I think some of the esports drivers are quite good for consultancy with some of the sims, because they esports drivers behind the scenes are so critical. It's hilarious, right? If I bet you guys in chat, if you were to think, oh, esports drivers, they don't really say anything critical, most of them, right? You'd think, oh, they just say positive stuff, right? Behind the scenes, they are like a billion times more miserable and critical than me. But they're just not publicly critical. I think Evo could end up being quite good in the long run, but I'm not sure how it competes with AC. Well, I do. So esports drivers are crybabies. I do think what can happen with esports drivers is that they're more concerned over they're concerned about the specific features that relate to esports and competitive driving more than the features that relate to a game as it pertains to different parts of the market and what's relevant to different users, which is it's fine. That's because they're esports drivers. So if you were to ask a professional cyclist what they think of a bike, they generally will deconstruct it from the perspective of how good is that bike from like a professional cyclist perspective, not necessarily how good is the bike for different user segments. I don't think I've been that positive about Rensport or that negative either way. Like, I've not really said that much. I need to I think they actually yesterday rolled out the update to public, so I need to try that properly. When I go to like random events or like Gamescom or Sim Racing Expo, it's not a scenario where you get to actually use stuff properly to give a really good view on things. But in terms of Rensport, I actually quite like how it drives. I always have. Like, it's better than iRacing. Like, it doesn't just bin you, so it's fine. The force feedback tells you what the car's doing. But the problem with Rennsport is it doesn't have a single player. It doesn't have AI. The online's half dead at the moment. I couldn't get it to run well on my system last time I tried. I need to try the update. They didn't have Locked Horizon, but they actually added that a while back. So I couldn't play it because it just made me motion sick. But the actual driving is fine. Like, it's totally drivable. You know, you could counter steer. Like, I didn't like it as much as AC. Don't get me wrong. I think LMU has better physics. But way better than GT7 or like some cars in R Factor 2. Way better than Automobilista 2. So no, I can. I couldn't play because it made me sick. I can play it now because they added those things. What airport is that? Is that Silverstone? No, it's a military. Maybe it's Biggin Hill or something. That says nothing. Well, yeah. The problem we have is that Richard Burns Rally and AC1 are just on a completely different level, and so right. If you're talking about a game, there's like a general thing of like. So first of all, well, with Rennsport specifically, and this is what I've been saying this to them for years. Like I'm saying this to other developers. PC is just pointless. Like from a business perspective, PC is just stupid. Like it's all about the console version. Thank you, Live 55, and obviously the developers know that. And the thing is, I really appreciate the sub. Any sim that passes, like, how much does it take to pass Gran Turismo 7? It's not much, is it? So any like even R Factor 1, if you were to release R Factor 1 with some shiny graphics on console, sorted. You're actually getting because there's nothing on console that's realistic-ish. Like, I mean, ACC a bit, AC, but they're both a bit weird on console. So yeah, it's what are you comparing games to? Especially with sims in particular, it's like flight sims. Like I think maybe Microsoft Flight Sim is a lot better on console. I don't know. Maybe it works more streamlined. But yeah, if you're comparing there's a real problem at the moment in that if I talk about sims from the perspective of someone that's sim raced for 25 years. And if you compare stuff to Richard Burns Rally, most people look at you as if you're stupid. "20 years?" Yeah, well, so the other part of the console thing, I think the physics are less important on the console, but what you do need is it needs to have a good sort of structure and flow to it. So Gran Turismo 7 has really bad gameplay. Like it's not a well-designed game, but especially like compared to the old Gran Turismos or Forza or something. But it is a very sleek game to navigate and like load into different events, and it's a solid. Like, I don't think it's particularly the best game, even compared to its own previous titles, but as a thing to interact with, the user experience is reasonably good. That's what I mean. And I think that is something that you have to nail for a console game, is the actual gameplay, and the game can be a bit shit, but the user experience has to be quite solid. All right, Floyd, Dan, thanks for popping in. Do they though? Do they? I need to look at the market data because it keeps like fluctuating. It keeps fluctuating between. It depends what PC game you're talking about, and what size of game, and how it. You know. That's the difficulties. It's not necessarily that clear cut. If that makes sense. Like. But also, there's obviously if you can sell on Xbox and PlayStation 5, that's going to be a big thing. I need another cup of tea, guys. We'll get one in a minute. See, I do think with this mission, like this is so pointless, but it's quite fun doing a pointless mission in a little plane, just flying from one place to another and getting some game credits. I do quite enjoy that. So this is the sort of Gran Turismo thing. You can just give someone a monotonous task with some points, and there's something oddly compelling about it. You're not really doing anything, just looking at the view, chooching along. Oh, that's cool, Jet Red. Yeah, I need to get some video sponsors sorted out. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to cover on YouTube, but I can't justify the time. He says whilst playing Flight Sim, doing nothing, but like. If I get a sponsor for stuff, then I can make it work out. Well, it's the problem is, if I make a YouTube video that's like comparing whatever the current game is, or talking about something that's trending or something that's interesting, it will get 3 to 5 times the amount of views and subscribers, right? If I do a video on some like niche component of a simulator, then it's just not a wide enough thing to get the viewership for it to make sense, particularly. So it's the problem with YouTube. I mean, the thing that we've been doing recently that I found work quite well is I do these live streams. You know, when games. This feels like a retirement stream. How's it going, man? Like we do live stream of when a game's got an update. I live stream the update. We try it out. I capture B-roll, which I'm not doing now when I should be. And then we can do a video talking about the update, and it's a good way of getting a lot of time on the games and also getting content done. Oh, hang on. Benson AB. That's not where I wanted to go. Fly down world. Where's the fly? Oh, we're way too high. Where's this? There's a train line. Is that Reading? Hang on. Why is my airspeed 0? My airspeed indicator's broken. Oh no, it's in the cockpit. It's working. It's just not working on the UI. Do you guys recognise that? Looks a bit like Reading to me. But then London would be in front of us if it was, so. Frozen pit. Well, it's not that cold. We've got the speedo here. It's just it's the other UI. Does this plane have a pitot heater? Don't think it does. Oh well, we're fine. Slough. Oh look, there's an old runway here with trees on it. That makes any sense. Oh no, it's a road. Yeah, in an hour, Novotny. Yeah, maybe. I stayed up way too late last night. I couldn't sleep.
Benson Tower, GM 7 Papa Mike Hotel Tree 108 miles south 2100 for to land.
You have very little time for extracting and post editing. Oh yeah, Matt. So what you should do? Yeah, don't do editing. So if you do a race in your live stream,
make left traffic runway. Just
don't edit it,
Papa Mike Hotel Tree 10.
or just cut bits out of it. But make your videos a singular point. Because think of a video as answering a question. Bloody hell, turbulence. So the question would be like, I don't know, you play AC, but you probably do. Let's say you're doing LFM races or something. You have to think what's a broad question that a lot of people would ask in regards to what you happen to have done your live stream about. So if you're playing LFM, you've done an LFM race and you want to make a live stream, you want to make a video of it, you could just have the start of the race. Doesn't even have to be this full race. Don't even have to edit it. And the video could be how active is LFM with AC. And then your video is just you talking about that using the footage you recorded, and you go, I'm a big fan of AC, LFM, and yesterday we did a race, but the real question is, how active is LFM, and is LFM still alive with AC, and will you be able to find a race yourself now, or is it dying, something like that, and then just answer that question. That's a video that would have general interest. So you could do that with loads of stuff. Let's say you're racing LFM with front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive cars. So you'd have the footage of that, and so your video could be, are front-wheel drives actually easier to race than rear-wheel drive cars? And then you just answer that question in the video. A lot of people will probably be interested in knowing that. Or, or why I struggle with front-wheel drive cars, or why I prefer front-wheel drive cars, or like are front-wheel drive cars better for racing? All that kind of stuff. Think of it as the video is answering a question, and answer the question as detailed and as concisely as possible. That's probably the easiest way of making engaging content. There you go. That'll be £500 consultancy fee. Oh dear. I wasted my life making videos. I hate my life. Here we go, we're coming to land here. PayPal email, nah, it's all good. It's all basic stuff, I think. Have a silly face in the thumbnail. No, don't do that. I think the silly face thing actually is less valuable now. A boring face is more valuable now because people are tired of silly faces. And then, for extra points, really ham up your South African accent, and just say random South African sayings. What it? That's like Birmingham. So the beer, do the ponte. I can't do South African. It's like a weird Dutch mixture of Dutch and Birmingham, and it's a really hard accent. Damn prawns. just keep putting District 9 references into your videos. That's what I would do. Like, what South African stuff do people around the world know? It would just be like, well, okay, maybe want to put aside the apartheid stuff, but like car hijacks and District 9. Oh no, that's back to apartheid. You can't escape it. To be fair, I think the apartheid stuff was Britain's fault, probably. It all comes back to the Brits basically ruined everything. If it was a bad thing that's happened in a country, you can pretty much tie it back to the British at some point in history. You just go back and you're like, you just keep going back. It's like, British, makes sense. All bad things come back to the Queen, basically. Here we go. Let's land it. This looks nice. It's a nice runway.
GM7 Papa Mike Hotel Tree.
Ah.
Did you hear my last transmission?
Yeah, but I was ignoring it.
Clear to land runway 190
I was ignoring you.
Hotel Tree 10.
Sorry, we're already landing. This is why I'm not allowed in real planes. I totally ignore the ATC for the whole landing procedure. Don't worry about that. Bloody hell. Bit turbulent here. Bloody hell. They did improve the ground behaviour. These landing lines, the tyre skid marks from the plane landings, I don't remember noticing that before. Yeah, I don't know how much that censorship. So there's people that argue that the UK has limited a lack of freedom of speech. People getting jailed for comments, right? And I don't know how much of that.
121 805 for GM7 Papa Mike Hotel Tree 10.
How much of that is like, because some people are actually
ground, GM7
getting
Papa Mike Hotel Tree
going to court
10 taxi to parking
for like stupid stuff, but then you do actually have people inciting riots and things. So, you know. Generally, the media
Taxi
covering
general
that
aviation parking
is
via taxiway.
like really
GM7
right-wing
Papa Mike
media,
Hotel
just
Tree 10.
not really looking at it fairly. Also, the same stuff was happening under the Conservatives as well, so it's it'd be interesting to see an actual study on that to know what the actual truth of it was. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, where do you draw... The thing is, would you do a post saying to shoot a politician? Because I wouldn't. Like, like, obviously I'm a YouTuber, but like, yeah, so how do you draw the line between something that's obviously a joke or something that's an actual call to action? So, and how do the police enforce that and respond to it? So, I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I'm just saying it's a difficult thing, because like, you do need yeah, it's a hard one though, isn't it? Because like, you do, as we've seen, social media can be used to outright brainwash people, and it can be used to organise riots, like racist riots, and it can be, and people are like attacked and relentlessly bullied online in a way that, you know, really negatively affects their lives, in the same way that they could be attacked in real life or stalked, you know. So how do you, the problem is, how do you actually enforce that fairly? Well, yeah, I'm not sure. The thing is, it's not, maybe you don't broadly criminalise it. Maybe you need to have a case by case basis. But yeah, the problem is as well is there's so little. The courts are completely overwhelmed in general, and then you might not get representation. And then obviously, if you're rich, none of these things affect you at all, because as soon as there was a complaint, you'd just pay for a lawyer, and the lawyer would go, well, look, yeah, we can defend this, and you can pay millions fighting it if you want. Do you know what I mean? So that's the difficulty. But I just think the as an issue, the problem is it gets oversimplified as, oh, the British government is anti-freedom of speech, or it gets completely ignored as a complete non-issue. Like it's actually quite a complex. It's not simple. It's quite a complex thing to actually deal with and address. So, and all the media coverage of
This
it.
trip was a walk in the park. Anyway, I appreciate your professionalism. My DR 400/100 cadet's finally here, and I thank you for that.
Oh, I can't remember what the button is for this. Okay. All the media coverage of it is like super biased. Well, no, I agree, MMK, but then that's like a long-term thing, isn't it? Oh, look, we got... See, that's nice. Doing a flight with a rating. I've got to get a cup of tea and we'll do another flight. See, I enjoyed that. Oh, S. Shit tier. See, that was totally pointless. That was very dull, but I enjoyed doing that was really bad, but I enjoyed it. You get some points at the end. Great. Yeah. Shoot, I don't know, but they do. They have. People have got along pretty well, generally speaking. But it depends to what degree. Yeah, you can make an argument. Do humans need an authority to keep them in line to some extent? And then you'd have to argue what that authority is. But then you could argue that if humans were all educated to a high level, if you really put the funding into education, no, to be honest, actually, I think if you lived in if there was equality, wealth equality, more people can get along, and it's actually surprising. People do get along surprisingly well. Like, it's easy to be pessimistic and go, oh well, different religions and different races or different cultural groups can't get along, but actually most people living in London are getting along, aren't they? Like, sure, there's stabbings and violence, but there's how many millions of people are living in London generally are getting along, like Birmingham and Leicester and whatever. Most people are actually getting along. Surprising, like a surprisingly large number of people that are culturally very different. Well, no, but there's not much police, is there? Because it's all been... Maybe it's the illusion of police. I don't know how you would know either way. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I wonder if people are educated. I would make an argument from it's less effort. Assuming you've got wealth equality, or the more wealth equality you've got, if you have your basic needs covered, it's less effort to not get along. It's less effort to get along than it is to not get along. And so just through entropy or energy, most people would take the less effort thing, apart from psychopaths. So I think most people do. In human nature, most people are actually... No, in fact, you can... what's it called? Like that, that thing, that experiment where people will do the thing to try and get on with other people. When they put them in a room and then the teacher... No, the teacher goes, they get them to do the wrong answer, and then, or they all turn around in a lift, and the one person that doesn't know turns around because they don't want to be the odd one out. I think that is because humans are like that's such an ingrained part of humanity. I think most people actually do get along. I think that also scales up in many ways. But then you can use tribalism or charisma or other things to divide people. So, but I don't think one thing's necessarily inherent to people. It depends on the framework. Then hang on, we did. Why we didn't do that too much? What do you mean, fight or not get along? Then we reach total capitalism. Well, it's not even capitalism, is it? It's oligarchic capitalism, or like unregulated. What would you call it? Like, I know people refer to it as late stage capitalism, but what would be the actual name of it? If you're describing full libertarian sort of unregulated capitalism. Yeah, like a sort of, the thing is, even the term free market doesn't make sense because there's no such thing. Oh, well, yeah, you could just call it pure capitalism. Yeah, you could call it pure capitalism, but you just have to define it though. But then the problem is there is never a pure version of anything, is there? So like it's hard. You'd have to just define it each time you talk about it. Hello. Is this? We just opened up a lot more of the UK. Oh, here we go. We could do a ferry flight. Cessna across. That'll take like an hour. 2 hours. They're mental. How long did that take? Oh, an hour. Felt like a lifetime. We should do something up north. Hang on. What's that comment? I think you're mixing up what the media's covering as opposed to what's actually happening. So he's saying what annoys you is the fact that they're cut benefits and the old 22 billion black hole. We're giving away the Jagos Islands and giving them 18 billion. They're too busy focusing on other countries. Yeah, no, I think that's to do with like media. Like, there's individual points there and individual things that probably need a discussion, but at the moment, so the government might be doing a whole load of stuff, but then the media only focuses on like what the current zeitgeist talking point is, and that's American politics at the moment. So that is what you hear more of, and that's just to do with the media. You know, obviously people are concerned about America. Well, I mean, it's pretty historically insane. Like, I mean, I would be harsh about the media. I think the media's insane. And I think the way media cover stuff's awful. And, you know, but in fairness, what is going on in America right now is actually, on the grand scheme of things, like we've never seen historically. It's like the equivalent of the Soviet Union collapsing, which obviously when that happened, everyone focused on it for like 10 years, like 5 years. You know, that's a significant historical thing. We at the moment, we are potentially watching the world's largest superpower collapse. So that, you know, that has a lot of ramifications. So in fairness to the media, I'll give them a little bit of a pass on that. Though I do think political coverage should be better. What's not going to happen? Well, let's take this little Robin here. Accept the mission. Yeah, no, I don't. America won't collapse, but the structure that they've operated with for 200 years of their Democratic and Republican Party and their institutions and their form of democracy. Let's be honest, it's never been a real democracy. It's always been a somewhat oligarchical, semi-democracy, like failed democracy or whatever. So fine. But it was still you could probably trace back the political parties and political party families and the actual people they represented, and there were democratic components. You could trace that back like 150 years or something, right? That is being completely dismantled. So that is, yeah, America would still exist. It'd still be a superpower, but it is a, on the scale of like national governmental change, and in a short time period, the closest thing I can think of to what's happened in America is the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's different. It's a totally different thing, but it's the same sort of scale of political event. And it is the kind of event that does cause World War III. So, so it is, you know. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, M&K. I think you're having a separate conversation. The reasons the superpowers collapse is we don't have good... Yeah, if everyone was playing driving sims with good force feedback, the world would be much more peaceful. No, I think... There's obviously things that apply to lots of countries, and there's lots of parallels, but so the reasons for how what's happening in America is occurring might be mirrored in other countries. That's fine, but specifically what has happened and what is going on in America right now that's actually taking place, maybe it will occur in other countries, but the degree and speed to which it's taken place, and the lack of their or the just the nature of what's going on is like unprecedented, I think. Like so for example, like Boris Johnson is pretty mental, but he's still well within the de facto general establishment and legal frameworks. It would be like, it's like a cultural revolution in China or something, or like imagine if some like a country that was a massive dictatorship spontaneously within a month decided to become a full-on functional democracy, right? Do you know what I mean? That would be, you'd be like, oh, that's interesting, that's significant. Having a country that mostly has a legal process that sure is pushed and broken and not, you know, not great, but having a country that followed general idea of like laws mattering, to within the space of 5 weeks going, oh yeah, it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter at all. That's quite a that's quite a big change. Well, I'm going to get a cup of tea. Well, I don't know. China's its own thing. China historically has always been, has generally been quite contained to their own territory, and it's a different approach. I know, I saw that, Niels. The Enola Gay thing, yeah, it's so stupid, so dumb. Well, you say people voted for it, so it's democracy, but what did they vote for? Like, they don't necessarily vote for... So if someone votes for something within a certain democratic structure, even if it's a broken democratic structure, if the person they vote for then starts to do stuff that's completely outside of the realms of what anyone thought they would do, that's not... You can't really use the they voted for it as a justification, rightly or wrongly. And then separate to that, you'd still have to go, what if the person that you did vote for, if what they're doing ends up being massively damaging? This is a hypothetical, I'm not saying that's what's happening, although it is, but if you vote for someone but they end up doing something that's massively damaging, you would still have to go, well, hang on, is this actually a good thing to do? You don't just turn democracy off at the point of a vote. So it's really weird. Like, Brexit is a really good example, where it's like, oh, half the population have been promoted through a large number of lies. Some of them might have legitimate reasons. Fine, whatever. But let's randomly do a referendum, something we don't normally do, and let's shoehorn it through, and then let's say it's non-binding, so we don't then follow the legal precedent for what would normally be required for a referendum to be agreed upon, and then let's execute it in a way that nobody actually wanted, even the people that voted for it, and then let's say we can't change our mind in the future because we had a referendum. It's like democracy doesn't just stop at like intervals of like, oh well, right, done. We've had that vote, right? Can't check. That's it. Sorry, Britain's never part of Europe for the next 4,000 years. In the logic of that, sorry. In all eternity, we had one referendum, and for all eternity, until the sun counters the referendum by enveloping the entire planet. It's staying that way. So we've done it. We made the decision. That's how it works. I cast votes. I do votes myself. And then when people have agreed, they're like, I'm like, oh guys, do you want to go to the cinema to watch a horror film? And they go, no. And I go, well, let's do a vote. What are we going to watch? And they go, animated film. And they go, right, we've done the vote. We're only ever watching animated films. That's it. We had a referendum. Animated films. What are we eating tonight? Let's have a vote. Pizza. Right? No other food. You can only eat pizza. We've had a referendum. Pizza means pizza. Hang on. To be honest, a £350 million bus NHS Brexit thing. Let's apply some corporate laws and arrest whoever did that. In a business, if you... Yeah. No, I know 100% agree, Twitchy. If you outright lie... So this is a huge problem in politics in the UK and probably everywhere. If you lie in Parliament, you should have to do an official apology when facts are presented that you demonstrably lied, and you should have to apologise for the same length and as clearly as the lie. So, like, same with press. If press demonstrably lies about something, obviously they're going to be as vague as possible with everything to avoid it. But if they make a statement and that is shown to be incorrect, they need to reissue an apology that's to the same degree as the original statement. And yeah, if you put total BS on a bus and then promote that across the country using debatably, like, where do they get the money and everything, well, you need another bus with the truth on it. Oh well. Neil's House in Veld supporting British supremacy across the world. The UK went backwards since World War One. Yeah, I know. Ever since we gave up all those countries that we invaded and murdered, it's just gone backwards. ever since we stopped having the slave labour, it got a lot harder to maintain power when we no longer took advantage of people as a country. The moral is we need more stormtroopers with bad aim. Boats, we need more boats. Can you have a real country without exploitation? I guess the next thing is to exploit AI, and then the AI will become sentient, and then it will be the Matrix. Let's place a bet that if the world doesn't end, we'll be back in the Union before our lifetime ends. Well, I don't know. I don't know. What if you show 3 months of daytime news anti-Corbyn propaganda playing in practically every public area with the sound of a ticker tape showing Rabbi accused him of being anti-Semitic? Yeah, I mean, the thing with Corbyn you have to understand is that he was unelectable. Now, he was unelectable because the entire media establishment went against him, but he was unelectable. I mean, just imagine actually having any form of socialism in the UK. It'd be terrible. Large businesses would have to pay like fair amounts of corporation tax. Wealth would have to be distributed across the country. It would be a disaster. You would have poor people living comfortably. There would be less homeless people. It would be a disaster. How could you enjoy being a properly British? To be properly British, you have to be able to sit there with your fancy China tea, spitting on poor people with your crown. You don't own any land. you fool. You don't have a horse. You poor. What a poor. Oh, I love being British. The paws. Look at the paws. Look at those paws over there. Woo-hoo. They don't even have central heating. Ooh, but we do. Look at the paws. That enjoyment, the enjoyment of other people's suffering is peak Britishness. So I think it's good that we've kept our culture going. You can smell, Margaret, I can smell them from here. Put on the air purifier. Beautiful British culture. Only the best. Well, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to make a cup of tea on that note. I want a cup of tea. Oh dear. Tea that was probably picked by some poor peasant in a field. With blistered fingers. I'm picking tea. It's the only job I've got, and it's just so I can make jokes about rich people. Oh dear. I'm British. I can't help it. It's part of my DNA. Exploitation. I was born with exploitation in my genes. We're back in a bit. Probably do some music as well, yeah. Hello, Twitch viewers. How many Twitch viewers have we got? 30... Well, 40 Twitch viewers on Flight Sim. That's not bad.
The pace car is out of control.
There we go. Hello! Big Back Gamer. Hello. I got a tea, a coffee, and some cereal stuff. Ultimate combo. Oh, Twitch is a terrible place. I don't know if King's Lynn is near the Mac Loop. Mac Loop is in North Wales, I think. Oh no! You can't have seen that many streamers. Well.
Captain, thanks for being available. I'm James, the maintenance manager. Today's orders are get this DR 400/100 cadet over to Great Massingham Airfield ASAP. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, she wants it flown back. Her name's Sarah Searle, and she is waiting at the destination to pick it up. Treat this aircraft like a newborn baby. That's it for me, see you.
Oh yeah. Was that part of the update? Why was the AI so bad? Was it the voice recordings they used or something?
Echo Golf Charlie Lima traffic GM7 Whiskey Tango Echo 1411 is taxiing to runway 18.
Parking brake on? No. Shun 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 shun. Hang on, is this a grass runway? Hold short! Hold the door.
Echo Golf Charlie Lima traffic GM7 Whiskey Tango Echo 1411 taking off runway 180's departure.
Where's the runway? Oh, come on. This isn't the runway, this is just a field. I guess the white line's either side. Right, where are we going? Which way am I taking off? Where's the wind blowing? Any way the wind blows. Oh, we'll just take off from here, doesn't really matter. Let's go! We might do some more glide. I was doing the single player because I'm trying to play the game for review's sake. This is a nice field. Whoa! Jesus Christ! It's like we're stuck to the ground and then it suddenly went mega. Where are we going? Oh, let's go straight ahead. Oh, this weather looks nice. I think I need to adjust my force feedback settings a bit. Ah! Right, that would explain it. you see this thing here? Oh no, is this the... Oh. I don't know what that is. I thought the... What is this? Are you going to tell me what it is? No? I thought our rudder was... Oh well, it doesn't matter. I don't know what's going on here. You got kicked out of the Microsoft Flight Sim Discord for popping should have used AWS. They probably had so many people saying that. And this force feedback joystick's incredible. It's not nothing like £600. It's pretty good actually for the price. Like if you like flight sims, it's definitely 5 times better than a Microsoft Sidewinder. And that was 120, I think. Well, I don't know, because it's really good. Like, it's really, really good. Yeah, I would like to, I've got a honeycomb. In fact, I've got 2. I need to sell one. But I bought one to review when they first came out. And then honeycomb, I know, Microsoft sent me one. And so I've got a brand new honeycomb in a box and another one I don't use. And but what I think would be good is to mod the honeycomb. The in and out requires too much force. The left and right is really nice and loose. They need to put a looser spring on it. But for basic input, it's really good. Yeah, that if you could mod force feedback onto that, would be nice. It's quite hard to do a yoke. Good yoke force feedback is quite complex. It requires like multiple axes and stuff compared to a force feedback wheel. But yeah, the honeycomb was really good. Did you just stick it on your desk using the sticky pad thing it has on the bottom? I never really understood that. Like, it's super, super grippy. But then it also has like a clamp, so it's very weird. Oh, you bolted it to a rig. Fair enough. This looks nice. It's raining over there. Why is... Oh well. Not sure why this camera is not resetting. Cheers! We got hot chocolate here. Well, actually, it's coffee. What's it called? Cafe Macchiato. Coffee and chocolate from Lidl's. You need to upgrade your Thrustmaster Warthog stick. Yeah, the thing is, so my logic was, because I bought a Brunner, as you guys know. Spent like £1,300 on a force feedback joystick. But my logic is that if you are playing a lot of flight sims, all right, Mr. Cafe owner. If you spend like let's say you spend over 1,000 hours playing flight sims, right? Which if you're a flight sim person, you probably would do quite easily over 10 years or over 5 years. You might as well have a force feedback joystick for that. So otherwise, you might as well just get a super duper cheapo joystick. So, like, my point would be, if you're spending under £100, whatever's good for £100, great. But if you're going to spend like over £300, you might as well, like, you've already decided you're going to spend a stupid amount of money on a game joystick. So you might as well then just get the force feedback joystick, right? This canal's nice. Be a bit boring to kayak down, but still quite pleasant. Yeah, and the thing is, so this is the same thing with the like active pedals that you've got. If you were going to spend like £1,000 or like £800 on pedals, why? You might as well just get an active pedal, right? Or you might as well just get a decent, cheaper option. Like being able to have force feedback from stuff gives it so much versatility. Though at the moment, I don't think I'd necessarily use active pedals as a throttle. I think it's. I think just an active brake pedal. Ah, that's why our airspeed wasn't working. You were right. It didn't take it off in the auto thing. Oh no, the pitot tube's covered. Oh no, we did the auto skip procedure and it's left the pitot tube covering in, so bees don't go into the pitot tube. Oh well, the in aircraft. Oh, that's vertical airspeed. Ah, that makes sense. Oh well, we'll use the highly accurate and safe method of looking out the window. That's not prone to any issues. Anybody want to wing walk and remove it? Spending 1k and then Moser give you one for free balances it. Well, no, it did occur to me with the force feedback joystick. I was like, if I want to be knowledgeable about it, it would help having one. Look, I'm good at lying to myself. I'm really good at lying to myself. So my thinking was like Brexit. I was like, okay, if other companies do one, I'm not going to have the money, and the import fees will be mental. Because this was just before the Brexit trade stuff came in. COVID, I think, was. No, I think this was before COVID. Yeah, I think it was before COVID. But yeah, also I wanted to really test all the force feedback stuff because it's interesting. Having the knowledge of the flight sim force feedback options is quite interesting. Now you could contrast that with force feedback wheel options on a racing simulator and the degree to which force feedback affects stuff. And also, I've always been a hobbyist in force feedback. So that's how I lied to myself to spend money that I didn't have on the force feedback joystick. If you have two active motor pedals, can they be set up for proper rudder control? Yeah, they should be able to be, but I don't know. I bring up stuff with Moser in that regards, and maybe it's something they might consider, but I've also brought that up with SimuCube as well, but you know, it's not the priority with these things is getting stuff to work really well with the driving sims, which is actually it's surprisingly hard. It's surprisingly hard to get active pedals to work utterly like seamlessly and smoothly, just because of the mechanics of how pedals move and the resistance, having strong resistance whilst also being able to move freely or in certain ways. It's actually very complicated. But yeah, doing a rudder pedal wouldn't be complicated. It's just not a priority. I mean, it could be complicated in some ways. It wouldn't necessarily have to be that complicated. Yeah, they could do a motorcycle controller. The difficulty with a motorcycle controller is you can add it onto the wheel, right? Most people don't understand that you turn by counter steering, and most of the motorbike games don't have very particularly good force feedback, and it's a niche in a niche. So if you did a motorbike controller that worked properly, most people would think it was broken. And even if you did it properly, you'd still have to do it abstractly to make it actually work well. Some people have already made some, and they're interesting, and they can work quite well. So basically, you have the ways that I've seen the better ways of doing it so far is you have the motorbike handles go down. So let's say the wheel's here. There's a bar that goes down, and then the handlebars are here, and so you turn left. But then you'd also need a pivot point on it as well. So you can do basically. You'd want to use the force feedback part of the wheel as the lean part of the bike. So you're leaning, and that's got the force feedback, and then you have a bit of handlebar rotation, but it wouldn't have force feedback. It'd just be a spring. There's a whole bunch of stuff you could do, but as I say, it's actually that is very complicated and also quite abstract, and it would be hard to convince people. Yeah, I don't think if you did the best possible motorbike controller, it would not appeal to literal hardcore motorcyclists, because they would be like, oh, that's not how you drive a bike, and your arcade gamer type people would go, oh, that's what's going on here, this is ridiculous and it's so expensive. Well, even with the full motion rig, the problem is a crucial part of a bike is the centrifugal force lifts the rider back up. Yeah, so there are, but the ones that do that, they also then have really big issues with latency and response. And then how do you, if you're leaning over like this, how do you then pull yourself up? Well, it's a bike pulling you up, so then you have to pull yourself up, otherwise you fall off it. So you'd actually need like a cable attached to you that's basically pulling against you all the time. So the bike's actually somewhat neutral. You're on a cable and you're actually neutral, but when you lean right, the cable is actually trying to pull you back up, and your weight do you know what I mean? So yeah, basically you'd need a full bungee system. It would be insane. It'd be like equivalent to, you know, those Formula 1 training helmet things where they put the cables on the helmet? It'd be like a full body version of that is what you'd need. Which is ridiculous. Yeah, Steve's mini bicycle thing is not that bad of an idea. You could do that, yeah, with like force feedback as well. You could even have it with force feedback. If you see, people have made DIY hexapod motion rig, like miniature motion rigs using little motors. You put a motorbike on that, and yeah, and then it's just your finger that's moving. So yeah, but this is the other thing. I think actually, if you actually had force feedback, you know, like your Xbox controllers, your Xbox 360 controller, it is possible to do a force feedback joystick on those, and that would be the sort of holy grail for lots of games. But the problem is it's so expensive and also patented through the roof. So there's direct drive force feedback joysticks, and the joystick is basically like a metal shaft, and then there's a magnetic field that the bottom of the shaft is in, and you can do really, really amazing force feedback with those types of devices, but it's so like niche. Okay, we're a little bit high altitude. Let's glide. Let's go for a little bit of a glide here. Force feedback and haptics is so badly not understood, even by like companies that should. It's really depressing. Like Sony don't use the haptics on their joystick that well, on their PlayStation controller. PlayStation controller is insane, guys. It has two. The triggers are full motorized triggers with different resistance. Like they're basically two active pedals in the triggers on the PlayStation controller, and hardly any game uses them properly. And then they have the vibration, which is done quite well. That's the same system that the Nintendo Switch uses. I can't remember the company, but that haptic solution is really good. Sony licensed it from them. Yeah, the engineers get it, but developers don't know how to take advantage of it, and the consumer doesn't care. So it's just outside of what they understand. And it's in marketing again. You can't. This game feels amazing on the PlayStation controller. How do you write that? Like, people don't understand it. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, it's good." You can't explain, because of the way English language operates. You can't explain the relevance of haptics in a way that someone that hasn't used it can understand. It might be easier in Japan because their language is a bit. Oh, hang on, we need to be going here. The language is more verbs and things, but. It didn't work that well, Shumi. It was a bit floppy and it had a very limited amount of angle. But yeah, it wasn't terrible. But it was really limited, the amount that it would turn, and it was massively delayed. Was it super hang on? I've got a picture of me on one of them with a me. I must have been like, it was a birthday party at Super Bowl 2000. Burton on Trent. Or maybe it was lazy. I think it was Super Bowl, and I was on it with a female friend. I must be like 7. I don't know where that picture is, but it is hilarious. It'd be so funny if the girl that I was on it with ended up. I don't know what she does now, but she ended up being a politician. I'd be like, aha! I have ridiculous. I have a ridiculous photo of you. Dual Sense with Ghost of Tsushima. Oh, you guys want a silly game to play? What's that sword game? What's it called? It's got a demo. It's like a physics-based sword fighting game. Bloody hell. Is it Half Sword? I think it's called Half Sword. Download the demo, guys, and play it. It's ridiculous. It's really funny. It's terrible, but it's interesting. Free demo. Also, get the demo for Descenders next. It's really good. That's actually genuinely really fun. Snowboarding game. It's different. I enjoy playing it, and it's got quite deep physics to it, so I'm still getting grips of it. The point system in Descenders isn't as like tight and defined, and it's more physics based movement compared to SSX. What was the Xbox 360 one? Not 1080 was on the N64. What was the Xbox 360 game? Was it Amped? Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to play. It's sort of like a roguelike. I'd say it's not as tight and defined as like Tony Hawk's type mechanics, but it's still quite nice how it plays. I really enjoyed Amped on the 360. Just doing the missions, playing through it, and it was over the top in a fun way. I didn't like Steep. I didn't like the mechanics in it. It just felt imprecise. Steep's Ubisoft. They always mess up the game design of everything. What is this final? It's like a drunken approach to an airfield. What is going on? Is it another grass strip or something? What's going on here? Oh, there's a new Tony Hawk's remastered coming out soon. 2 and 3. No, 3 and 4. But Tony Hawk's 1 and 2 remastered is really, really good. I kind of want to play it, live stream it. But I don't think people really care about us playing stuff like that. But it's a fun game. Where's the airfield? It's not that. It's got a house at the end of it. Oh dear, this is messed up. See, the problem with this is they've got buildings on the runway. Like, if you're going to do single player like this, you can't have a building on the runway. Like, there's an actual factory on the bloody runway.
Echo Golf
A little bit
Tango
unsafe.
Traffic GM7 Whiskey Tango Echo 1411 is on final runway 21 to land.
Oh, they fixed the turbulence in this. Like, the turbulence seems a bit more natural, actually. Yeah, it's the safest. It's a Korean hangar. Just be glad it's not made of concrete. Bit of a crosswind here. This is a military airfield. This is not a... Oh! I didn't have my feet on the... books. Oh, we'll go back to where we came from. 15 knots of wind here. Look at it dangle. If this makes me go all the way... Look at the skid marks from my landing. If this makes us go all the way around again. Yeah, I think we only have these types of concrete slabs on military airfields. I don't think average... Well, maybe I'm wrong. Why does it feel like we landed on the taxiway rather than the runway? What is this airfield? Oh well. Oh, that's new. The box is on the little mini map thing. I don't think it was there before.
Echo Golf Tango Tango Traffic GM7 Whiskey Tango Echo 1411 is taxiing.
Echo, 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 Tango Whiskey Golf Foxtrots. Calypso, Cappuccino, Milkshake, Mushroom, Pangolin. Oh, they've got 3 staff here. That makes sense in this type of airfield. 3 staff.
I know your flight was challenging. I'm glad it was you. I would have had a rough time. Thanks for taking care of my DR 400-100 cadet for me.
Thanks for thanking my DR 400 cadet. After we almost binned it on the landing. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Ah, super. Wunderbar. We got a super rating despite leaving a thing in the pitot tube. You like making music? Have you ever played with VCV Rack? No. Is it built into the Quest 3? I've tried Paradiddle and Piano Vision and some other random stuff. I like playing with real knobs. I can't play with fake knobs. Base income 12,000. Hang on. I get 2,500. Yeah, but they're all fake knobs. That went well. Oh no, my biscuits! I left them in the kitchen. Alright, what's this? Reputation upgrade. Level 26? Okay. I do have controllers. I've got a few controllers. I've got an AKG something or other, but it's got terrible... It's awful. We're moving up through the UK here. We've unlocked even more stuff in the north. So, this is another thing that seems like a missed opportunity, is that they don't... it doesn't... it'd be nice if the map was like... If this thing was like blacked out and then it showed, oh, you're unlocking. So part of the fun would be actually unlocking the terrain. So, I mean, that's kind of what it's doing already. Like, you get these circles. But it having a, like, bar here, or like an information thing saying percentage of UK unlocked, 8%, 9% or whatever. And then you'd be like, oh, I'm going to do missions, and my goal is to 100% do UK coverage. And then it goes, UK, fully unlocked. You know, and then, so that'd be fun to go, oh, I'm playing through Flight Sim, and I'm unlocking the whole world. You know, and you've got different missions you could pick. It's like, they have stuff that does these things, but then they don't think of how to make those game mechanics compelling. Or how to add more, like, free... stuff that doesn't cost anything to develop, or not much, and then let's do this. Too many trumpets. Let's go to Middlesbrough, Sheffield to Middlesbrough. Do they teach you how to fly? There are flight lessons, but you'd be better off just doing just watching some YouTube videos. I mean, this is just—it's just a airport to airport. Time to deliver this crucial cargo. Right, we need to make sure all these are taken off. It didn't do it last time. Oh! I like being able to see all the objects spawning. That really adds to the immersion. Oh no. Let's manually do it. There we go. No, remove the chocks. The chock, not the tire. There we go. These missions are just whatever the plane is with the mission.
Hi there. It's Leona. Now that you're all set up, let me go over the important details with you. You have boxes of goods behind you. Standard shipment for one of our clients based in Durham.
Oh yeah, I can see them.
Expected in no time at Peterlee Airfield.
Yeah, great.
Our sensitive cargo containers are built to handle slight turbulence, but maintain a constant flight speed and adapt to changing conditions. A prompt and safe delivery is key for the success of our business. All relevant information is in your flight packet, which is uploaded on your map as a reference. Safe flying, Captain. Ground GM 7 Bravo Sierra Tango, Tree 9er request.
GM 7 Bravo Sierra Tango, Tree 9er taxi 2, and hold short of runway 20, using taxiway Charlie Alpha Cross runway 20. Contact tower on 128, 775 when ready.
How do I get there? Oh, okay. Yeah, they've definitely improved that, which is nice. We've got keys in the cockpit. They got physics on the keys. That's new. We're going to we'll do this and then I want to do another glider flight. Look at the toe brakes on this plane. They're just screwed on the top. Yeah, we'll have to check that RSS car out. Oh, dear. Thanks, CKTL. Your favourite bold, depressed bold man. I'm not actually that depressed at the moment, surprisingly. Weirdly, not being that depressed recently. Should be very depressed, but not for some reason. I find the rudder pedals in planes really cut my brain compared because I'm so used to doing sim racing with driving pedals. The idea of pushing your right to turn right and left to go left and then a toe brake on each one is like really weird because you're using your feet on pedals. Is there a ratio? No, I don't normally find streaming depressing actually. Not really sure what. For me, depression is mostly to do with health. So if I don't feel like if I've slept okay and I don't feel unwell, then I'm normally not that depressed, to be honest. Like, yeah, if I didn't have any health issues, I'd be like Jardier times 5. Because also, when stuff's bad, I kind of feel like it doesn't bother me. It's weird. Thanks for subscribing. Good gamer, no good gamer. Maybe that's an advantage if you have like a sort of constant health thing, then anytime you're not feeling bad, you're like, oh wow. You're like, wow. Oh, I feel. Hey. Oh, come on! It told me to turn around here. Yeah. So maybe people, if you always feel well, you don't have a reference. But then most people have jobs they don't like and other stuff, so then they feel better when they're not doing that thing they hate. So that's probably where it comes from for most people. You're surprised there's no more new pilots who crash on landing by slamming the left rudder pedal? Oh, to brake. Well, have you seen that video of the guy that guy panicking, and he wasn't turning the power down, and then he flew into he survived it, but he flew into a shed. We're gonna get docked points for this. Oh my goodness! The lift! Instant. I forgot this is like a stole plane. These are insane. Jesus Christ! Look at the lift. It's insane. Oh, it's just ridiculous. I mean, this aircraft is just a wing. Oh, we need to go the other way. Oh well. Jesus Christ! I didn't need to give it that much power.
7 Bravo Sierra Tango Tree 909er continue for north departure.
That was with the flaps up as well. These must have like incredible power to weight. We've got large. The propeller on the front's really big actually. Absolutely insane. A lot. They have these planes they use in for like deliveries in Alaska and things, or they land on like sandbars. They're not very quick though. I'd love to fly something like this in real life. But these are like probably like £1 million to buy, but I guess you just rent it. But yeah, I don't think I'd trust myself. I think I'd have some trust issues. Whoops, just adjusting my seat there.
GM 7 Bravo Sierra Tango Tree 909er leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
Tower GM 7 Bravo Sierra Tango
It's like if you buy
frequency change.
kit caterums. Although actually a car, I would. It's more that it'd just take a long time to put together. But you know, at least you know if a wheel falls off in a car at road speeds, you're probably fine. But if a wing falls off, not that it would, but you know. But I think for me personally, I would want to do a lot of glider flying before doing engine flying aircraft. And then the thing is, you'd be like, well, you know, if you study the weather, you know what the weather is, and then if you were used to glider flying, your mindset I think would be different to a pilot that's only ever flown powered aircraft, because a glider pilot would always be like, oh yeah, at this glide, you know, the glide slope of this, I could land here, I could land here. I mean, obviously, propeller aircraft can do that as well, but you know, you'd just be like, yeah, okay. You'd be like, oh, I'm safe, and you'd be like, right, you wouldn't probably risk it with weather like I think like some pilots do. And I think also if you're a glider pilot, I think you'd be more comfortable at a basic level with going, oh, if I have to land in a field, fine. And you know, you'd know the process involved for picking up your aircraft. You know, you'd be like, oh, you'd be really familiar with looking out for obstacles. Oh, look at that! It's like a Civil War fort. You know, I think you just have a degree of comfort with the fundamentals of flying and landing that I think you could not have if you'd only ever flown powered aircraft. Which I think would make you way calmer. Like, let's say the engine turned off on this and you'd never done glider flying, you'd be like, ah, shit, I've got to land, where do I land, you know. Whereas I think a glider pilot would be like, oh, here's the options. Sure, it doesn't glide as much as a glider, but yeah. So I'd want to fly glide, and that just for fun, I think, as well. We're flying to Middlesbrough here, guys. Where do we take off from? What's south of Middlesbrough? Is it like some like random airfield? York, near York or something? I've been on these roads in real life. Oh, I've got tea. Perfect. Oh, look at these housing estates. That looks so British. Yeah, when I was flying to Cologne, it was really clear, and you could see the difference between the UK and Germany in terms of how our like housing areas are. And like Germany, you end up with these like little squares or tiny little villages, right? 30, 40 houses along a road. And in the UK, we have this thing where it's like, this is the UK. Just like, why would you want to live there? The German thing's like, here's a nice little bit of houses, nice river. UK. It's like shit. But it's quite funny how different the countries look like from the air. One nice thing with the UK though is that the countryside is more varied than Germany without you having to travel for like 3 hours. There's more hilly areas, and I think flat. Oh, we're overspeed. We're overspeeding, or we're overspeeding. It depends where you are in Germany, but like there's huge areas in Germany where it's just like really generic, same forest, totally flat. You know, massive open spaces, which is nice, but it's not as varied, if that makes sense. So that's a nice thing with the UK compared to Germany. Like, you really notice it in cities. Like, I don't like London. Not sick. Yeah, no, we managed to avoid it, which is awesome because someone else at the event got flu, so I win. I was fist bumping and I washed my hands a lot. I don't know if that helped. Yeah, no, so there's more variation. So like if you're in London, there's a huge amount of like different areas with different feels and styles to them. Whereas if you're in something like Cologne or Dusseldorf, like there are different areas, but it's not to the same degree. It's all spread out. German parks all tend to look quite similar as well. They're nice though, but the different parks in cities in the UK tend to look really, really different. Even in London, there'll be like a Chinese type park, a Japanese park. You know, like small. They're just different. The German thing is to have this like cycle lane that goes through a whole park. I do like German parks though. There's a sort of nice spaciousness to them. That German parks are a lot nicer in the summer. They tend to be a bit sparse in the winter. Tej, I've not tried it in VR. We've had one crash, but I think that it was to do with the photogrammetry. But so far we're having an alright time here with this. Playing through the single player, just doing pointless missions. Just chatting rubbish, really. We're just flying to Middlesbrough. I think I might be able to turn the terrain texture level up. Isn't there a setting for the ground. That makes it look better. Like it's texture filtering or something. Can't remember what it's called. They are pointless, but it's quite relaxing. I agree, it is. Let's put this on Ultra. Oh, okay. I'm sure there's a texture filtering thing. No, I don't know what it's called. Why am I using DLSS? Because it runs better with it. Can we use DLSS 4 with this now? Oh yeah, we probably yeah, we probably can put it on balanced. It depends where you are. Tez, no, but Sean Cole accidentally uploaded a video, which is pretty funny. Yeah, but I don't know if can we use DLSS 4 along with the frame gen thing we're using. To be honest, DLSS, even the lower setting, handles the floor textures quite well. But yeah, I don't know why they're not sharper. I think it's a... Oh, it might be this setting. It might be in online. Or data or something. Yeah, the fake frames are really good with this though, because if you're hitting like at least 40 or 50 FPS consistently, why is this 0? That's messed up. I'm sure there's a texture thing. Maybe they got rid of it as a setting. Yeah, not good for VR, no. Yeah, no, I've seen that. I went through all the settings. There's a specific texture thing. Oh, maybe I need to restart for the texture resolution to update. That's probably what's going on. Oh well, it's fine. How many airfields are in the UK? It's crazy. I'd quite like, so with DLSS there isn't a sharpening filter that you can manually apply, but I actually think that's a good option to have. Because I sit quite far back from a 4K TV, and for stuff like flight sims you can actually add a bit of sharpening filter. Oh, look at this, It's a old World War II airfield. Yeah, I think the sharpening slide is mostly from stuff like for the AMD stuff. It's weird. This aircraft only has a throttle. It doesn't have like a. You can't angle the propeller. All right, Big Tabs. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Have a good night. How? Oh, I don't know. What's going on here. There's something I need to bind. I've just forgotten what it was. Oh yeah, brightness. Does anyone know if there's... I know Nvidia you can adjust brightness. But is there a brightness and contrast setting built into the game directly? It's too bright. The UK never looks this bright. It's like we need shades. That'd actually be a good setting to have in the game, a shades button. And then having a filter. That'd actually be really good. There must be a mod for that. Sunglasses mod. This is a new plane, Adam. This isn't a vintage plane. This is from like 2014. I mean, it's based on a design of plane from the 1950s, I think. Oh, for the UK. Yeah, just a grey filter. I was visited my sister's, right? She has loads of sunglasses for some reason. And borrowed a pair of sunglasses, and they had they were mental. They had like polarizers on them, but they also had like a filter from the top to the bottom, but they also made everything like orange. Anyway, they made the UK look like summer. I guess it was quite sunny, but it made the UK look like Spain. I don't know what filter they were using, but it's most sunglasses are just like a bit of a filter, like a bit of brown or whatever, or darker. These are some like crazy polarized colour filter, like maybe blue light filter, I guess, for it to be orange. So everyone should wear in the UK though. SAD sunglasses. This is another airfield. This is like loads of World War II airfields here. Wonder if they're just for World War II they were like, right, we need lots of airfields and we need to be able to dispatch aircraft quickly to intercept the Luftwaffe, and so we're going to need to keep the airplanes on the ground across the country, so I guess they had to just build tons of airfields all up the country. What for? For a graphics card, can't debate. I'm working on getting a hardware partner at the moment. I'm talking to a few companies, so we might have something. So that'll be interesting. I'm actually working hard trying to actually get sponsorship so I can actually get so I actually make some money, because apparently I'm supposed to do apparently it's my job. Apparently I need to like be able to retire at some point. God forbid. It's ridiculous. I'm getting old. Is this Middlesbrough? No, is that Durham or something? I recognise it. We're going to Middlesbrough. We're not close enough to the sea for that to be Middlesbrough. Can someone Google EGWH? Echo Golf Whiskey Hamburger. What's H? What's H in the phonetic alphabet? Hotel. I knew that. There we go. Everyone's going to type now. Delayed. Echo Golf Whiskey Hotel. Right. What is that place? It looks small. Durham is south of Middlesbrough, but I thought Durham's closer to the coast. Is there a cathedral? It's got the big river through it. Is the train station right in the middle? It looks about the right size for Durham. Doesn't look steep enough though. Durham's on a big hill. Well, there's a mound there. Okay. Can any of you work it out? Tell me where I am, guys. I can't be bothered to work it out. I don't want to get the map up. I need to get that plugin sorted out. That's cool that there's like a Mott and Bailey hill there. What? Echo Golf Whiskey Hotel? Should be an airport. What about Echo Golf Charlie Mike? There might be military airfields. No, we keep bringing out the... That's not Manchester. Come on. Manchester's not this far north. Maybe it is. Are we? Okay, well, it's probably Manchester then. Fine. Yeah. I guess Manchester is quite north. I've never been there myself, so... I was looking at houses in the UK, right? I would really like to have a larger house. I'd really like to have a larger house, but the house size that I'd like in the UK would cost like £380,000-400,000. So looks like I'm moving to Portugal. I'd really like a nice big office with a, you know, like a big office, and then I don't want a big garden. I want a detached house. I want it only needs like 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a really nice big office, or like maybe. If I lived in the countryside, detached house in the countryside, and I build like a big shed. Random Call Size new flat. His house isn't that big. Like his Random Call Size place is really nice actually, but he's got the same problem. UK houses are terrible for like sim racing YouTubers. You need like the you know the thing where you YouTubers buy a house with one of those kitchens, so you can use the kitchen countertop as a filming surface, like Linus Tactics did. Not all of Portugal though, Skyward. Like Portugal, it's the house prices are like mental in certain areas, like Lisbon and yeah, it depends where you go. Outbuilding, not a shed. Yeah, but for legal reasons, we will call it a shed. I was looking at industrial units, and it's just not worth it. Like you'd have to be earning to justify an industrial unit as a YouTube channel. You'd basically need to make sure you're bringing in an extra like £15,000 a year, just to justify the additional cost. And it's like, wow, you know, that's a lot of extra money. Industrial unit would be really good if you employed like 1 or 2 people. So like if you were like Will, you know, Boosted Media, it'd be good for that type of situation. Like, obviously he has a huge house and he works with his brother, but if you were 2 people, or if you could share it, like who's that YouTuber that does the vintage PC stuff? What's that? What's it called? Is it LMG or something? Some British guy. I think he's in Manchester or near Manchester. He does reviews of old computer things, like 90s PC stuff. Anyway, he shares an office with someone else that does vintage game reviews and things, and that works well if you can do that. LGR, that's it, yeah. And then there's that other guy in the UK, and I think he's in Wales, and they have like this old. He's got a museum, a computer game museum, a vintage museum that he's associated with his YouTube channel. So he runs a museum, does a YouTube channel as well, and then they also share that bit. There's an arcade, and they also share it with another YouTuber. So so that's how you end up making it make sense. But if you're literally using it as a studio, it's an absolute. I've had an office before. I ran an office with a business, and and that was cheapo university offices. And then that's even when it's not costing anything, it's just a pain in the arse. Only open at certain times. Random separate internet, separate power. God knows what happening in the building. So yeah, big house. And does anybody have a big house? Anybody want to lend? Any billionaires that would like to lend me a giant house? That'd be nice. We just don't have them in the UK. America's got loads of them. Oh, hang on. Is the rain working here? Well, can't see it if it is. Yeah, we're going towards Middlesbrough, yeah. Oh, I mean, you could actually, in Middlesbrough, you can get, for 250,000, you can get a nice house in Middlesbrough. But then you're in Middlesbrough. And I've been in Middlesbrough. I'm a tiny place. Tiny. The problem with Middlesbrough, countryside in Middlesbrough is really nice, but you're so far away from anything. And then Newcastle gets expensive again. £250,000 you can buy in Middlesbrough, in an area where you're not going to get murdered. You could, for £250,000 you could get a detached house, probably more around 350 actually, like a 3-4 bedroom detached house. So I've lived in the northeast on the coast, but then again, it's quite affordable. But you're so far away. If you need to, oh shit, we're overspeeding. If you need to travel anywhere, it's a nightmare because you've only got Newcastle Airport and Middlesbrough, which are not the best airports. Newcastle Airport's probably all right, but How many women I've slept with? Oh. Why would I say that on the internet? I'm obviously a virgin. Can you tell? Hang on, what's this? I've slept with more men than women. That's where we're at. I don't think it counts unless it's been unless it's amazing German women. It doesn't count. It's not the same thing. How many were awake? Oh dear. Hang on, rosemary topping here, guys. Should be, there it is. It's very low resolution rosemary topping. Walk to the top of that. It's just it's a hill. Oh yeah, I got more DD wheels than women I've seen naked. Yeah. Then again, I've got like 15 DD wheels, so 12 Birmingham women. Oh no, hang on. That's rosemary topping there. The little one. It's like a random bulge. But you can see rosemary topping from Middlesbrough. Even though it's quite small. It kind of just sticks out. Rosemary topping. Yeah, this is the Yorkshire, North Yorkshire Moors. So I've like Staithes and Whitby over there, and then Middlesbrough's over here, and Middlesbrough Airport, and then Newcastle's up there, and then Edinburgh. Keep overspeeding. The problem is if you overspeed too much, this aircraft explodes, so we've got to be careful. It just blows. It just blows up. It goes. That's it. Dead. Yeah, it's just a Stoll bush plane. Fun fact, Acclaim Entertainment have just gone back into business and their UK division was based in Middlesbrough. There you go. Acclaim Entertainment are back. I went in their office. It was really weird. It was a absolute shithole. The people there were nice, but it's really funny. As like a kid, you're like, oh, games publisher, games developer. Oh my god, they made Shadow Man. Oh my god, they made NBA Jam. They've done all these games. They must be huge. Must be amazing. And then you go in the office and you're like, oh, this is depressing. I don't know. I think the guys that formerly ran it, they must be retired now, because they were, when I knew them, This was after Acclaim. This is when they'd already closed down Acclaim and it was another company. They would have been in their 50s. Or maybe late 40s, late 40s maybe. So they would be like 70 now, you know, or maybe even older. So well, the UK division mostly did ports and sub-licensed IP stuff, and yeah. Is it Shadow Man, Forsaken, NBA College? Was it College Slam? What else? There's a whole bunch of stuff. Did they work on some Donkey Kong stuff? Maybe, I don't know. I know it's Nintendo, but did they? I know Rare did that, but they did. I don't know. They might have done some other random stuff. They did a whole bunch of things. Obviously, because there's a publisher that's sub-licensed to lots of smaller developers. Look at Middlesbrough. So this part of Middlesbrough here is where you get murdered. The outside of Middlesbrough, these parts on this side is really rough. It's where they've knocked them down now, but they had like huge tower blocks, and this area particularly. But you actually have like Durham University further up the river up there, and that's actually gets nice. And there's some nice areas around here though. Oh, we should. There's the stadium, Middlesbrough Football Stadium. We should. The Transporter Bridge, I think, is somewhere over there. Middlesbrough is so weird as a place. Near the Transporter Bridge, there is like an entire abandoned town, which is super bizarre. I think they built a college there now, actually. That's like Saltburn up there. Where would I live? Oh, hang on. See these rail lines here? If you get Train Simulator, there's a mission in Train Simulator where you can go from Middlesbrough. This is like a Middlesbrough depot, whatever. Like there's a load of rails there. And you can do the train. There's a mission from here, 1970s mission, and you can take the train line all the way up there, up the coast. It's quite a fun little mission to do. Where would I live in the UK if I lived anywhere? I think the ideal thing would be to have a really nice luxury flat in central London, like a penthouse, and then like Cornwall, I think. The problem is, so there's parts of Devon that are probably the nicest parts of the UK, but then in Devon you only really have Exeter Airport, so I guess Wales is really nice. But some of these places are really inconvenient to travel if you travel to Europe a lot. But Devon has, if you've got like £700,000 to buy a house, Devon probably has the nicest houses. If you don't mind living remote and you've got like 300,000, 400,000, then I think Wales. But then it's often rainy in Wales, so the nice thing with Devon and Cornwall is that it's generally warmer because it's further south. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub. Yeah, Scotland's nice. It's just cold in the winter. But to be honest, at least it's like snowy cold. The problem with like London area is it's not normally like at night it's like -2, -3. But most of the time it doesn't get that much below freezing. But you don't end up with winter, and summer's not that hot. So yeah, no, I don't really mind too much Star Fox. The main thing for me is the airport, so it's really handy being able to. In London, you've got a whole bunch of airports to pick from, and also to travel anywhere in the south of London, you can travel to quite quickly. I think Dream House would be like a Devon, somewhere countryside in Devon. There's if you had a house overlooking the sea or something, or like not where the mountains, the hills are falling into the ocean, but like I mean, to be fair, there's some coast in the north up here actually, like South Shields and North Shields. Or between South Shields and Sunderland, there's some houses on the coast there that are well nice, coastal views, and there's not many people that walk along the coast in winter, so you get like just really nice coast. That'd be good. You can't really beat like a good sea, a house with a proper sea view. But for practicality of being able to get around to places quickly and stuff to do, if you're wealthy, London's hard to beat. If you're poor, London's terrible. It's just too expensive. Just we're a bit high here. I always do this. I seem to enjoy flying far too high. Oh bloody hell, we're overspeeding. Nice. What's funny is this flight here is longer than it takes a passenger jet to go to Cologne from
Echo
London.
Golf Uniform, Kilo Traffic GM, 7 Bravo Sierra Tango, Sri Niner 5 miles.
What? No. Why do you need a shotgun to live? Nothing happens in the countryside. It's really rare to get burgled and stuff. Sea's too windy. It depends where though. Like this part of the coast, not too bad. Like I say, I lived on the northeast coast for like 3 years, and so yeah, sometimes it's windy, but most of the time it's fine. I think it's different for the like the west. You need a shotgun to live in Middlesbrough. I totally ignored the traffic pattern. Go back up here. Where's this airfield meant to be? Right in front of us. What is it on? Is that meant to be a runway down there? Oh dear. I don't see a runway down there. Is it making me land in a building? Is it messed up? I think that's meant to be a runway. Bloody hell. They did the design of this game. They've clearly not improved the I thought we were landing in Middlesbrough Airport. It's a tarmacked airfield. It's like a same size as like Donington, East Midlands. Well, to be honest, probably landing on the high street would be the most exciting thing that had ever happened in Middlesbrough. I think most people in Middlesbrough, maybe it's changed now, but when I was there, most people were just bored because they were poor, so they had nothing to do. Like, it's just a complete like economic black hole. No jobs, no like ladder for progress. There's like no, you know, it's like an economic black hole. Like what are you to do? There's nothing. So people are just walking around bored. And that's what's funny when the people are like, oh, these scroungers on the dole. It's like, no, I think a lot of people actually do want to do stuff, but if you get like if you have an area that's deprived for so long, people they just don't have the culture is that, oh well, there's nothing's going to improve, we can't do anything, there's no opportunities, so why bother? Norden? What's Norden? I don't know what the Norden is. Why am I missing the gates? Because it's quite, I don't know. They're optional. I'm kind of vaguely following them. I just put them on for shits and giggles. It's quite windy actually. It's quite a side wind. Am I flying the Norden? Okay, yeah, no, it's all right. This plane's probably more suited to Alaska and bush flying than it is flying to Middlesbrough, but oh well. I don't think I've ever seen one of these planes in the UK actually, so probably not the most likely thing to be doing. See, this could be a fun gameplay mode of like trying to be as close to the edge of a gate on the left or the right of it, and the right height for each gate, like gamify it. That could be fun. A silly idea of mine. That is not a runway, that's a field. That's not a runway, that's just like a bit of grass. What? Oh, bloody hell. Okay, well, we're landing there. Let's put the flaps down. Okay, maybe full flaps is a bit too much. Oh no, I've lost points for that. Yeah. Oh, shut up. This is broken. You lose points for stuff like that, and it's not even that bad. There are, yeah, it's got the same kind of challenges. Okay. Oh, there is a runway. That is the most pathetic runway. Oh my goodness. Why is it so windy? Ah, we're not, it's so BS. 55 knots is not the maximum airspeed with... It says 52 knots. It even says it on the aircraft. 60 to 52 knots. For landing. So even written on the aircraft, you see it on the column on the left, it tells you what speed is the maximum. So the simulator's telling me off for following what's literally written on the aircraft. How narrow is this runway? What is this? Whoa! Bloody hell. That was alright. We kind of double landed in there because I forgot how... I forgot that the wheels are really low. Well, the most important thing with video games is that grass has improved substantially. Like, grass is so much better these days than it used to be. It used to be that you could have like 4 blades of grass. Yeah, you can do free roam with people. It's a little bit janky for how you join people and getting on the servers, but if you join them in a group, you can have like, I think it's like 30, 40 people. It's quite fun, but it's a little bit weird. Doesn't like, it can be a bit laggy. Yeah, we tried doing a hot air. The weather synchrony and stuff doesn't always work. So we tried doing a hot air balloon race across the channel, but we couldn't get the wind to synchronise properly for everyone, so it kind of broke that. Yeah, it's playable with a keyboard and a gamepad, but yeah, just a cheapo joystick goes a long way, to be honest. I mean, I'm literally playing with £500 rudder pedals and a £800 joystick, but you know, you you can play with basic stuff. All the gear and no idea.
Echo Golf Uniform, Kilo Traffic GM, 7 Bravo Sierra Tango, Tree 9er is taxiing to parking.
I used to play I used to play like flight sims with a keyboard and yeah, or cheapo joysticks. On the Atari I had a cheap joystick and yeah, you can make do with it. It is more fun. Like rudder pedals and a force feedback joystick is pretty good, to be honest. These wheels are too big to fit in a small car boot, so we're safe. That's the security feature. Can we do a helicopter job? That'd be nice. There we go. Well, that stopped quick. Oh, look how many propellers it's got. It's interesting. It's got... Is it 6 or 5? 5 really small blades. It's interesting. Wonder if it's... I guess it would produce a higher frequency sound. It's probably better for sound, having 5 blades. I don't know how it would work. Would 5 blades be more efficient than 3 or 2? Are 5 smaller? I guess they've got less inertia, but then overall on the shaft it wouldn't if it's the same mass. Why would 5 blades... Can someone Google why 5 small rotor blades is done over 2 large rotor blades? I can imagine for vibrations and balancing... I could imagine it being better, but and noise, probably high frequency sound, lower noise. I'm not sure how it. Maybe the leading edge of the blades are narrower, so they're more efficient. Because if you've only got 2 blades, they're going to have to be a certain thickness. And so... But then you would think if you had lots of smaller blades, as one blade pushes, that's going to push air out the way. And then the next blade is going to go into like a vacuum. Obviously the air's being pushed this way, but the blades are also rotating through the air. So maybe though, what happens is this blade creates a bit of a vacuum here that then means that the next blade has less, so probably more efficient, I'd imagine. Quieter and more efficient, at a guess. It looks cool. It looks weird. It looks like it wouldn't be able to pull a plane along. Cheaper to replace if they break though, because you could replace, or that, you know, you could replace each one. More lift. With more blades, you can have a smaller diameter for a more powerful engine. Yeah, but why would that be different from larger blades? Yeah, but what? That's not necessarily more surface area compared to 2 large blades or 3 large blades. You could have a, you could have a large, you could have just a large, you could have a corkscrew. Then it's 100% surface area. There's probably a whole bunch of variables to it. Oh, we got a bit of credit for that. Oh, what? I didn't do anything wrong. BS. It was all because of the flaps bollocks. Oh, well. Level 28. Okay. Well,
how is your pilot career going? Looks like you're growing faster than I could have imagined. I think it's time to introduce you to the freelance world.
oh.
Let's talk business. This is the overview. From here, you'll be able to quickly summarize the progress of your own companies. Once you start your first business, this will be your first port of call to keep track of everything. But to start a new company, you firstly need to buy a company license. Being your own boss can be rewarding, more income from each successful mission, and the ability to buy and customize your own fleet of aircraft. But those pros come with more responsibilities. If you own the aircraft, you're responsible for all maintenance fees. And if you crash, the aircraft is lost. So what do you want to do? Don't worry if you're not ready. You can always come back here when you've made more progress and more licenses are available.
Well, I don't want to do the flight sim because it's terrible. So I'm going to save up for 10,000 credits. When can I get this? 1 of 5 specializations unlocked. So I'm going to start. I just want the... Oh no, the agricultural. This is what I want. 70,000 credits. Search and rescue. This is what I want. Yes! 40,000 credits, Christ. God damn it. Right, 0.3. I need to unlock some specializations here. What's this one? Here we go. Oh, is it not unlocked yet? How does this work? Perform landings with an aeroplane. How do I do it? Oh, 5 of 10. Zedward Dog, thank you.
Good morning. Can you make my e-beam larger, please? I can't see it under my tummy without a mirror.
Oh no. Use a telescope. Turbine engine rating. Okay. So we need to do... How do I get a turbine engine rating? Oh, here we go. 7,500. Let's do it. Can I do it? Yes. We're going to helicopter school. Oh shit, I can't read it. The operation and handling of a turbine engine deviates from conventional helicopters. More power. Okay, let's go for it. See briefing. Okay. The operation and handling of turbine. I just read that. You will be passing a certification. One of the most popular helicopters. Be careful not to get caught up in vertical ring state. Vortex ring state. Wrong word. 4 minutes, okay. Read it. Can we go back? Let's go. I'm ready to take my exam. Beautiful. I'll be honest. I'm having fun playing this at the moment. It's awful. It's terrible. Oh, it's probably crashed now. I said something. No, nice view. It's like, oh, why does she keep teleporting?
Good day. I will be your examiner during this flight. My job is to make sure that you're
It is a
able
bit
to handle
dull,
the power
but
output and handling characteristics of a turbine helicopter. You will be flying the Airbus H-125 today, a turbine helicopter powered by the Safran Ariel 2D engine, delivering over 850 shaft horsepower.
Oh, shaft horsepower.
Don't let the power figures get to your head. You clearly have what it takes to handle this helicopter.
Yes, give me that shaft.
Channel what you've learned in your rotorcraft training, and the certification is in the bag.
Shaft
And a pro
horsepower.
tip, try not to get too distracted by the scenery.
I'll show you my shaft horsepower. Shaft
Queenstown
horsepower.
ground, Charlie. Charlie
Shaft
Papa Whiskey with
horsepower.
Foxtrot request taxi for takeoff straight out departure. Charlie Papa Whiskey taxi to helipad number
Charlie
1.
Charlie.
Contact tower on 128. Niner when ready. Taxi to helipad number 1, Charlie Papa Whiskey.
Okay. Hello. Whoop. Yeah. What's going on? Oh, my force feedback's not working. It's a bit... The physics are a bit janky on this. It's a bit robotic feeling. This is where DCS was a lot better. Moser need to make a collective controller.
Queenstown Tower, Charlie Papa
Charlie
Whiskey
Charlie.
helipad 1 straight out departure.
Maybe there's some
Charlie
good
Charlie,
mod
Charlie
helicopters.
Papa Whiskey QNH 10, 1 tree straight out departure approved. Cleared for takeoff helipad 1.
Ah! We need to rebind that. That's the rotor brake. If you pull that in the air,
Cleared for takeoff helipad 1, Charlie Papa Whiskey.
if you pull that in the air, the helicopter's falling out of the sky. Where are we going? What? Okay. Can you buy the small cable? Do you mean they are not the? Are you talking about the force feedback joystick? Wheel, the small cable. Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know about that. I've not done it. They probably do. If they do, it'll be on their website. Arbaz Motorsport. Thank you for the raid, man. How's it going? How's everyone doing? Welcome along, guys. We're just playing through Microsoft Flight Sim single player here. You want to say it took me a long time to realise that your YouTube... It's not completely satire. Some of it is, though. Yeah, some of it is... normally when we're being over the top, it's for comedic effect, yeah. Some people don't notice. Like the Wreckfest video. Which was just like complete joke. And like over half the comments were people confused. But, oh well, it's funny. Life is satire, though, to be honest. Life's a bit of a joke. So, hang on, has it changed profile here?
Queenstown Tower, Charlie Charlie.
Charlie?
Whiskey 1700, for to land.
Where's
Charlie Charlie, Charlie Papa Whiskey, Queenstown Tower. QNH 10, 1 tree, enter right, traffic helipad 1.
I do like helicopters. It just feels a bit rigid, this helicopter, to fly like it's too rigid. Should be a bit more floaty.
Fly right downwind, helipad 1 Charlie Papa Whiskey.
Yeah, my shaft power is charging up. Reach base end with my shaft power. Ah, it's good when you reach the base end. Stupid. Charlie Charlie, shaft power base end. Ah, my force feedback's not working with this helicopter though. Seems a bit dodgy to be flying like you're doing a lesson and you're going to keep flying across the runway. Totally needlessly blocking the runway. So why is there a crane on the runway? That's very dangerous. Right. This helicopter's vibrating quite a lot. Yeah, well, I need to work out why the Moser force feedback's not working with the helicopter. I think it might have tried to do a different profile or something automatically. You'd have thought this helicopter would have automatic
Charlie Papa Whiskey, contact ground on 118. 1. Queenstown ground, Charlie Charlie.
Bloody
Charlie
hell.
Papa Whiskey request taxi to parking. Charlie Charlie, Charlie Papa Whiskey taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway Yankee. Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Yankee Charlie Papa Whiskey.
The ground effect in this is so like erratic, I feel. It's alright with some helicopters, but also, the point at where the collective gives you lift versus staying in ground effect is like half a millimetre. And I need a larger... I'm using the throttle. I'm moving it like a fraction. No, yeah, but it's bollocks to MMK. Like, if you fly any helicopters in DCS, or like good mods for flight sim, they're not. It's not like. It's like there's a cushioned transition. It's not like. Yeah, it's just totally messed up in this. It's just not. It really isn't natural.
Well, that was impressive. Congratulations on getting your turbine engine rating.
Wow. Fully, that was it. Pro. 100%. Pro. What a babe. What a beauty. What a sexy lady. Perfect. We can do more helicoptering now. Congratulations. New aircraft. Oh, what's this? Can we do this? Hoist endorsement. Hook endorsement. 12,000 credits. I'm going to do a helicopter thing. What helicopter missions have we got? Oh, there are not really many helicopter jobs in the UK. Can we filter by helicopter? Oh, here we go. Bloody hell. 2-hour helicopter flight from London to bloody Birmingham, is it? What's that? Where's this? What airfield is this? Bayard's Leap. Cranwell. Sleaford. Hang on. Newark on That's Midlands. There's Nottingham. 2 hours. You could drive to London faster. 2.5 hours to go from Birmingham to London. Yeah, exactly. Maybe we're carrying a big load. Right, hang on, let's go back. Oh man, it's already midnight. Yeah, I'll be honest. I think this is terrible, but it's quite enjoyable. Like, we have just been sat here for 7 hours and I haven't really noticed it. To be fair, 2 hours were spent dicking around, but it has been fun in its particularly special flight sim way. Here we go. What do I need to do? We got the engine. Now we need to do... I've got to do 7 rotorcraft missions. Okay. Get in there. Oh, nice backpack. What was I going to fix? Force feedback with a helicopter. So we'll do a helicopter mission. We want a short one, really. 2 hours. What? Why? Why are they all 2 hours? Are they drunk? Like, I don't want to do. Oh, bloody hell! Come on. 2 hours. Like, what video game is like? Yeah, 1 hour 30. Yeah, we're going to do real world flight. I mean, we can do time skipping, but can we not do like a 30-minute helicopter flight? Is that too much to ask? 2 hours. Oh, here we go. 45 minutes. It's probably the best we'll get. What am I doing? Didn't even check. Passenger transit. Okay. Well, my joystick's flopping. That's what she said. Why is my joystick wobbling? It's alive! Okay. But what is it with the characters loading in front of the camera and then teleporting? What? That's a good camera shot. Ah, your graphics design. Ah, well done. Thanks, Microsoft Flight. So it's still unstable. It's still. I mean, we probably lost points for that. Oh, here we go. I'm making some profiles. How do we see the profile that we've picked? Got this on here. What is it? C17. Oh, hang on. It's downloaded some presets. Oh, here we go. These are mine. Okay. There we go. That's working. Right. So we do that and then we can save. So, do that. Okay. I hope it's not messed up our... Why is it not continuing off from our last one that we just did? It's gone now. Well, that's good. Did we lose credits and stuff for that? Oh, hang on. Oh, here we go. 2 hours. No, I just want to. Can we filter by? Why is there so many helicopter missions that are like 2 hours? No, it's like on live weather for some reason. Every mission is like 2 hours and they're mental. Why can't I... What does G do? Why is that G? I don't even know. I don't even understand. What on earth? You would have thought it's not too much to ask for a quick helicopter mission, is it really? Let's see if this works. That's not a helicopter. That's a jeep. They're teleporting. That doesn't. It would be better if they were already in the helicopter. Having people like teleporting in.
Hi there. Ready to leave?
Does not add to the
Your main guest,
immersion.
Mr. Cook is commuting to catch an important flight at Seething. Be punctual, uphold the company's standards, and I'm sure the client will just have to enjoy the view. See you.
See you next Tuesday.
Echo Golf Oscar
There's a
Foxtrot
tree
Bravo
on the
Sierra.
runway.
Foxtrot Bravo Lima 612 is taxiing to runway 0 tree.
0 tree, yep. I can see the tree. Whoa, he puts that next to the helicopter. The most yeah, let's have a half-buried tree on the taxiway and a jeep right next to the helicopter, and then gliders. These would all be blown away by the helicopter. It's the stupidest runway ever. Jesus. Can you imagine those gliders would all be flying from this downdraft? It'd be quite substantial. I'm staying well above the runway here. These helicopters' physics are terrible. It's not as bad as armour, but it's close. I mean, taxiing speed, shut up. Why we got like 25 knots of wind? What is this? Oh my god. Oh, the back of the helicopter's being pushed around. She's like one of those grabbing machines. That'll do. Nailed it. Why is my force
Echo
feedback
Golf,
so
Oscar
bad
Foxtrot
on this
traffic,
helicopter? I don't know what's
7
going on.
Foxtrot Bravo Lima, 612 taking off runway 0, tree departure to the east.
Oh, why do we need to? We're in a helicopter. You do not need to taxi. Alright, let's just take off. This is dumb. You don't need to taxi to the end of a runway in a helicopter. Bloody other passengers have been banging their heads on the walls here. Right. For some reason, my force feedback's not. Does it reset the strength of the helicopter? Let's see. Hang on, what's this? Auto preset switching inhibit. The current preset has not been saved. Okay. Oh. I turned that off, so it doesn't matter. Basic settings. Force feedback's on 100. Why is it so weak? This is weird. Okay, so that kind of works. Right.
I have a bunch of calls to make during flight.
That's better.
So I might not be very talkative. Hope you won't mind, Captain.
Yeah, the Valve Index has really nice vertical field of view, which I think you end up missing it when you use like Quests and Pimaxes and things. But I'm hoping for whatever the next VR headsets are.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Everything's set up there.
I don't need to listen to this guy. I'm hoping whatever the next VR headsets are, they have an even bigger sweet spot than the Quest 3. And then whatever field of view they have. We might turn the engine vibration down a bit here. What's this? Oh.
Hi. Thanks for calling me back. I'm on my way to Norwich. Yes, exactly. You will be joining the meeting too. Yes, I'll share the presentation with them. Just grab those files on my desk and send it to the legal department. Good.
That's better.
Give me a shout out when they arrive in Norwich too. See you.
There we go. I don't know. The problem with Fresnel lenses is they don't have the same sweet spot, and you get that artifact, and you get that weird ghosting thing. Like, you don't get the same clarity. I mean, you get a weird ghosting from the other lenses as well. Yeah, it's just. I think you can pause them. You can just press escape, can't you, if you want as well. Yeah, it's that warp point when you move, when you turn around. But the Quest 3 doesn't have much distortion on the grand scheme of things. I have a suspicion. For me, the Oculus headsets give me a bit of a headache, but I think it's to do with the distance at which they focus the eyes. So the Valve, the HTC Vive and the Valve Index, you're focused further away, I think. There's more stereo overlap or something that I think ends up being more comfortable. I don't think it's the distortion. I think it's to do with the focal, like the stereo overlap and the focal distance. Oculus headsets, I think they focus your eyes a lot closer, and they don't have much stereo overlap. But you know, did you watch that Veritasium video? And it's about how the idea of light or particles or waves, the sort of statistical probability of where they end up to where they get to, and the sort of double slit experiment and stuff. But part of they do this demonstration where they're like, oh, if you put you have to watch the video. It's hard for me to explain. Anyway, the point is, it seems to me like the approach. Yeah, no, I think that video was actually terrible, and I also think its last example is actually bollocks. Like, it's actually what they're seeing in the final example is not. Well, it's because the laser does not actually work like a laser, because it's the front of the laser with bloom on it, so it's working like a light bulb. So it doesn't actually prove what they're trying to show. So anyway, the point is, the idea of using light fields on a flat surface and making sure that, and you could have a flat surface that has some kind of waveguide on it that then redirects the light so that when it goes into your eye, even though what it is on the surface, you know, you're using like crazy maths so that the end result is an actual full 3D image, even though it's actually a 2D projection. But your brain perceives it as a full 3D image by changing the projection. I think that's probably where you need to go with VR headsets, for, you know, rather than a screen or a project or directly like is a LCD, is an image that's then projected and focused. It needs to literally be some sort of elaborate abstraction, maybe using like some kind of noise, like equivalent of like how AI comes up with an image, but some like really elaborate noise that's projected onto some kind of surface that maybe can change, but it's a complete abstraction. So, yeah, so I think it's just called like wave. I don't know, wave manipulation, wave field, wave things. I don't know what the terms are, but yeah, the that Veritasium video, like the Veritasium does this all the time. It normally takes something that's like a well-established scientific concept, misinterprets it, and then presents this really convoluted explanation on their misinterpretation, overcomplicating the thing, and then acting as if they've explained it in a simple way. It's really weird. It's really, really strange. How Veritasium is, and then all these people are like, oh wow, you've explained it. You've explained the thing so well. It's like, actually, you haven't. He hasn't explained it at all. Yeah, I mean, I always, you know what I'm like with live streams, like the problem with quantum physics and theoretical physics and stuff is I don't necessarily disagree with it. Obviously, there's mathematical models that might be the best models that we currently have, and there's certain things where, you know, they've shown to be practical, so fine. That's great. I don't dispute that, obviously. The issue I have is that it's not something you can explain with a picture and some words. You can't, other than someone going, this is how we think the world works, and you know, it's complicated and it doesn't operate on like there's probabilities and there's uncertainties and there's a whole bunch of interesting behaviours that we don't fully understand. Great, that's fine. Conceptually, you can say, oh, things are just complicated. That's fine, but you can't. That's unless you understand the underlying math behind these things, you can't understand quantum physics in any meaningful way, and an image and some words is not going to help you. You just have to take things on face value. So you have all these bloody documentaries that are like, oh, but quantum, oh, strange strings, and it's like, well, that doesn't actually bring someone closer to understanding quantum physics other than someone just saying, oh yeah, there's a bunch of theories and we're not quite sure which one's the correct one, and some aspects of it are interesting. You know? No.
Echo Golf, Sierra Juliet traffic GM 7 Foxtrot Bravo Lima 6.
Quantum computing's a different thing, and the God particle is just a name of a particle that was hypothesized. So just one person decided to name a certain type of particle. We've got sheep down here. Beautiful.
Echo Golf Sierra Juliet traffic GM 7 Foxtrot Bravo Lima 612 is on final runway 06 to land.
Look at this, smooth flying. It's weird that it seems to want us to land as if we're flying a plane. Shaft power. But we got the joystick feeling a lot better. But it helps to fly. Yeah, you need to watch more Star Trek to improve your techno babble. It's quantum filament in Star Trek. It's a subspace rift. Some kind of quantum entanglement. Well, actually, a quantum computer is actually a good way to explain sort of practical aspects of quantum theory that's useful. And so you can break down, or how does a quantum computer work different to a non-quantum computer, and you can show how the data's stored and operating. You know, that actually it doesn't necessarily explain the underlying nature of quantum, all the quantum theories, or, you know, a specific quantum theory, but it does help you understand the sort of how reality might operate and how it can be used, which is how your average person understands reality. Is not someone going, here's a bunch of words. It's like practically what happens. So like for example, you don't have to really fully understand lift and drag and aerodynamics you show someone a plane and you go, well, look, when it moves forwards, there's more or less pressure here and there, and this is what happens. You can understand that without needing to know the math behind it. Bloody hell, it gets unhinged in ground effect. Hello? Just not chop this guy's head off. Oh, smooth landing. Smooth ride. Don't think so, mate. Well, the only physics lectures I've ever seen that were not ridiculous and just gave a general overview of some ideas was like Richard Feynman's lectures. He's uploaded them all on the internet. And there's also a thing called Science for Future Presidents from University of, I don't know, it's one of the American universities. It's basically like a basic level of science understanding, like popular science understanding, all like basic physics stuff, and, you know, stuff that's a good background view of, you know, let's say like physics stuff and things. So it's not really explaining it so you can be a physicist. It's just like an overview so you can understand the general concepts, but not in a workable way. Yeah, well, it's like time model. It's just exactly the same as time models. It's someone's come up with a model that is useful for a specific scenario to explain a specific behaviour, but there's no way to know for sure how wide-reaching that model is. And yeah, it might be useful for certain things, and it might be you might be able to prove parts of the model, but it doesn't. The utility of that model might be limited to a very specific thing, which is fine. But, you know, you could there's probably I mean, there's probably a science on that specific thing where you go, well, what's the probability of these different models, which one's more or less correct, or what's the utility value of the different models? Oh, here we go, counter debate, bloody simulation. Well, no, Floyd, I'm just saying theories isn't the correct. I mean, lots of things are just theories, but yeah, I think that's one of the downsides of the popular science stuff, is that I think there's a risk that you can make people feel like they understand things when actually they have zero understanding of it at all. like you watch one of those science documentaries and genuinely you do not know anything more about physics than you would have known if you didn't watch it. Other than if you just said to someone, you have the sort of Newtonian physics that you experience day to day, and then we know that at a smaller level there's more complex physics that requires that's used very elaborate math to try and understand. We don't fully understand it. There's a whole bunch of different models, but, you know, it's just very complicated. And, you know, you could point to, here's quantum computing, here's things that we've measured that, these are experiments that show that we've measured certain types of particle. That's how that works. So we know these particles exist like that. So you're basically explaining stuff in a non-quantum way, I think, and I think that's fine. The moment you start having wavy computer graphics, it's a thing that's not even a visual thing. Really, well. Oh wow. Exactly. Oh wow. Well, right, here's another way of putting it. Right, I do not know how to program racing simulator physics. I'm not going to pretend, even if I look through the source code for maybe if I sat down with a programmer and they went through the source code with me and wasted their life explaining how it operates and the math involved and, the different components. But outside of that, there's no point in the only thing that matters would be the end result, and for someone to go, oh well, this sim feels better, or these behaviours seem to be happening. You could use whatever, like CGI or whatever, to try and explain the underlying maths, but it's not going to help you actually get close to understanding the actual code or the actual underlying nature of it. All that matters is the actual practical output. So with quantum physics, from a layperson's perspective that's not trying to develop their own theories, all that matters is, how does a quantum computer work? Or what can these things be used for, and how are they currently being used? But what's going on here? I want a short helicopter flight. We need helicopter missions here. These are all bloody long. They need a filter in this for filter by mission time. Maybe they made them, so they're saying they're 2 hours because people can't fly the helicopters, so they factor in their takeoff time. Where did I buy the other 41 viewers? What? On what? I don't think we do. We don't. Everyone's they're all bots. The whole chat, everything's bots. Server filter. Everything says 2 hours. Well, that's a problem. Does it all have to be real time, or can we turn that off? Why does this red dot mean? 1 hour 30. I just want a 30-minute helicopter. Or 45-minute would be fine. What is this? What's this R? Can we do nighttime missions? No, these are in the day. I don't know what's going on with this. Well, given that it's 1 a.m, I think I probably need to stop. But that was to be honest, I had fun. I had fun doing this. I think we had less crashes, and the AI voice changes are good. Let's see what the actual release notes say. Right, here we go. The release notes. Stability. Fixed a rare crash in airport generation. Fixed a crash when livery. Skip. Fixed a... Oh, so there's a lot of crash fixes, but we still had crashes, but... Oh, here we go. Let's see, full release notes. I mean, so they've done a bunch of stuff to vehicles, but but a lot of vehicle stuff. To be honest, it's mostly the overall sim thing that I think is the issue. I got fixed the helicopter fluid dynamics on the edges of platforms. Oh, that's good. That was a big problem. Let's try that out, actually. That was a big issue. That made some of the single player really hard to do. Oh, career mode. Here we go. Fixed. Missions not starting. Server error. So, yeah, it's just like boring stuff that should have been done before the game came out. But it's going to be what? Like another 3 months till the next update. Let's try this helicopter thing. Where's New York? New York! Oyster Bay. Where's New York, guys? Down here. New York! Oh, that's my type of aircraft. Helicopter, helicopter. Helicopter, helicopter. Right, let's try this one. Helicopter, helicopter. What is that song? It's ridiculous. Can't complain. Right. Oh, Apocalypse City. There we go. We do not need the weather. Goodbye. Yeah, this helicopter flies a bit better. I wonder why that turboprop one is... Like this helicopter... I mean, okay, it still is a little bit binary. Like you can tell it's just stopping. It's weird. Like I don't know what causes that effect. Like you would have thought for a video game... You would have thought that it being floaty would be the direction it goes in rather than it being abrupt. You know? Like... Right, see how this is like... There, why is that stopped like that? Why is that not kept going forwards? Why is that stopping? It just stopped. It doesn't keep its momentum. Like, fair enough if there's wind pushing against us, but I don't think there is. And if there was, it would stop. Not like. It's like a weird amount of friction. It doesn't make sense. At least they fixed the edge of the building thing. That was so basically before you would go to the edge of a building, and it was like the ground effect. Before it would be like, oh, edge of the building, totally fine. Oh, edge of the building, instant ground effect for the whole vehicle. Make any sense? Maybe partly I just need a bigger collective. Having more granular controls definitely makes it easier with these things. But then again, the joystick I've got is really granular. We've got the extension shaft on it. Yeah, look, you get these oscillations in this as well. Was it in real life? There would be oscillations because you know the wind's like. You know when a fan's blowing, there's like the wind goes down and then it fills back in and goes down. So you don't end up with it being perfectly smooth. But there's a sort of noise to that oscillation that's a bit erratic. In this it's sort of the wrong frequency of oscillation as well, I think. So that's what it seems like. How do I know? I've never flown a helicopter. Ah. How could I know? We need to get the Bell 47 mod back because that actually had its own physics, I think, which were really good. Look at this. Crazy. This would be good in VR. What, you know, frame gen in VR, what does it feel like when you use it? Does it just make everything feel delayed? I guess, I mean, basically asynchronous space warp is already a type of frame gen. The force feedback joystick uses telemetry, yeah. Yeah, no, so asynchronous space warp is already a form of frame gen. But I'm just wondering why... I guess the problem would be is that it adds in latency, so when you moved your head, that would feel delayed. Also, asynchronous space warp is different to, it's a different type of frame gen because it's basically the biggest way that asynchronous space warp works is that it's like the game's image is mapped onto a 3D space in a 3D environment that's running at a high frame rate. So when you turn your head and stuff, the 3D environment that you're turning your head in is running at 200 FPS, whereas the game is running at a low FPS. And then when you turn your head, the game is like might be slow to update, but the 3D environment moves and it kind of predicts it. But I think that's slightly different to how frame gen actually works within the games. I think it'll be blur. I think the blurriness is probably going to be the thing. Yeah, it'll be blurry. So you get motion blur from movement. Yeah, it's funny. DLSS 4 is like the only good thing that's come out of the AI. I mean, DLSS 4 is still not perfect, but if you have shitty game engines that don't do like traditional like MSAA, DLSS 4 is way better than TAA. I've done DLSS 4 in Evo. The problem with DLSS 4 though is if you've got like I'm using a 3080, and the issue is with that is that DLSS 4 looks better, but it doesn't really get you more performance. So if your issue is performance rather than clarity, it doesn't really help, if that makes sense. Like, sure, you can DLSS 4 run on like one setting down, looks good, looks better than the previous thing, but the issue for me is that yeah, the games like Evo, you need like 20 FPS more, not like... So DLSS is really good for games where anti-aliasing at 4K would be insane. So DLSS is not so good if you're trying to like get 30, 40 FPS performance. That makes sense. I have found for 2D gaming with the for Microsoft Flight Sim, for this type of game, Flight Sim in 2D is the only game where frame gen to me is like absolutely superb, because this might only run at like 40, 50 FPS, but the type of delay you get from frame gen doesn't negatively impact flight sims, because you're not moving around. In a flight sim, you're always in a constant trajectory that relative to the ground is very slow, which is like perfectly ideal for hiding the downsides of frame gen. So it's the only... Flight sims are the only sim where, or the only game where frame gen is basically win-win in all scenarios. Any other game, it adds in input delay, or you'd already be running really fast, so you wouldn't really care that much anyway. So, I don't know. I mean, the big issue is that the price of graphics cards is just ridiculous. Like, how much does it cost to get a 3080 Ti equivalent? For like £500? Like the new AMD graphics card is what, £600, and that's like a 4080? Is that like 4070? Is that like a 4070 for the new AMD? What's it comparable to? I can't remember what spec it's comparable to, but I don't think it's too far off a 3080 Ti. And that's still, let's say, £600. So, like, it's ridiculous. That's insane, isn't it? Like, and then a 5070 is the same as a 4080. Wait, yeah, you managed to get one. Most 5090s are 2,500, 2,800. So £2,000 though is still an insane amount of money for a graphics card. Like, and then there's so many issues with them, like the overheating cable issues. I honestly don't think, if you're someone that likes to leave a computer on all the time, it's a pretty significant issue. Yeah, I agree, MMK. In my mind, if you're spending £2,000 on a graphics card, it's got to be something absolutely mind blowing. This is a nice little park down here. Now this is just a 3080 Ti. With we're using DLSS on medium or something, and then frame gen. Well, the other problem with the 5090 thing is actually you're just better off to buy a 1440p monitor. Like, the whole 4K thing is actually stupid. really. And a lot of these new games, stuff like DLS, not DLS, like the shading, shadows, lighting, and textures, massively affected by resolution. So you're way better off. Like I think a 37-inch ultra wide it'll be like 3 by 1440 is really, really good. That's low. That's still that's still 15% less than 4K. And then most of but then again, the really good OLED, really good OLED 37-inch wides or 35-inch ultra wides, they bloody cost £700. So then you're like, well, hang on, you could buy, I mean, I don't know how much the 42-inch, I think you can buy a 42-inch OLED that's 120 hertz for like £400-500. So you might be like, oh, hang on, get that, get a graphics card, but then you need a faster graphics card to run at high resolution. What a disaster. Why has this bridge got a bottom on it? Surely they could have manually fixed that. Alienware yesterday just released a new monitor actually that looks quite good. It's just an basically they've upgraded the circuitry. It's the same monitor they did previously, but it's got 240 hertz instead of 180 or something. Yeah, I think for me, for live streaming and just the stuff I do, I could really do with like a 4090 or 5080 or 5090. But I just can't justify buying it, really. Hopefully we can get a hardware partnership. Look at these roads. America has crazy roads. Is that a train line? Oh no, it's another road underneath, goes into a tunnel. New York City. I wouldn't really. It depends how casual you are. I'd say for a computer monitor, 42-inch is probably better. Like I've got 55-inch monitors, and I think they're too big. I have them quite far away from me. So I'd say like 42-inch OLED TV is quite nice, but it's hard to get 42-inch OLEDs. I think they're normally like 52 or something. Yeah, I think that. So the big problem I think with the Nvidia stuff is that really you should be able to buy now a 3080 Ti. You should be able to buy for £300, right? Like the performance of a 3080 Ti should be in the £300 price range. If a 3080 came out in like 2022 or 21, when did it come out? 22. Then. If that it cost like £800 when that came out, so 4 years later you should be able to buy something of equivalent performance for like £300. Yeah, well, 5 years then. Exactly, 5 years later you should be able to buy something for. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't buy them brand new anymore. That's the thing. They don't sell them. And 360 is still a lot of money. It should be like £250. The best you could get would be like a 50 whatever when it comes out, 50 40, or the AMD say the AMD new AMD card, but that's £500. How much RAM does that new AMD graphics card have on it? I think the thing is that Nvidia know if they did if they put 32 gig of RAM on the 5080, right, it would be much more in line with the performance of the 5090, and then people would go, well, I'm not spending the money on a 5090. And the RAM, how much does the RAM actually cost? Like, to double up the RAM would only add another £100 to the graphics card, right? I don't think it would add a huge amount, maybe £100, £200, but then you get like 20 to 30% more performance. But then they're like, oh no, because then we won't still have 5090s. It's like the mobile phone thing, isn't it? They just use RAM as a way to justify you having to spend more. Artificial. It's an artificial way to separate products out. Why am I having to give this huge amounts of right anti-torque? Must be windy. I guess the waves are pretty big. It's probably just windy. I wonder if for the collective, if we can make it less sensitive. Here we go. How do you view the... Why is that not coming up? Oh, here we go. Edit. Does this work now? Oh, this actually lines up. Oh, this could be good, because then we could make the middle part less sensitive. Right, so you want you want this. Problem is you want this bit less sensitive, but then the curve's gonna increase to get to that bit. because you kind of it's the point at where it's taking off, but that point varies. We're using a 3080 Ti. Yeah, we could just move that. So that's making it a lot, that should make it less sensitive, right? And then the last bit. So we're sacrificing, by doing this, we're making the last part of the controller a lot more sensitive, the first bit less sensitive. Yeah, good idea. You should be able to run this okay in VR, but problem is the point at where the power occurs will still end up being in the same place. I don't know, we'll see. I think part of the issue is as well is you have this sort of, with this controller there's a bit of sort of stiction dead zone, so it's because you really need that kind of fine input. Let's see. So the bit where you need the control is this bit. Yeah, oh, see, annoyingly, that means I'm having to go almost all the way through the controller. Not too bad though. Let's try landing again. I think the difficulty with helicopters in Sims is that they are very sensitive. Yeah, so I was just thinking that, Shady. It's a good idea. Also, I need to invert it because we're pulling it opposite direction. Let's just land. I mean, it's still... I think this is a physics issue as much as anything. That the helicopter does not... It's not got a comfortable position, so it kind of bobbles up and down. That's a bit better, actually. Oh, that's easier to control. So let's see the takeoff point is. Problem is, each helicopter is going to be different. Okay, so around here is where it needs to Oh, I'm not going to be able to find it again. No. Please come up. Oh, no. Let's give it a little wobble. Okay, this is on the M, so... There we go. So is that more or less? If it's on the M. Oh, this is upside down as well. So that's... Hang on, what is going on here? That's the top and that's the bottom. This is all upside down. But then the bottom, this is wrong. It doesn't make any sense. That would suggest that the lowest part should be unsensitive and the... Right, let's try inverting this and see what happens. Invert, there we go. This is going to cut my brain because we've... I've been using it like a throttle rather than a collective. Ah, no. My brain's clipping. Forwards is down, down is up is down, forwards go down, up, down, left, right. Oh, my brain can't cope. Because the problem is it's forwards and backwards, and on a helicopter it's up and down. And I thought, I mean, pulling back is more analogous to lifting up. It's like the ground effect's not working on that. Let's go to a bit of flat ground. Where's a... bit of flat stuff over there, that'll do. Tape a ladle. You could put a tilt on the throttle. There's a football pitch here. Let's do that. Cool sound effect. It's like a miniature plastic American football pitch. Surely you're going to lose the ball over the... you would lose the ball, you kick it into the river. Basically, you should be able to, like, fall into ground effect slowly, and then the helicopter should cushion itself in the ground effect. But look, it's just dropping. If you're moving forwards, you have the helicopter blades. Yeah, this is the ground effect in this game is just weird. Why is it suddenly getting crazy sinking? And then I give it a bit of power, and now it's floating too much. Give it a tiny bit less power. It don't want to hold a specific... Why are we descending there? This doesn't make any sense. Don't make no sense, guys. Yeah, the issue is here, for it to go up, the amount of input I'm putting in is just wobbling, wobbling the throttle. It's like a quarter of a millimetre of input to go up or to go down. Let's have a look where that is on here. I mean, it should be sensitive, but this is on another level. We need Niels Housenveld. Niels Housenfeld aeroplane throttle. Maybe it is the same issue. It's actually behaving exactly the same as the throttle issue with cars, where the engine power is like gradually increasing or not staying at a... I don't think it is from that. I think it's to do with how ground effects simulated, but it's quite interesting. So hang on, if I make this neutral zone, the Star Trek neutral zone, that should extend, that should decrease the sensitivity for this whole range here. And then at the expense of this last bit giving us full input. Okay, yeah, so that's basically... If I move this... That doesn't really... Oh, okay, it does. It's moving it up. So... Right, so now that should be super unsensitive at the start. This is where we start getting lift, and that's fine. It's all linear, and then the last bit is still linear, but it hits a point, and then it goes into mega sensitivity for the last bit. but you don't really ever. You'd already be going. The most of the power is in this bit, so or most of what you're using is here. So only if you're cruising or something would you use that. So that should be a better way of doing it. Why are we spinning? No, I think it's bollocks. We've turned the sensitivity right down, and it's still exactly the same. It's like a binary point between maybe the controller's just not sensitive enough. Maybe you just have to have a controller with more degrees of input. That could be the problem. Alright. What's going on here? Waves. Mega river waves. River Wild. Yeah, my shaft's just not long enough, guys. That's a problem. We've got shaft issues. We need a force feedback throttle. That'd be nice. At least it does, since the update, it actually displays the pedal inputs, which it wasn't doing before. Well, I'm going to land on something and then call it a night. We're going to find out. We're going to find out that our throttle's messed up now for the aeroplanes. Oh well. Where's the landing pad? Find a helicopter pad on one of these buildings. I don't know if any of you guys in chat phone a helicopter in real life. Does the collective have any force feedback on it? Imagine it. I don't know if it would actually. I'd imagine in that it wouldn't have any. It'd just be quite stiff. I've only pulled a collective on a helicopter that was on the ground, so just felt terrible. All these buildings down here, it's crazy. These look great. this is awesome. I did have some feedback. What was the feedback from though? Was it more like an inertia to movement, or could you feel the pressure? Yeah, but MMK, you can feel the stick and the cyclic has force feedback in it in a helicopter, and that's just connected by pulleys. You can still feel stuff in the controls. Hang on, this has a helicopter pad on top of it, I think. No, it's air ventilation. If I had a helicopter pad. What building has a helicopter pad in New York? Is that one? Because, I mean, if you're an executive, you wouldn't want to take a lift to the top of your building, would you? It's too, you'd want to... That's too much time. That's like 30 minutes to get to the street. No one's got time for that. Can't see a helicopter pad, guys. I spotted by this lie something beginning with no helicopter pad. Come on, how can you have all these buildings with no helicopter pad on them? Oh, hang on, there must be a hospital with one. Oh, here we go, this one's got something on top. We can land on that. The MetLife building next to the Empire State. Ah, that's fine for landing on. Let's do it. Japan has helicopter pads on everything. Wasn't there that there was a helicopter crash in New York with one of the buildings, and maybe you're not allowed to fly helicopters over buildings anymore. So they got rid of the helicopter pads. So a hospital would have one, but because if a helicopter was to crash into the streets, you're probably talking quite a few casualties. Beep, beep, beep. This helicopter is reversing. Oh, we're in vortex ring state. Ah, this is not good. Not good. Oh no, no, I pulled the joint. I pulled things the wrong way. That was not vortex ring state. That was the wrong direction for the throttle state, because I forgot that I flipped it. My mistake, guys. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Almost crashed into a church. Shaft power. That was a shaft power issue. I went into default brain mode. There we go. Oh, definitely making it less sensitive makes it a lot easier. I guess a real collective probably has like twice the range of movement, so. Do you think that is a problem with Sims? If a real vehicle is designed to have like 900 degrees of real rotation, if you then play with something that has 10 degrees of rotation, it's going to be a bit problematic. Why doesn't it want to just hover in ground effect. It's either going out of it or into it. It doesn't want to stay. Hello. Ah, it doesn't want to just smoothly go down. It either wants to smash into the ground, or it wants to fly in the air. I'm literally moving it like a millimetre. No, MMK, stop making excuses up for it. It's not to do with the wind. It's bollocks physics. The wind does different stuff with that. And also, it depends how fast the wind would be blowing relative to, like, propeller blades at high speed, blowing it down directly into the ground under you. So, stop making excuses. The better mod helicopters don't have this behaviour, so it's making excuses. You're forgetting I'm like one of the world's best helicopter pilots. Like I'm like a 20k I rating helicopter pilot. So, you know, I'm the Max Verstappen of I'm the Max Hamilton Senna of helicopter. It's not part of the problem with Microsoft Flight Sim. The problem is Microsoft Flight Sim's got some weird physics. It might be having a marginal effect, but it's not the crux of what's going on. That's like the edge of the building issue, which they fixed. Be like me going, oh, it's because of the ground effect. It's like, well, more to do with some like bizarro clipping issue. Okay, let's save this. Helicopter racist. I don't get what these dynamic force feedback settings are here. Oh, yeah, it's just for DCS. These G-force effects, though, are not strong enough. I don't know why they're so weak. It's on 100%. Minimum Gs. For some reason, with the helicopters, these G-force effects don't seem to... I mean, you're not really pulling that many Gs, but then, in theory, if you put this on... Like, 4's too low, then. Because in a helicopter, you're probably not pulling more than 2 Gs at the max, so it doesn't scale very well. So this... Ha! Beat the system. Maybe that'll do it. Ah, put it back to 4. Yeah, maybe it needs to be scaled to a lower number. 4 Gs in a helicopter, left and right would be a lot. Right. Oh well. Been on for ages. Just 9 hours. We've just been testing stuff, but we're going to bed now. I think we're gonna have a rest at least. Yeah, I'll probably have a line on my head though. Right, great. That was good fun. I did enjoy it. I think it did crash twice, but there's some basic stuff that seems to have improved. Still weird stuff though, like trees on runways and things. So, like, you know, it is what it is, and the gates for the landing patterns and stuff don't seem a bit tight and a bit weird. But it's fun to play through. So. Right, there you go. That's we'll do a video, I guess, talking about it. game-changing update needed, yeah. I'm going to have a cup of tea, guys. Thanks for watching, everyone, and taking part, and the people that supported us. Appreciate the memberships and everything. Yeah, it was good fun. Flight sim streams bring out the huge numbers. I think we had like... we might have got to like 80 viewers on YouTube. What was the max? We had 100 viewers on YouTube. But what did Twitch get to? We had a raid, which appreciated. We got like 40 viewers on Twitch. It's not too bad. Considering flight sims are probably one of the most boring things on earth to watch, that's pretty good, actually. I take it as a challenge. I need to do a rig. We need to clean up this room. It's a complete mess. So might do that tomorrow. Yeah, the flight sim audience, they like stability and regularity. They're simple people. Or maybe there's a flight simmer we can raid on Twitch, actually. Don't know. Do you know any good ones? Helicopters. Let's raid this guy. He's flying helicopters. I trust him. And in VR. There you go. What's he doing with his hand? Has he got a... Oh, he's just joyriding. Messing around with Say Intentions ATC. Hang on. What's he using as his collective? What on earth? He's got 2 joysticks. This guy's serious. Oh, he's got a... Oh, he has a DIY collective? No way. Cheater. Right, raid this guy. Be friendly to him. Thanks for watching, guys. Take care. Have a good night. Check out our YouTube if you haven't. Game of Muscle. Give that a sub. Bye!